Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Broken Beyond Repair. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. His quirk is so powerful, said a voice. Indeed, Tamura Shigaraki. Hell, maybe this kid could rival All Might himself. Shigaraki huffed. Why does this boy interest you so much? Just look at him. What do you wish to do with the boy? Kurogyari, the Black Mist, questioned. I want to break that stupid smile off his face. I want to see his broken self, using his quirk for us, not the heroes. His quirk on our side? Just imagine it. Shigaraki laughed maniacally. I can look into it, Tamura Shigaraki. With that, the Black Mist disappeared. I want to see you break and crumple, Izuku Midoriya, Shigaraki snarled as he stared at a television screen displaying the UA Sports Festival. Izuku felt the warmth of the sun and smiled in its presence. He stood outside of UA High School and made his way inside. After changing his shoes, he greeted his close friends, Ochako Uraraka and Tenya Ida. They walked to class together, discussing their recent assignments. Uraraka admired Izuku's strength and courage, though she often worried about his tendency to put himself in danger to help others. His bright smile and comforting nature made him easy to talk to, and despite his initial timidity, they had become close friends. Ida recalled his fight with Stain and felt thankful for Izuku, who had provided emotional support and helped him through that tough situation. Both Uraraka and Ida were grateful to have such a supportive friend. Entering classroom 1A, Izuku smiled at his classmates, who greeted him warmly. It was a stark contrast to his middle school years, where he had faced more challenges. The only one who didn't seem to like him was the class hothead, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo's fiery nature had no exceptions, especially for Izuku. Nevertheless, Izuku greeted him with a warm smile. Good morning, Kaken. His cheerful demeanor only seemed to irritate Bakugo. Shut up, Deku, he grumbled. Sorry, Izuku replied weakly. Just don't talk to me. Bakugo, please watch your language. Ida shouted from across the room. Oh, shut up, for eyes. Bakugo yelled back. Ida glared at him for a moment before returning to his desk. Izuku made his way to the back of the classroom, where Shoto Todoroki, a boy with half red and half white hair, was sitting. Hi, Todoroki, how's it going? Izuku asked. Fine, Todoroki replied in his usual monotone voice. Todoroki cared about his green-haired friend. Izuku had shown him a better path, pulling him away from his burning hatred. When Todoroki first arrived at UA, he hadn't planned on making friends, believing they would only get in the way. That changed when he met Izuku, and he would always be grateful for their friendship. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, known as Eraserhead, walked in. No one dared to disobey him. He had a frightening presence. Sit down, all of you, he ordered, his eyes glowing red. I'm sure you're all ready for training today. Don't disappoint me. Aizawa then began his lesson. The class proceeded normally, and the day ended after they finished their fitness training. Once Izuku changed out of his PE clothes and grabbed his backpack, he pulled out his notebook, which had Hero Analysis for My Future written on the cover. Though badly burned and torn, he didn't mind much. He had been waiting all day to write in it. Earlier that morning, he had seen a new hero on the news and was eager to analyze their unique quirk. Holding his notebook in one hand, he slipped on his yellow backpack and approached Uraraka's desk. They exchanged smiles, a light blush dusting their cheeks. As he got closer, she jumped out of her seat, waving her arms around. Class was tiring today, don't you think? She exclaimed, her arms still animated. Izuku instinctively flinched back but quickly realized she wasn't going to hit him. He laughed slightly before responding, Why? Uraraka chuckled and Izuku relaxed. Ida finished putting his things away and turned to his friends. We can walk back to the dorms now. The group made their way to the dorms, chatting along the way. Hey, Deku, why do you have your notebook out? Uraraka asked. I was wondering the same, Ida added. Oh right, Izuku said, looking at the notebook in his hand. I saw on the news this morning the debut of a new hero, and I've been wanting to write about it. He blushed, excited to talk about heroes. The group chuckled and continued their conversation until they arrived at the dorms. Izuku waved goodbye to his friends before heading to his room. Once inside, he dropped his backpack on his desk and began changing into more comfortable clothes. His room was adorned with posters of All Might, and figurines cluttered his desk. He was a true fanboy, without a doubt. Izuku put on a regular t-shirt with the words, "T-shirt," written on it and a pair of shorts before settling down at his desk. He began to analyze. He watched videos of the new hero and jotted down information that stood out. He wrote down weaknesses and strengths and noted possible ways the quirk could be utilized. He even drew a picture of the hero and explained each part of the costume and its applications. Lastly, he jotted down a few questions he would like to ask the hero if he ever got to meet them. Izuku closed his notebook and dropped his pencil. He glanced over at his alarm clock. He had a few more hours before they had to be in bed. Deciding to hang out with his friends for a little while, he left his room. Tamura Shigaraki, I found something, Kurogyari said. What do you mean you found something? Shigaraki replied, sounding uninterested. I found a way to break the boy. Kurogyari lowered his voice. Shigaraki paused mid-sentence when he noticed a small child standing by Kurogyari's side. What's that? He asked. The boy looked to be around 6 years old. His eyes were wide and his whole body trembled. This boy has a very special quirk. Well then, what is it? Shigaraki inquired. It's only been documented 3 times. Each victim had bad memories of their past and horrible nightmares. The normal happy kids were turned into ones filled with despair and devastation. That's all we know for sure. I'm positive it does more than that, Kurogyari explained. A smile spread across Shigaraki's face. I didn't even know a quirk like that existed. He laughed. It's very special indeed. The official name for this quirk is called corruption. You know, Kurogyari, I think this will work just fine. No, I won't do it. The small child burst into tears. You will, child. You will, Shigaraki snarled. But when I use my Q quirk on people, they weren't themselves anymore. I didn't want to hurt anyone. The child cried out through tears. Kid, do you think we're just gonna let you go? Shigaraki asked. I thought maybe, the kid trailed off, shaking in fear. I just didn't want to hurt anyone. My mom told me never to use my quirk on anybody. Well, kid, if you don't help us, Shigaraki said, grabbing a glass sitting on a table and watching it crumple beneath his touch, your mom is as good as dead. He said menacingly. The child's eyes widened, and he fell to his knees. Pee-pee please, the boy choked on his own tears. Just use your quirk for us. Just once, and then we will let you and your mom go. Got it? The boy nodded slowly, tears streaming down his face. Good. Hey guys. Izuku smiled as he entered the living space. Yo Midoriya. Kirishima called. Sup buddy. Kaminari chimed in. The 2 boys were focused on a video game. Where's Uraraka? Izuku asked. Dunno man. Probably in the kitchen. Kirishima responded. Okay, thanks. He waved goodbye and made his way to the kitchen. Uraraka was standing silently by the coffee maker. When she saw her curly-haired friend, her eyes lit up. Hi. How was taking notes? Pretty good. Their quirk is amazing. I bet they could use it for all sorts of stuff. I even think. Izuku rambled on, getting a bit flustered. Deku, you're mumbling again. Uraraka reminded him. Oh, sorry. He blushed in embarrassment. It's not a big deal, she smiled. If you say so, he rubbed his head. His attention was immediately drawn to his phone when it dinged. He looked at the notification. Hi baby, please come home real quick. I need help with something. It was a message from his mother. Izuku sighed. It wasn't a big deal to go over there, but he wondered why she needed him so badly. Sorry, Uraraka, I have to run out for a bit. I'll be back soon. It's fine, I'll see you later. Hi mom. Izuku greeted when he arrived home. Izuku. His mom threw her arms around him. What an unexpected surprise. Surprise? What do you mean? He chuckled. Didn't you text me? He showed her the message. I don't remember sending that at all, she said with a worried expression. Actually, I don't know where my phone is right now. Oh, that's kinda weird, he laughed. I should probably go soon before it gets too late. He said goodbye and made his way to the train station. Noticing the darkening sky, he decided he should hurry if he wanted to make it back before curfew. As he walked, it felt unusually quiet, making him uneasy and prompting him to walk faster. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, his eyes drawn to a small silhouette in the darkness of an alleyway. There was a young child standing there. The child's body trembled horribly. Izuku rushed over to him. Hey, are you okay? It's going to be all right, please stop crying, he soothed, placing a hand on the child's back. Just tell me what happened. The child refused to make eye contact with the young hero in training. You're making me, the boy said, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Making you what? Izuku asked softly. I'm sorry, the boy choked out through his tears. He lifted his head to lock eyes with Izuku's. The young boy's eyes glowed a blaring crimson red. Izuku's body immediately froze. His brain wasn't processing what was happening. His eyes were entranced by the boy's gaze. He suddenly felt trapped in a dark room, with black covering all four walls. That was until a red glow seeped in, crawling around the walls and circling Izuku. The crimson light edged closer, and he trembled in fear as it engulfed him, seeping into his mind and holding his thoughts captive. It invaded his brain, grabbing every memory it could hold on to. The red didn't go away, it stayed. In reality, Izuku felt like he was suffocating. The darkness was just in his head. He fell to his knees, clutching his throat. What is this? What is this? What is this? He mentally screamed, begging the feeling to stop. Please, go away. His thoughts felt muddled, a foggy mess. It didn't feel like someone had taken control of him. Rather, it was like a part of him he didn't know existed had surfaced, clouding his thoughts and judgment. I can't breathe. Someone. Anyone. Then it all stopped. In an instant it was over. Izuku breathed heavily, thankful for the air. He started coughing and his eyes watered. The small child looked at him with a horrified expression. He hated his quirk. He hated hurting innocent people. But this was for his mom. Izuku broke off into a coughing fit. Why did you do that? His voice came out weak. I had to, the boy cried out. What is it? Izuku's voice trembled. I can't tell you. I'm sorry. Please be okay. It's okay, Izuku managed a weak smile, wanting to reassure the child. He was a true hero. But why is he smiling at me? After what I did to him? He doesn't even know the horror of my quirk. This is wrong. What have I done? Mom, I'm so sorry. The young boy's jumbled thoughts made him weep, his tears staining his shirt. He couldn't bear to see the damage he had done to Izuku, so he ran out of the alley. Izuku felt helpless as he watched the younger boy flee. He couldn't chase after him, his body was too weak. I'm so weak that I can't even save a little boy? Pathetic. Alone in the alleyway, Izuku slowly regained his strength. He sat in silence, the eeriness of the surroundings making him feel vulnerable. Any sudden noise caused him to flinch in fear. But soon enough, he felt stronger. He picked himself off the ground and made his way out of the alley, feeling unsettled but determined to return to Yue. It was late, past curfew. How long had he been lying there? What should he do? He could sneak in or maybe. Izuku reached into his pocket and dialed a phone number. It rang for a few seconds before a familiar voice picked up. Todoroki? His voice shook with uncertainty. Why are you calling me this late, Midoriya? I need help, he whimpered. Oh. Todoroki noticed his shakiness. I'll come to your dorm. I'm not there. Where are you? I'm outside. I need you to help me sneak in. Oh, he paused. Okay. Izuku waited outside for a while until Todoroki appeared. He gave a weak smile while Todoroki sighed in response. Can you tell me what this is about, Midoriya? Inside, I'll tell you once we get in. The two boys crept silently back to the UA dorms, careful not to wake anyone or set off any alarms. Once they reached Izuku's room, they both sighed heavily, hoping no one had seen them. "So, why were you out so late?" "Well, I got a text from my mom and—" Izuku trailed off as thoughts clouded his mind. "I'm weak. I can't defend myself against a little boy. I couldn't even save myself." Izuku's mouth felt dry. Todoroki's face clouded with concern. "What is it?" "He'll think I'm weak too, just like the bullies in middle school thought." Izuku forced back the tears rising in his eyes and answered as casually as he could, just got held up back at home." He laughed weakly. "I'm fine, please don't worry." "You didn't sound fine on the phone," Todoroki countered. "Oh that. I'm just tired. That's all, please don't worry." He's lying to me, Todoroki thought, narrowing his eyes at Izuku. "Midoriya, I can't help you if you don't talk to me." "I'm sorry, Todoroki." The unspoken conversation hung in the air as they stared at each other. Todoroki heaved a long sigh before speaking. "Fine. Guess I'll go then." "Thank you, Todoroki," Izuku sighed, relief washing over him. "Good night," Todoroki said before exiting the room. "Good night" was as far off as Izuku's night could be described. "I'm so sorry my chapters are so short. Would you like longer chapters? It would mean I would take longer to update." "You think you can be a hero?" Bakugo snarled. "And maybe if I try my hardest." "You can't even accept reality. Are you messed up in the head? Listen to my words, you can't be a hero." "Please, Kaken." "Please what?" Izuku stayed silent. "That's what I thought." Bakugo growled before walking out of the classroom. "Why do they hate me for having a dream?" The scene washed away in a blur and was replaced with one of a playground. They were around 5 or 6 years old. Izuku didn't know. His childhood friend Bakugo stood before him. "Stop following me around," he yelled in anger. I'm sorry." Young Izuku trailed off. Bakugo's face twisted in anger, and he pushed the green-haired boy to the ground. "When will you get it?" he snarled. "I'm sorry, Kaken." "That's all you say." "Sorry, Kaken. Oh sorry, Kaken." "So annoying." Bakugo mocked. Izuku looked at the ground. "I'm sorry, Kaken." Bakugo looked at Izuku in disgust and glanced at his friends next to him. "If words don't work, then I guess I just have to show you what will happen if you keep following me." Bakugo's friends smirked. They knew exactly what he meant. They meant to hurt him. One of the boys held Izuku's head in place while the others restrained his arms. Bakugo towered before him, sparks crackling at his palms. "Know your place." The worst part was that Izuku didn't struggle, he just accepted it. A familiar sight appeared before him. It was his middle school. Bakugo was not his only tormentor. No one liked the quirkless. Some felt pity for Izuku, while others hated the bullying. But no one ever did anything. Most in the halls avoided him, walking as far away as possible, as if he had some kind of disease. Others would go out of their way to shove him in the halls. None of the teachers ever cared. Who cared about the quirkless anyway? Bakugo was not the only one to beat him up or to spit venom. Anyone is capable of bullying. Izuku walked the halls, his shoulders sagging and his gaze low. He preferred it when no one interacted with him. He could heal from bruises, but not from words. This particular memory was an unlucky day. He walked the halls as he usually did when a thug with slick black hair crossed paths with him. One of the thug's friends followed closely behind. They were upperclassmen. They didn't know who Izuku was, so maybe they would leave him alone. The friend whispered something into the thug's ear. They both chuckled and changed their course toward Izuku. "Hey kid." Izuku walked faster. "Hey kid." The thug caught up to him and grabbed his shoulder. "Aren't you that quirkless kid?" He smirked. Izuku looked away. "You are, aren't you?" he laughed. "Please. Let me go," Izuku pleaded, his voice barely a whisper. Without warning, the thug moved Izuku against the wall. "Think you can talk to me?" he growled. "No." "Shut up. Don't speak. Just listen, okay?" Izuku's eyes widened with fear. His entire body was shaking. "Okay," the thug yelled. Izuku quickly nodded yes. You quirkless just annoy me, you know? You think you can breathe the same air as me? Walk the same earth as me? You are below us. Less than flies, less than dirt. You are better off dead. You're saying I should die? Izuku whispered. The thug chuckled. Now you're getting it. He patted Izuku's fluffy green hair. Just something to think about. The bully shrugged. A sudden ringing noise filled the hallway. The class bell had rung. Oh, was that the bell? Demon, let's hurry. It was fun, but I gotta get to class. The boy smiled before shoving Izuku to the ground. Izuku did not pick himself off the ground. He stayed still and felt tears silently run down his face. It was too much. It was all just too much. People wishing he was dead, people hating him just because he didn't have what they had, a quirk. I have never done anything to them. I never bothered them, I never did anything but live. Maybe they are all right. I would be better off dead like they say. But Izuku's eyes shot open in panic. Oh God, it was just a dream, just a dream, just a dream. But it wasn't just a dream. It had happened, it was a memory. Izuku pulled his legs tight to his chest and buried his face in them. His heart was beating rapidly, and sweat dripped down his face and back. He squeezed his legs and cried. Why is this happening? I'm okay now, though the violent shaking of his body said otherwise. It was only a nightmare. Nothing more. Nothing more. Izuku shakily lifted himself from his bed, his face still red with sweat. He slowly changed from his night clothes into his casual clothes. His stomach grumbled in hunger. Nothing sounded good to him at the moment. Maybe a little cereal would calm him down. He cracked open his door and looked around for any other people. It was fairly early, so he hoped no one would be up. The coast was clear, so he quietly exited his room and crept down the halls. Once he entered the kitchen, Izuku flinched at the sight of Tokoyami. Of course, he would be up this early. Tokoyami glanced at Izuku before returning his attention to the fridge. He pulled out an apple and walked past Izuku back to his dorm room. Izuku didn't understand why his heart raced. He thought he was used to being around classmates. Once his heart rate returned to normal, he grabbed his favorite cereal and sat down at the table to eat. He enjoyed the calm, the solitude, no interactions, no one to talk to. After finishing his cereal, he noticed others emerging from their rooms and quickly retreated back to his own. He didn't want them to see him like this. After some time, Izuku changed into his school uniform and made his way to class, arriving at his usual time. He hadn't walked with Ida and Uraraka, telling them to go ahead. Usually, everyone was already there, and Izuku forced a smile as he entered. He had to let them know he was okay, that he was always okay. The nightmare still fresh in his mind, he plastered a smile on his face as he entered the room. It wasn't completely fake, he was grateful that things weren't like the past. He was glad to have friends to talk to and share moments with. But today felt different. He was on edge, feeling dejected and lacking confidence. He was confused about why he felt this way, but he reminded himself that he was strong. Izuku slowly made his way to his desk, keeping his eyes low to avoid contact. He managed to smile for his close friends, but when it came to Bakugo, he felt scared. "Hi-K Kaken," he stammered, his voice barely audible over the chatter. Bakugo looked at him, anger flashing in his eyes, but he was surprised by the sight of Izuku's weak smile and lowered head. What's wrong with him? Bakugo thought, unaware that he had come to appreciate that nerdy smile. Class proceeded as usual, but Uraraka and Ida noticed the sadness emanating from their friend. They assumed he was just tired and didn't want to press him. As class ended, they gathered together as always. Izuku felt a bit more normal as the day went on, meeting up with his friends as they walked out of the classroom. As they approached a corner, Izuku's heart began to race again. It was common for bullies to ambush him from around corners, especially in middle school. He stopped walking, trying to calm his breathing. Uraraka and Ida exchanged concerned glances. "Something wrong, Midoriya?" Ida asked. Is there anyone around that corner?" Izuku asked quietly. Uraraka looked at Ida, confused. "I guess I can check if that's what you want." She walked over to the corner and peered around it. "Nope, no one," she concluded. "What's wrong, Deku? Are you okay?" He swallowed hard. I'm okay. He smiled, though it felt forced. If you say so. Izuku stared at his bed later that night, troubled by how one nightmare could cause him so much distress. He was afraid to sleep but convinced himself it was a one-time occurrence. Nightmares never happen 2 nights in a row, right? At least not for me, he declared, trying to muster confidence. A UA hero won't be scared. But doubts crept in. Why was he thinking like this? He had so much to be grateful for. As he pondered these thoughts, he slowly drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he heard his mother's voice. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry. Why did she give up on him? She was the only hope he had, the only family he could count on. Mom, where's Dad? A young Izuku asked one morning. His mother remained silent, lost in thought. He's just working, she finally said, her expression pained. When will he be back? He asked innocently. I don't know, sweetie, she replied, her voice cracking. What was it about his father that made him stay away after learning about his quirkless son? Izuku didn't choose to be this way. Why did they hate him? I want to be a hero, he declared confidently. I want to be just like All Might. Quirkless scum like you could never be a hero. I want to be a hero more than anything. You're that quirkless boy, aren't you? Are you sure you don't have any other career choices? I was thinking. I could be a hero. Guess someone didn't get the memo that heroes need quirks. I want to save people. You think you can do anything? Izuku's thoughts swirled as he drifted deeper into sleep. I dunno, it's stupid maybe. I could be a hero. Oh, there are many respectable jobs out there. I'm sure you will be a great hero, Kaken. And maybe, I don't know, I can be one too. Deku, I swear, if you say that one more time. Even if I don't have a quirk, can I become a hero? Izuku thought, hoping that this time someone would believe in him. I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without powers. How could you say that? You're All Might, you're supposed to inspire people. Why would you say that? Did you give your quirk to me out of pity? You knew someone like me could never make it. It's the truth, isn't it? But even so, is it wrong to dream? I am not a worthy successor. What did you see in me, All Might? If you really want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and jump off the... Stop it! Izuku sprang up from his bed in a wild panic. Why is this happening to me? He cried out loudly, before quickly covering his mouth in fear. Did anyone hear me? He waited. No one knocked. He sighed in relief. There is no point in anyone seeing me like this. I'm the Deku who always smiles, the Deku who always does his best, he said through tears, trying to reassure himself. He didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I don't want to go to school today. I would just stay here. But Mr. Aizawa would probably be upset if I missed. He slowly climbed out of bed and to his closet. His entire body was shaking and he held his head down. You would have to be blind not to notice something was wrong. Tears started falling from his eyes. I feel like I'm back in middle school, he thought with a slight laugh. Izuku decided he would rather get to school before everyone else. He quickly changed clothes and hurried out of the dorms before anyone else could wake up. He sat in his seat and laid his head down. I don't get these feelings. I just hope we don't do anything during class today. He heard a few students walk in, and Izuku kept his head down. He didn't want to say hi, he didn't want to smile for them. It was so hard to put on a smile that he didn't mean, yet so easy to lie to them. A tap on his shoulder interrupted his thoughts. He shot up in fear. Who is it? Do they want to hurt me? Why is your head down, silly? It was Uraraka. Oh, I didn't get much sleep last night. Were you tired yesterday too? Why yeah, super tired. Well, make sure you sleep well tonight, okay? I will. Izuku replied, though he doubted it. Uraraka looked at her friend in concern. He was stuttering more than usual. Is it really just due to sleep? I'll keep my eye on him. Uraraka smiled before returning to her desk. Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead before making eye contact with Todoroki. It feels so wrong to lie to him. He told me about his life, and I just refused to tell him about mine? I'm sorry. Hi Todoroki, Izuku said, looking away. He couldn't bear to look him in the eyes. You doing okay, Midoriya? Fine. Izuku bit his lip. Okay. Todoroki gave one last look at Izuku before going to his own desk. Izuku relaxed and was prepared to put his head back down. That was until Bakugo walked in. Sirvi, I don't want to talk to him. But I have to be me. I'm still me. Izuku diverted his eyes and gripped his knees, keeping his head and gaze low. Hi, Kaken. His voice was soft, yet shattered. It was begging for help, yet wanting to be alone. Bakugo stopped right in his tracks. What the heck? He's usually cheery. Of course, yesterday he was a stuttering mess and wouldn't look at me. But today, he just sounds dead. What's wrong with you? He growled. Nothing. Izuku put his head back down. Just please leave me alone. You'll only hurt me, right? Tisk, stupid nerd. Bakugo spat before taking his seat right in front of him. Sit down and shut up, Mr. Aizawa walked in. We're doing a unique kind of training today. Yes, we are. Another teacher walked in. It was the hero, Midnight. You will be participating in a battle against a quirk that could incapacitate you immediately. Like my quirk? Midnight shouted. One sniff of my quirk and you're done. So what will you do? Change into your hero costumes and meet outside. Yes, sir, the class said in unison. Did it have to be today? Izuku silently whimpered. Now that you're all dressed, I will split you into teams of 4. Team 1, Shoji, Jairu, Sato, and Siro. Team 2, Uraraka, Azui, Kirishima, and Midoriya. Izuku tuned out the rest of the names. He tried his best to come up with a strategy against Midnight, but his brain was full of fog, and he could barely think. I have nothing. I'm useless. That's all of you. Team 1, set up. The rest of you stand far away so you're not affected by Midnight's quirk. Yes, sir. Battle 1 ready, go. Izuku sat and waited for his turn. He wanted to watch, but he was a little far away. His other teammates gathered around and tried to come up with a strategy. Izuku was silent. You got any ideas, Midoriya? No. But you always have something. Uraraka cried out. No, not this time. Something on your mind? Kirishima asked. No. I guess we can go with my plan then, Azui chimed in. Izuku didn't know how the first team's match went because he didn't care. He just wanted to go home and lay in bed. Alone. I'll just get this over with. Then I can go back to the dorms. Match 2 begin. They all hid behind a rock and waited. Izuku, of course, didn't hear a single bit of Azui's plan. I'll just run around. I'll distract her, I guess. He ran out from behind their cover using full cowling. Midoriya. Deku, what are you doing? Guess we go now. Azui commanded. Kirishima, rush in. Got it, he hollered. Uraraka, make yourself float. Done. Get ready, Uraraka. I'm gonna fling you over Ms. Midnight's head for a surprise attack. Got it. Go. Azui. We got a problem. She's not focusing on me. She won't let off of Midoriya. I guess we can still surprise her. Okay. Midnight slowly chased Izuku as he sprinted around. He was careful not to breathe in the scent. You think you can stop me? Midnight laughed. No, I don't. Midnight used her WHP to knock some rocks over to him while he was running, causing him to trip and land hard on the ground. He stayed on the ground with his head down. Not even going to fight back? Well, enjoy my quirk. Her quirk makes you sleep, right? The aroma floated around Izuku. It was too late. He had already breathed it in. And oh, he screamed out. Midnight and Izuku's other teammates stopped in shock. I don't want to sleep. Please, he cried. Deku, what's wrong? Izuku grabbed onto Uraraka and held her tight. I don't want to sleep, he sobbed. Why? Kirishima's concerned voice cut in. I don't want to sleep. Deku. It was too late. He was back in the black abyss of his nightmares, his memories. If you really want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and jump off the roof of the building. Izuku turned to him in anger. He was tired of hearing phrases like that. Something wrong? Bakugo growled in response. No. Nothing's wrong. It's not like I haven't heard that a million times before. Izuku was walking out of the school. The bullying wasn't bad that day, just the usual people who pushed him in the halls and ignored him all day. Stop! Izuku heard someone yell. He turned around and saw a group of boys beating one smaller boy. His body moved before he could process the situation. He jumped in front of the victim and stood his ground, his arms outstretched beside him in protection. The bullies looked at him in surprise. Are you okay? He asked the kid. Why yes, thank you. Stay back. Izuku warned the bullies. Fine if this is what you want, kid. Let's fight. One of the bullies grinned and revealed his quirk. All of the other bullies took it as a signal to reveal their quirks and get ready to fight him. A teacher silently watched through a window. Normally, he would have stepped in to help. But this was Midoriya. He didn't care to help his kind. So, kid, what's your quirk? Another bully laughed. Izuku stayed silent. Come on, tell us, another chimed in. Just tell us, don't tell me you're quirkless. He stayed silent again and looked away. The bullies looked at him in confusion before coming to the obvious conclusion. You are quirkless. Izuku closed his eyes in shame. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. The bullies rushed Izuku and pushed him to the ground. The previous victim that Izuku had saved ran away. People would hate me if they found out I helped a quirkless boy, he thought as he ran. Izuku curled into a ball on the ground as the bullies kicked him repeatedly. We don't even need to use our quirks, you're so weak on your own, one of the boys cried out. Izuku stayed on the ground and prayed someone would come to help him. Other students just walked past, and some stopped to look. Someone should help that boy. Quirkless kid deserves it. This is too much. I wish I could help. But then I would get the backlash. Izuku sat on the ground and whimpered. The bully's assault eventually softened. You know, one of the bullies grabbed Izuku's hair and lifted his head up. If this is all too much, there's only one way out. Just end it all and it will be over. He cheered. The bullies snickered before finally walking away. Izuku lay still on the ground. I won't give up. I won't ever give up. At least, I hope I don't. Izuku walked into his classroom and started to walk to his desk. Bakugo wasn't looking his way, so he hurried over before he saw him. Everything is fine. He suddenly stopped. There was a little folded piece of paper on his desk. What's that? Maybe it's a letter from a girl or something. That would be amazing. Maybe someone likes me. He blushed a little at the thought of a girl writing him a note. His shaking hands reached for it, and he slowly unfolded it. His eyes were bright and excited, something that rarely happened anymore. With the paper unfolded, he finally brought up the courage to read the words. His happiness evaporated quickly. Stay calm. He tried to calm himself and act as normal as possible, like it was all a joke. Is anyone even watching me? Very funny, he tried to laugh, but his voice came out as a pained squeak. His voice was quiet. No one had even heard him. Izuku slowly retreated out of the classroom and to the bathroom. Breathe. You'll go back and everything will be fine. He slowly made his way back to the classroom. He peeked his head in, and some kids looked at him. Some were smiling or laughing while others looked worried and wouldn't meet his gaze. Why are they doing that? Did I do something wrong? He walked to his desk in confusion and fear. Once he got there, he finally understood why they were laughing. He looked at his desk in horror. Words scrawled on his desk: loser, worthless, pathetic, crybaby. All those words. Hope you like the present, one boy smiled. Others tried to contain their laughs. Izuku ran out of the classroom before anyone could say anything more. He ran to the roof. No, he wasn't going to jump. He wasn't ready to let go. But he was not going to bottle up his emotions. He started to cry, overwhelmed by the pain of feeling uncared for, that if he were gone, no one would notice. It didn't happen often, but when people told Izuku to end his life, it hurt the most. And he was remembering every time. Deku? He didn't respond. He fell asleep, Midnight spoke. Why was he so scared? Uraraka held on to him. I don't know, but I've never seen someone look like that, Kirishima said worriedly. Like what? Azui asked. So helpless. I don't know. Kirishima looked away. Why don't you take him back to UA? Midnight concluded. Sure. Uraraka tried to lift him up, but he was too heavy. Kirishima walked over and quietly picked Izuku up. The group walked back to where the others were. Immediately, everyone who wasn't fighting noticed the worried looks of Kirishima, Azui, and Uraraka. What happened? Kaminari called out. Kirishima and Uraraka looked away. Nothing really. Midoriya just fell asleep, Azui finally answered. Then why do you all look so scared? The group stayed silent until Kirishima finally spoke. It was Midoriya. He just looked so desperate. And he wasn't being himself. What exactly was he doing? Ida asked in concern. That he was crying out, I don't want to sleep. The whole class remained silent, letting the words sink in. Who cares? Bakugo finally broke the silence. We do. Uraraka, who had stayed silent, finally lashed out. And why do you care so much? He yelled. Because, she sniffled, I didn't notice anything, and what happened right now proves he's not okay. That nerd is probably fine, he growled. You might want to rethink that, Kaminari interrupted, pointing at Izuku. The whole class fell silent and looked at him. Izuku's hands started twitching, and his expression changed to one of fear. Uraraka watched in horror as his entire body began shaking. How do we help him? She cried out. We can't. My quirk lasts a few hours. Midnight said, ashamed. Uraraka looked at the ground in anger at her own helplessness. Do you see Bakugo? Does he look fine now? She screamed. The class was taken aback by the usually calm girl yelling at Bakugo. Uraraka, please stop. This isn't helping the situation, Ida tried to say as calmly as possible. You can't be okay with this, Ida. Uraraka said desperately. I know you're worried about him. Sorry to interrupt, but Midoriya's skin is burning. Kirishima cut in. Uraraka quickly put the back of her hand on Izuku's forehead. She reeled back in worry and quickly looked for the only classmate that could help. Todoroki, please cool him down. Sure. He walked over and placed his right hand on Izuku's forehead. I wonder what he's dreaming about, Todoroki said calmly as he used his ice quirk to cool Izuku down. How about you three take him back to you at a rest, okay? Midnight pointed at Kirishima, Uraraka, and Todoroki. That sounds fine, Todoroki responded. Should we take him back to the dorms? Kirishima asked on their way back. Where else would we take him? I don't know. Maybe Recovery Girl can find out what's wrong with him. Please, let's do that, Uraraka replied. They brought him to Recovery Girl and explained the situation. She said they could stay and let him rest. Recovery Girl checked him over and concluded that nothing was wrong physically. She had no idea mentally, and by the looks of him sleeping, he wasn't okay. Her quirk could only heal physical injuries. I don't see anything wrong, she told the trio. There has to be something. Kirishima pleaded. Did you ever notice anything wrong with him before now? Recovery Girl asked. He seemed so down the past few days. But I brushed it off as him being tired. I'm a horrible friend. Uraraka felt tears form. When did he start acting like this? 2 days ago, Todoroki replied. Did anything strange happen that day? Yes. The night before, he came into the school late and asked for me to sneak him in. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he was fine. I knew he was lying though, I could see it. Todoroki stayed calm the whole time. What? Uraraka cried. He didn't tell me about that? Something must have happened while he was out. Kirishima said enthusiastically. We'll just ask him when he wakes up. No. He won't speak to us, Todoroki growled. What do you mean? Kirishima asked desperately. He won't talk to us. Even though we're his friends. Uraraka couldn't stop her tears. Just let him rest, Recovery Girl said, annoyed. Stop yelling. You're not helping anything. I'm sorry, Uraraka sobbed. Kirishima looked over at Izuku and noticed something. Is he crying? Kirishima whispered. Sure enough, as the group looked over at Izuku, a single tear could be seen from their hurting friend. And no one could do anything about it. The 3 students stayed until Izuku finally woke up. The school day had already ended, but the group wanted to be there for him. He woke up suddenly, and the trio was taken by surprise at his actions. He immediately started crying, clutching the blanket and burying his face in it. He kept crying until he realized there were people in the room with him. His eyes widened in fear and panic. He quickly pulled the blanket over his head and curled into a ball. "Deku, it's okay. Please stop crying," Uraraka tried to soothe him. He didn't respond and stayed under the blanket. She tried to place her hand on his back, but he moved away. After moments of silence, he finally lifted his head above the blanket. "Wirh here?" He tried to sound calm. "Because you fell asleep," Todoroki said, relieved that Izuku was talking. "Can you tell us what's wrong?" Kirishima asked. Hello? Did you hear my question?" Kirishima asked softly. "And nothing is wrong," he blurted out. "Don't lie to us, Midoriya. We just want to help you," Todoroki said, looking annoyed. "But there is nothing to help. Honest. I'm perfectly okay." He tried to put on a convincing smile. But these three already knew he was lying. "Then why were you saying, 'I don't want to sleep'?" Kirishima interrogated. "I said that." "Yeah, you did," Kirishima huffed in annoyance. Midoriya was just trying to play dumb. It wouldn't work, not on them. "Oh, really?" "Oh, it's just because I got a lot of sleep last night. And I didn't want to oversleep, you know?" "You are a horrible liar," Todoroki growled. Kirishima and Uraraka looked at Todoroki in surprise. Their friend never really showed anger or any emotions at all. "I'm not. Don't try to lie to us." Kirishima and Uraraka looked at him in shock. Todoroki, their usually calm classmate, just swore. Izuku looked scared now. I'm sorry." He thought he was about to cry again. "Just," Todoroki sighed, "tell us what's wrong. Please," he said desperately. "Please, we're your friends. You can talk to us." Uraraka pleaded. The trio held their breath. "Fine. Damn it, Deku." Uraraka got up from her chair and stood over him. "Just tell us what's wrong. We are here for you. Why can't you see that?" Izuku tried to shrink away further in his bed. Can't you see that and nothings?" Uraraka smacked Izuku across the face. Afterwards, she stood up straight and left the room, not even trying to hold back the tears that fell from her eyes. Todoroki and Kirishima looked at each other before following her. Kirishima looked back at Izuku, who was still in shock. "Just get some help if you need it, okay, buddy?" He didn't wait for a response and left the room. After Izuku finally came back to his senses, he pulled the blanket over his head again. "They hate me now. Maybe they always hated me, and they were only being nice because they felt sorry. I don't want help from anyone. Do I?" Izuku only wanted to go back to his dorm. He slowly got up and hobbled back to his room. Of course, there were people all around once he got to the dorms. "Sirbi, don't look at me. Just leave me alone. Does anything even matter anymore? What's the point?" Izuku didn't try to hide. He just walked in and made his way to his own room. "Hey Midoriya, you doing okay? What's up, buddy, feeling better?" "Hey Midoriya." Izuku kept walking. He didn't respond to anyone. How much longer can I go on like this? The last thing Izuku wanted to do was go to class. Not after everything that had happened. My friends hate me. Philip. And I don't even know what to do anymore. I still want to be a hero, but that seems impossible. Izuku walked into the classroom, and others looked at him. They all knew about the strange way he had been acting. Uraraka just looked at him with pain in her eyes. She regretted her actions but felt she had to do what she did. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Tu was still angry. Why wouldn't Izuku see that they were there for him? Izuku looked at Bakugo. There was so much pain held in Izuku's eyes. He just wanted it to be gone. For it all to end. Bakugo was not friends with Izuku anymore, but even an idiot could see his despair. Izuku took his seat and laid his head down. "No way. Shitty Deku didn't say hi to me. It's not like I even like it. I wish he didn't say hi to me. But what's wrong with my childhood friend?" Bakugo was not one to stay quiet. "What's wrong with you?" He slammed his fist on Izuku's desk. The whole class looked over. "Come on, Deku, Just tell us what's wrong with you, he yelled. No one tried to stop Bakugo. They all wanted to know what was wrong with Izuku, and maybe, just maybe, Bakugo could make him talk. Nothing's wrong. His voice was flat. You actually think I'm gonna believe that? Bakugo grabbed Izuku's shirt and held him up. You really want to know? He asked sweetly. Yes, Izuku said unsurely. Because of you, Kaken. Don't you remember the living hell you put me through? He said, his voice rising with emotion. What's wrong with you? Bakugo lowered his voice a bit. Something was very wrong here. Don't you remember? You told me to end it. Just like everyone else in middle school. Everyone's sweat dropped. Did Bakugo really say that? Who cares about that now? Bakugo was embarrassed. Well, I thought I didn't, but that's what nightmares are for. What are you talking about? Todoroki cut in. Nothing matters anymore. Izuku looked back at Bakugo, and honestly, Kaken, I want to pay you back for all the suffering you caused me. What am I doing? What am I saying? This isn't me. Izuku suddenly snapped out of whatever was going through his head. His stone-cold face softened into one of fear, and he started breaking down into tears. I'm sorry, he choked. The whole class could only watch in shock. No one knew what to do. Some felt sympathy, while others remembered the threats he had made just a minute ago. Most notably Bakugo. What are we supposed to feel sorry for you now? Izuku looked at him, thinking Kaken's gonna hit me. He pulled his hands in front of his face to protect himself. Stop, he whimpered. What is wrong with you? Bakugo's voice started to crack. He didn't like seeing anyone like this. Not anymore. Just don't hurt me, he pleaded. Bakugo loosened his grip on Izuku's shirt, and he fell to the ground. Uraraka ran over to Izuku and started rubbing his back. Izuku looked at her, and his eyes went wild. He frantically pulled away and started shaking. Uraraka could only stand there in shock. Why are you pulling away from me, Deku? She said on the verge of tears. You'll hit me, he said softly. Uraraka didn't know how to respond. She had so much regret. I'm not gonna hit you, she cried. Izuku only averted his eyes. He doesn't believe I won't hit him. I don't deserve to say I'm his friend. Just please. Leave me alone, Izuku finally said. The class was dead silent. What was there to say? Just take him back to his dorm, Ida said sternly after moments of silence. Uraraka and Todoroki moved towards Izuku, but he pulled away. Someone else, Ida growled. Uraraka and Todoroki looked at him in surprise before slowly moving away in shame. We can do it, Yaoyorozu gestured towards herself and Azui. The two girls walked over to Izuku and slowly helped him off the ground. He didn't pull away but flinched slightly at their touch. Please inform Mr. Aizawa where we have gone, Yaoyorozu said at the door. Got it, Ida responded. Once the three students left, Uraraka and Todoroki turned to Ida in anger. Why didn't you let us do it? Uraraka hissed. You are obviously not helping. You are making the situation worse. Ida snapped. But, do you really think he will open up to us by yelling at him? He asked calmly. Uraraka paused. I don't know. Just please act rationally. Can I at least watch over him at the dorms today? I won't go in his room. I'll just check on him every once in a while, she pleaded. That I suppose. Just don't resort to yelling at him if he won't talk to you. Thank you, she sighed in relief. The three students walked in silence. There was nothing anyone could say to help the situation. Once they made it to his room, Izuku sat down on his bed while Yaoyorozu and Azui waited at the door. Izuku looked at them and smiled as best he could. Thank you. Yes, it's no problem, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said sweetly. They exchanged glances before continuing to talk. Are you doing all right? No, he laughed slightly. Oh. Yaoyorozu and Azui didn't expect that kind of answer. Is it something you want to talk about? Not really, he looked away. Not even with us? Not with anyone. What about your friends? What friends? You know, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, even us, we're your friends. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. I'm worthless just like Kaken always said. I can see you don't like talking about the past. I hope that one day you can open up to us. We will always be here for you. Yaoyorozu tried to stay calm, but she could feel the sadness show in her voice. We should probably go now. Azui looked at Yaoyorozu. Yes. Goodbye, Midoriya. I'm sure you'll feel better soon. She smiled before closing the door behind her. Probably not, Izuku whispered. You are getting the boy today? Yes, Kurogiri I am. How are you going to get him, Tamura Shigaraki? It won't be hard, he responded. How do you plan to do it? I'll send a pawn to attack the front gate, and while the teachers are dealing with that, you'll warp me in and I'll grab him. What if he resists? He won't. How do you know? I read about that corruption quirk, he won't. What if I can't warp in there? How can UA stop a warp gate? The alarms might go off, but we will be gone by then. Very well. When will we do it? 10 minutes, Shigaraki smiled. Uraraka walked to Izuku's dorm. She couldn't bring herself to open the door, so she just stood outside. She desperately wanted to knock, to hear him greet her with a smile, but she knew that wouldn't happen. She sat on the floor with her back resting against the door, whispering to him, hoping he would hear. I'm sorry, Deku. He never responded. Maybe he didn't hear her, or maybe he didn't want to. Uraraka pressed her ear against the door, trying to listen. As time passed, she heard nothing, not the shuffling of papers or the sound of his footsteps. Sometimes, if she listened hard enough, she could hear his steady breathing. The guilt gnawed at her insides. She clawed at her hair and clenched her fists in anger, letting her tears fall freely but trying not to make any sound. Forgive me, Deku, she sobbed quietly. After a while, her tears dried up, and she remained there, listening through the door, reassured by the sound of his breathing. Uraraka contemplated knocking, and if he didn't answer, she would go in. She thought about leaving him be, or running into his room and hugging him tightly so they could both cry together. It was okay to cry. Finally, she mustered enough courage to knock on his door. She slowly brought her clenched fist up and knocked. There was silence at first. Uraraka held her breath. Deku, it's me, she whispered. Silence again, until she heard the faint sound of feet tapping on the ground. Hope surged within her that he would talk to her, and a smile crept onto her face. When the door creaked open, her smile faded just as quickly. Her vision blurred as tears filled her eyes. Izuku had been crying, his eyes were wet and puffy. He looked up at her, and she couldn't miss the flash of fear in his emerald eyes. Deku, see, can I come in? He flinched at the name, Deku, but slowly nodded and stepped aside from the doorway. Uraraka smiled gratefully as she examined his room. The lights were off, and the curtains were closed, creating an eerie, dark atmosphere that made her uneasy. She looked back at Izuku for reassurance, but he only looked away in shame. The room was slightly messy. His bed was unmade, and his desk was cluttered. His backpack lay on the floor with some contents spilled out. Her attention was drawn to the desk. It was messy, but too messy. Concern washed over her as she looked at the scattered scraps of paper. Did you do this? She whispered. He couldn't bear to meet her eyes and gave a small nod. Why would you? She wailed. The scraps were photographs of Izuku with his friends, but he had ripped himself out of every picture. A photo of him, Ida, and Todoroki at the hospital. He had ripped himself out. A photo of Izuku and All Might. He had ripped himself out. A photo of him and Uraraka. He had ripped himself out. A class photo. He had taken a Sharpie and scribbled himself out. And a single picture of himself. He had torn it to shreds. Why would you do this? She hissed. Izuku hesitated before speaking quietly. Because everyone hates me. Then why? She held up a few pieces of the ripped picture. Did you do this? Because I hate myself. Uraraka dropped the torn pictures and looked away. Izuku turned away too, but what he didn't expect was the sudden hug that Uraraka gave him. I'm sorry that you're dealing with this alone, she whispered through her own tears. He didn't respond, his body was stiff, and he didn't hug her back. But you don't have to be alone anymore. I'll always be here for you, she tried to cheer him up. Really? A tiny flash of hope appeared in his eyes. It wasn't much, but it was all Uraraka could have asked for. Yes. You can always talk to me, she cried in happiness. He was finally listening. How sweet, a raspy voice mocked. Uraraka looked behind her in fear. Oh no. Tomura Shigaraki stood behind her. What are you doing here? She choked, her heart racing. I came to get your sweet boy, he said with a smirk. He's not my. Uraraka cut herself off, trying to calm her flushed face. How cute, Shigaraki mocked. Stay back, she warned. Deku, get back. Uraraka, please don't fight for me, he whispered. What are you saying? Of course I'm going to fight for you, she wailed. Don't get hurt because of me, he cried. Just stop it. I'm going to help you. Come on now, Izuku Midoriya. Let's go. Uraraka tried to think of the best course of action. If she could stall long enough, the alarms would surely go off, and the pros could come to rescue them. She stopped dead in her tracks when she saw Izuku walk over to Shigaraki. A purple warp gate appeared behind them. Deku? Wait please, she screamed. I'm only protecting you, he said quietly. Stop. Please don't go. She reached out her hand as the villain retreated with Izuku into the warp gate. Izuku reached out too before the gate closed, leaving Uraraka crying alone in his dorm room. It's cold and dark. Does it even matter anymore? He held his head down. Izuku was in a chair. He wasn't tied down, there was no need for him to be. Hello there Izuku Midoriya, how are you doing? His voice was dry and shaky, but he responded, what do you want with me? That's a very nice question. Shigaraki said sweetly. I'm sure you have questions, lots of them. However, I have a question for you first. Izuku raised his head to look up at him. His eyes were wild and scared, but he tried to stay as calm as possible. Do you still want to be a hero? Yee. Izuku stopped and swallowed hard. Do I really? He cleared his throat. Why's I do? But, he trailed off. What is it? You don't have to be afraid of us. We're not here to kill you, Kurojiri assured. I. Go on, we won't judge you. I don't think I can be a hero, he said weakly. Shigaraki tried to hide his smile and put on a face of concern. And why is that? Izuku looked at him, wondering if he should speak or not. He finally decided that it was pointless to hide anything. I'm worthless, he breathed, and that's all I'll ever be. I see, Shigaraki said, trying to sound as concerned as possible. I'm hopeless. Well, I have a suggestion. Your path as a hero is over, don't you agree? But you are worth something, Midoriya. To the League. Izuku's eyes widened. What are you saying? I want you to be a villain, he cheered. I don't. Come on now, Midoriya, you can't be a hero anymore. You're worthless to them, your friends hate you. What could you possibly offer to this world? It's wrong. Shigaraki sighed. Kurojiri, I think I can make him understand a little. How do you plan to do that, Tomura Shigaraki? Maybe if I just rough him up a little, he'll understand. Needless to say, when Present Mike and Midnight went to check the alarms in the dorms, they did not expect to find a crying Uraraka and no villains. Midnight tried her best to comfort the young girl, but she wouldn't stop crying. Midnight had to resort to putting her to sleep. Midnight picked up the sleeping Uraraka and brought her to her own room to rest. Once she was settled down, the two pro-heroes went back to Izuku's room to investigate. What do you think happened here, Mike? Midnight asked. I don't know, and you put to sleep the only person who does, he exclaimed. My quirk doesn't last as long on females anyway, she'll wake up soon. Present Mike tilted his head and walked over to Izuku's desk. Yo, check this out. What is all of this? Midnight sounded upset once she saw. A villain's doing maybe? What would a villain gain from destroying pictures of Midoriya with his friends? Midnight pondered for a moment. Midoriya is in class, right? How should I know? Present Mike yelled. I'm just wondering why Uraraka was at the dorms in the first place, and in Midoriya's room at that. Go ask her then. Mike, how about you do a quick survey of the dorms to make sure nothing's here while I check on her? Sounds good, I'll be back. Present Mike whipped around and started walking the other way. Once Midnight made it to Uraraka's room, she sat down and patiently waited for her to wake up. She only had to wait a few minutes until she saw the young girl's eyes slowly open. Uraraka's eyes clouded with confusion before she remembered what had happened. "Deku," she screamed. "Calm down, Uraraka. I'm here to help, but I need you to tell me what happened." Uraraka gulped in an attempt to calm her wild nerves. They took da. She couldn't finish the sentence as she choked on her tears. Midnight went over to her and started rubbing her back. "It's okay. Did someone take Midoriya?" Uraraka closed her eyes tightly and nodded. "Did you see who took him?" Midnight asked quietly. Uraraka's mouth felt dry, and she tried her best to hold back more tears. Shigaraki." Midnight was stunned. She called Present Mike back and explained the situation. They tried their best to bring the traumatized Uraraka to the police so she could explain in detail what happened. They only told Class 1A that Midoriya was kidnapped. UA wanted to keep this kidnapping from the public. 2 kidnappings in one school year was enough to destroy UA in the eyes of the public. Once Class 1A returned to the dorms, they had been informed. And once they found out, all chaos broke loose. "I'm sorry to inform you that Midoriya is missing." At first, the class was silent. Then everyone started yelling at once. "Where did he go? What do you mean missing? Was he kidnapped? Did he run away? He looked so sad the last few days." "Quiet all of you," Aizawa grumbled. "The only thing we know is that the league took him." The whole class screamed in unison. Aizawa glared at them. "Stop freaking out, will you? We're going to find him." "How are you going to do it then?" Ida asked, trying to remain calm. "We believe that Midoriya still has his phone on him. From there, it's just a matter of tracking his phone location," Aizawa explained. "But if Midoriya had his phone, wouldn't he just call us?" Bakugo growled. "That's true, but from what I've been told, Midoriya wasn't doing well when he was taken." "I don't think he's thinking straight," Aizawa replied. "What do you mean by, he wasn't doing well?" Yaoyorozu asked. "As his classmates, you should have noticed something was wrong." "I noticed something bothering him, but I waited too long to act on it." "What does that have to do with him being taken by villains?" Kaminari chimed in. "Like I said, I don't think he was thinking properly. From the information we've gathered from Uraraka, he didn't fight at all, which is not like Midoriya." "This is unacceptable," Bakugo yelled. "If he hadn't been so weak, maybe he wouldn't have been taken. Can't you act mature just once?" Ida was furious, his emotions spilling out. "This is partly your fault. If you hadn't started screaming at him, Midoriya would have been in class with us where we could have protected him. Don't pin this on me, Fries. You're his friends, and you let him suffer like that." Bakugo laughed bitterly. Ida started, threateningly walking over to Bakugo. But before he could get close, Bakugo threw a punch. "You have no right to say that," a voice hissed. It was Todoroki. He punched Bakugo in response. Bakugo rubbed his face where he had been hit. "You're going to pay for that, icy hot," he glared. "We all know about you," Todoroki said. "What are you talking about?" Bakugo retorted. "Midoriya. You bullied him, didn't you? I'm going to blow your face off, you icy hot Biasudi. It was pretty easy to figure out. He flinches around you the most, and you two were childhood friends. I didn't do anything to that loser. And the name, Deku? Come on, Bakugo. How about you tell us all what it felt like to beat up someone who didn't fight back?" The class fell silent. Bakugo looked at the ground, shaking with anger before glaring at Todoroki. "I'm going to kill you," he snarled, trying to jump at him. Kirishima grabbed Bakugo's arms, using his quirk to hold him back. "Let go of me," Bakugo shouted. "Calm down before the whole class turns against you," Kirishima urged. "Why should I care? Just leave, man. Just go." Bakugo glared at Kirishima before breaking free and giving Todoroki a cold stare as he stormed to his dorm room, slamming the door behind him. Todoroki sighed. "Thank you, Kirishima." "No problem. We have to focus on the real task, saving Midoriya." "Yes, we do. So, Izuku Midoriya, I have some questions," a voice said. "Yes. How do you feel?" "I feel like I'm suffering." "Why do you feel like you're suffering?" "Because of my friends." So what should you do? End my suffering. How? Hurting my friends. It was easy to manipulate a mind that was already fragile. We're going to save Midoriya. Who's in? Kirishima announced to everyone gathered in the dorm living area, except for Bakugo. He made sure there were no teachers around. The class remained uneasy, and no one answered except for Uraraka, who raised her hand immediately. Todoroki, what about you? Todoroki nodded slightly. Of course. Ida. Uraraka gave him a pleading look. I must. Midoriya would do the same for me. He would do the same for any of us. This is just like when Bakugo was kidnapped. You should leave it to the pros, Azui said. She has a point, guys, Kaminari added. Plus, you don't even know where to look. It's like Mr. Aizawa said, we can track his phone, Uraraka declared with determination. Speaking of Mr. Aizawa, he probably knows you want to go look for him. After what happened with Bakugo, I'm sure he suspects the same thing could happen again, Yaoyorozu said calmly. We just have to sneak out, that's all, Todoroki replied. Don't you see this is a bad idea? Tokoyami sounded annoyed. Mr. Aizawa will expel you, and maybe us because we were aware of your plans. Fine then, as far as you all know, we're not going after him, Todoroki interrupted. Kirishima, Uraraka, and Ida, we can talk in my room. Many students looked like they wanted to say something as the group of 4 walked away, but they remained silent. They just wanted their friend to be okay. In Todoroki's room, the group discussed their plan. I think we should try and leave as soon as possible, before any teachers can stop us, Todoroki said. I agree, Kirishima spoke. There is a very good chance we could all be expelled because of this, Ida added. We know Ida. But we have to do this. I have to do this, Uraraka said, trying to hold back her tears. You didn't see him like I did. Kirishima rubbed her back to comfort her. That's why we're all doing this. Cheer up, okay? I got an app on my phone that can track his location, Todoroki said, holding up his phone to reveal a map. This spot. It's not very far from here. Maybe the police are already there. It won't hurt to look, Kirishima tried to sound enthusiastic. Right. So when should we leave? Right now. Uraraka cleared her throat. We should leave right now. The group looked uneasy, and Ida spoke. Uraraka, are you sure you are well enough to go? We know how traumatizing it must have been to see Midoriya being taken. I'm perfectly fine. Now let's go. Yes, let's go, Todoroki confirmed. The group walked downstairs. Most of their classmates had gone to do their own things, while some remained in the living room. Are you guys going out? Ashido asked uneasily. Yeah, Todoroki looked away. Oh. Ashido looked away too. Good luck, guys. Thanks, Ashido. Uraraka smiled warmly at her. And the group left. Okay, guys. Follow me, I guess, Todoroki called out. How far is it? It's seriously not far. Which is concerning to me. Why is that? I don't know. You think villains would take him somewhere this close to UA? We have to check, even if he's not there, this is our only lead. Very well. The walk to Midoriya's location only took about 25 minutes. We're close. Be ready, Todoroki announced. The group silently turned the corner and nothing. Well, technically not nothing. Bakugo was there. Of course you losers would show up. See, it's because nothing's here. What's going on? Uraraka started to panic. Bakugo held up a phone with a shattered screen. This is his phone. I found it here. The villains must have realized he had it and chucked it down this alley. Does it still work? Kirishima asked hesitantly. Of course it does, you idiot. You tracked it here, didn't you, same as me? Why are you here? Uraraka tried to be calm. You never cared about Deku before. Teach, I don't have to explain myself to you. He growled. Well, what do we do now? Ida asked. We have no clue where Deku is, so what's the point of looking? Bakugo said unhelpfully. Oh, and icy hot, I still haven't forgotten that punch from earlier, he growled, taking a threatening step forward. Can we settle this after we find Midoriya? Whatever, he snapped. Kirishima froze. Guys. Kaminari just texted me. Why should we care? Bakugo glared at him. He said. Kirishima swallowed hard. Midoriya is. At the dorms. What do you mean? Bakugo yelled. What I said, man. He's there. Are you sure that Sparky isn't messing with you? He growled. No, he wouldn't joke about something like this, Kirishima confirmed. We should head back then, Ida interrupted. No kidding, Bakugo glared at him. Bakugo, Ida, and Kirishima turned around when they heard the sound of sniffling. Hee. Uraraka couldn't finish her sentence as she broke down in tears, Todoroki calmly rubbing her back. Uraraka. If we go now, we can see him, Todoroki whispered to her. Uraraka looked wide-eyed at him. Of course. We have to go right now. Uraraka yelled, then whipped around and started sprinting the other way. Uraraka, wait. Ida called after her. The group watched the young hero in training run out of the alleyway and turn left. Ha, stupid is going the wrong way, Bakugo laughed. Please watch your language, Ida sighed. He adjusted his glasses, looked at his comrades, and ran after Uraraka. Wait for us, he called back as he ran using his engine quirk. The trio watched him go, and a few minutes of silence ensued. Like hell I'm waiting for them, Bakugo finally broke the silence and started walking out of the alley. Wait, dude. Kirishima grabbed his wrist. Just wait, okay? Ida will reach her fast. This won't take long. Whatever, he growled at him. After a few minutes of waiting, Uraraka and Ida finally appeared. What are you guys waiting for? Let's go. Uraraka roared at them. Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo exchanged a glance before running after them. It didn't take them long to get back to the dorms because they ran the whole way. Todoroki made it to the door first. He looked back at the group, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the door. Everyone was huddled in the living room, talking quietly. Each person looked distressed and confused. Where is he? Ida's voice was loud. Everyone stopped and stared at him. In his room, Tokoyami responded hesitantly. Uraraka and Kirishima took the opportunity to bolt up the stairs. Ida and Todoroki stayed to speak with their classmates, while Bakugo stayed away from the commotion and secluded himself in the kitchen. Have you spoken with him? Ida continued to ask questions. Yes, but very little, Yaoyorozu spoke. Can you explain? Todoroki asked. I suppose someone else would be better to explain. Yaoyorozu sounded flustered. I didn't see everything that went down. I can explain. Shiro stepped in, looking dejected. Please do. I might have gone to check Midoriya's room by myself. I was just so upset by what happened that I went by his room. When I went in, did you guys see the ripped pictures? They freaked me out. Ida and Todoroki looked at each other, confused. No, we didn't. Shiro looked away. How do I explain this? Ripped himself out of a bunch of photographs. A few of the students gasped. This was news to them. Ida and Todoroki went wide-eyed and processed the information. From the kitchen, Bakugo stiffened a little bit. He was listening in on the conversation. Yeah, pretty freaky. Shiro looked uncomfortable. Can you tell us more? Todoroki looked down. Sure, so I left the room. But as soon as I left, I heard a bunch of commotion. I opened the door and he was just standing there. I couldn't even say anything, I was so stunned. He looked at me. I just felt so uneasy. Shiro paused and swallowed hard. I was scared of my own classmate, and he hadn't even done anything. What made you scared? Ida asked cautiously. When we locked eyes, I felt like there were spiders crawling under my skin. But he looked normal. Like the normal Midoriya. How strange. Anyway, I finally found enough courage to speak and asked if he was all right. Shiro gulped. He smiled and said, Why wouldn't I be? Ida and Todoroki looked uneasy, like the rest of the class. The whole situation didn't make sense. I didn't really respond to him, Shiro continued, so I just kinda grabbed his wrist and started pulling him to the common room. Everyone asked if he was all right and what happened, to which he responded, I'm fine, and nothing happened. He finally said he was tired and wanted to go back to his room. Shiro finished. That's A lot to take in, Ida said after a moment of uncomfortable silence. Yeah, no kidding. Shiro tried to sound lighthearted. I wonder what's going on with Uraraka and Kirishima upstairs? Todoroki wondered aloud. As soon as they heard the location of their missing friends, Uraraka and Kirishima spared no time and ran up the stairs. Thousands of thoughts swirled in Uraraka's head at once. The situation made no sense. The kidnapped student just came back to the dorms unharmed? She wondered if the teachers knew already and were on their way over. Or maybe everyone was too frazzled and totally forgot to inform the police that the missing student was back. Holy see, is he really just in his room? Kirishima was busy thinking the same thing. When they both arrived at his room, the duo exchanged a glance of uncertainty before Uraraka grabbed the door handle and turned it. He was sleeping. This was unexpected. Uraraka looked at Kirishima in confusion. Should we wake him? Kirishima whispered. Uraraka felt her cheeks get hot. She was in a sleeping boy's room, contemplating whether she should wake him up or not. Yes. But you do it. She looked away in embarrassment. Kirishima shrugged and walked over to the bed. He shook Izuku's shoulder softly and spoke, Hey man, get up. It didn't take long before Izuku's eyes opened slowly. Immediately, Kirishima felt his blood run cold. This looked exactly like Midoriya. There was nothing different. Same green eyes, same fluffy hair, same freckled face. But he felt uneasy. Hey buddy, he tried to sound cheerful. Hi. Kirishima, what are you doing in my room? Izuku asked, groggy from sleep. Oh, to check on you. Because, you got kidnapped by villains. Uraraka burst out, and you're acting so strange. She felt herself cry again. Izuku sat up. Strange? Why do you say strange, Uraraka? I'm fine, he smiled. What about the pictures? She cried, running over to his desk, which was now perfectly clean. I'm not sure what you're talking about, he replied. The pictures. Uraraka started panicking again. What's going on? It's really sweet of you guys to check in on me. But I really have to rest. I have big plans tomorrow. He smiled brightly. Uraraka had never felt more scared in her life. Well, needless to say, Izuku didn't get very much sleep considering the missing kid wasn't missing anymore. One of the students finally figured out after a few hours that someone should probably tell the police. So, Izuku was taken to the police station to give an account of what happened. Surprisingly, though, Izuku didn't mind it. In fact, he smiled the whole time and thanked them for caring so much. Midoriya, for the 100th time, would you please tell us exactly what happened? The investigator sounded annoyed. I already told you, he smiled brightly. The villains didn't do anything. They took me and returned me. Midoriya, make this easy for us. He sounded really frustrated now. I have a truth-detecting quirk. I can see when you lie, he spat. Midoriya looked at him confused. But that's what happened. The detective sighed heavily. Fine. Did you give away any important information about UA or yourself? Nope. That was true. Did you happen to catch a glance of their location? Nope. Also true. Do you have any significant information that would help further advance this investigation? Izuku thought for a moment. They have plans. The detective looked excited. And? I don't know, they didn't tell me, he smiled apologetically. You're not being very helpful, Midoriya. He sighed in annoyance. May I leave? Izuku asked politely. The investigator narrowed his eyes at Izuku before waving his hand, indicating that he could go. Thank you very much, sir. He bowed. Yeah. It was frustrating. No leads, no anything. Izuku didn't come to school the next day. Aizawa let him rest for a while so he could be ready to start classes again. Izuku's plans had to wait a day. But today was the day. The day had come. Izuku took his secret present from Shigaraki and tucked it into his pocket. He smiled and laughed a little. It was easy to smile when you knew you weren't going to suffer anymore. He decided to get to class extra early and see what the plans for the day were. When he saw no one there, he walked to Aizawa's desk and flipped through some pages to look for lesson plans. Separate 1-on-1 battles for training today. Izuku tingled with excitement. Who shall be first? Midoriya? A dead voice asked. 16 Izuku stiffened a little, then turned towards the doorway to see his teacher. Oh, Mr. Aizawa. I'm sorry, I just wanted to check the lesson plans to see if I would be up for them. Why wouldn't you be? Oh, you know, I've been extra tired lately. But you rested all day yesterday. 10 Don't touch my desk. Go back to your seat. He growled. 2 Yes, sir. Izuku said as he marched to his seat and sat down. After a little bit of waiting, students started coming in for class. Izuku couldn't wait for heroics class to start. And once it did, he could barely contain his excitement. All right, go change into your costumes and pick a partner to battle with, Aizawa told the class. Izuku rushed to the locker room and slipped his costume on. He took the item Shigaraki had given him and transferred it to a pocket on his red belt. 8 So Midoriya, who are you gonna battle first? Kirishima asked cheerily. I haven't decided yet, he responded. There was another meaning in those words that Kirishima just couldn't figure out. Yeah, I'm taking on Bakugo. Yes, Kaken is very, very strong. Again, Kirishima couldn't decipher the hidden meaning in his words. 22 I'm gonna go catch up with him if that's all right with you. That's fine. Thanks, dude. Good luck with your battle. Thank you. See ya. Kirishima called as he ran up to Bakugo. Once Kirishima caught up to Bakugo, he threw his arm around him. Hey man. Get your demon arm off of me. He growled. Come on, we're friends, aren't we? Teeth dash, have you noticed anything strange with Midoriya? Kirishima asked unexpectedly. Stupid Deku is always strange. No, he's not, I mean for real this time. He hasn't cried. Bakugo said out of nowhere. What? Stupid nerd hasn't cried, are you deaf? No, I mean explain it. You'd think a huge crybaby like him would have cried already. He cried about getting first place in the sports festival, but not about being reunited with his stupid friends? Doesn't make any FNG sense. 13 Now that you say that. The Deku I know would have cried like a little baby already. But who gives if, anyway? Let's just start this training, I'm ready to destroy things. We should probably try and keep an eye on Midoriya, don't you think? Do whatever the hell you want. At the training grounds, Izuku tried to think of someone he wanted to train with first. Wanna battle me? Uraraka interrupted his thoughts. 16 Izuku took a moment to think. She'll be my first opponent. 9 Of course, Uraraka. Great, why don't W dash? We should train over there, behind that building. Izuku cut her off and pointed. 22 I guess spew dash. Great, let's go. He grabbed Uraraka's hand and started to drag her. Under normal circumstances, Uraraka would have blushed as Izuku held her hand. But these weren't normal circumstances. Uraraka noticed how he pulled her forcefully, not the force of her normally gentle friend. 9 Once they made it to the spot, Uraraka pointed out the obvious. Deku, Mr. Aizawa won't be able to see us from here and give us feedback on our technique. That's okay. Oh, yeah. Are you ready to start? He asked cheerfully. Yeah, okay. Relax, Uraraka, you seem really tense. I have a reason to feel tense, you're scaring the shit out of me. I'll just have to keep my guard up. 9 Uraraka got in a battle stance and looked at her friend. Ready? 1 Izuku nodded and activated full cowling. He began by trying to leave her line of sight by sprinting around her. But Uraraka just kept her battle stance and followed him with her eyes. Her gaze was focused and intense. 2 Izuku huffed in annoyance and tried to attack head-on with shoot style, but he quickly had to dodge Uraraka's hand as she reached for him. Izuku landed somewhat close to her and tried to swipe her legs so she would fall over. She only jumped out of the way and kept her eyes focused on him. Then this is harder than I thought. He growled. What did you say? She questioned. Nothing, just thinking. He said to reassure her. Izuku hadn't touched the object in his belt yet. He had to wait for the right moment. He needed to be clever. I'll tire her out. 7 Izuku lunged at her and started a barrage of attacks that she had to avoid. She was getting tired quickly. 3 After what he assumed to be long enough, Izuku jumped back and bent down to catch his breath. We should take a break, don't you think, Uraraka? He huffed. Yeah, she huffed back. Uraraka sat on the ground and folded her legs together. I'll get some water, yeah? Water would be great, thanks Deku. She smiled at him. Things were starting to feel normal. Once Izuku walked out of her line of sight, he slowly crept behind her back, inching as closely as possible. For Izuku took off his gloves and felt around in his pocket. He held the object in his hands. Its cold blade gave him goosebumps and sent shivers down his spine. He placed his grip around the smooth handle and held the knife firmly in place. 2. Uraraka. Deku, back so fast dash, he pressed the knife up against her throat. 120 chapter and Uraraka couldn't breathe. He held the knife close against her throat, but didn't draw any blood yet. 14 She couldn't scream for help, because she didn't know what he would do. If she had any luck, he would start talking. She had to make him talk. Maybe she could stall long enough. And maybe someone would come for them. But she had no way to call for help. Uraraka took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. What are you doing? He squealed and she flinched as he gripped her tighter. Ah, he giggled. Don't move. Stop laughing. I'm scared. You're supposed to be my friend. You didn't answer my question. She pressed, her nerves getting the best of her. Oh, you don't already know. And no. She noticed Izuku was shaking too. Is he afraid? You hurt me. I did. Yes. WN. He paused. You made me suffer. When? She repeated. You pretended to be friends with me. You hit me. You don't care about me. But I do care, she said fiercely. Don't lie. He tightened his grip. I'm not. But even if I did, it wouldn't justify what you're doing right now. She felt her confidence growing. Oh, it does. How? She pleaded. Just keep talking. I was tortured because of you all. This is your friend's fault, he snapped. Uraraka swallowed hard. Shigaraki. Tortured you? She whispered. He told me that none of you would come because you weren't my friends. You didn't care what happened to me. In fact, you would love the thought of me dead. Izuku snarled. He was lying to you, don't you see that? Tears pricked her eyes, but she forced them back. He wasn't lying because I saw it. You all abandoned me. He growled closely into her ear. Uraraka couldn't begin to imagine how broken his mind was. Don't you remember saving me, Deku? I admire you so much. Do you remember the entrance exam? He stayed silent. You stopped that giant robot from crushing me, and when Shigaraki came for you, you protected me. You sacrificed yourself for my sake. How could I not be grateful? How could I not want to be friends with someone so noble? I don't know. He's afraid. He's confused. He's still Izuku. Under all of this, he's still there. I'm sorry, but I'm going to exploit that. I've actually always had a crush on you, Deku. What? His grip loosened, which was exactly what Uraraka had wanted. Remember what Gunhead taught you. Uraraka quickly grabbed his wrist that held the knife, pivoted on her foot, and pressed his arm behind his back. She twisted the knife out of his hand, and it clattered nearby. I'm sorry, she said firmly. He was silent, shocked. Help, she cried out, hoping someone would hear. She felt Izuku try to wiggle free. Uraraka pushed him to the ground and sat on his back while still holding his arm behind his back. Someone help, she screamed. Sirbi. They were too far, and no one would hear over their training. She had to wait until someone came for them. You lied to me, he said from under her. You said that to surprise me. You tricked me. I should never have protected you those times. I should never have trusted you. His words stung more than she could imagine. Stop it, she spoke. I should never. I wasn't lying, she yelled at him. I'm not a liar. I want to protect you with my life if I have to. I'm going to help you get through whatever this is. He stayed silent again. Midoriya. Uraraka. You guys over here? A voice called from afar. Izuku tried to break free of Uraraka's grip but failed. To her surprise, Izuku called out, Kirishima, come here. Uraraka looked down at him in surprise. Deku. Once Kirishima came into sight, with Bakugo alongside him, Uraraka sighed in relief. Kiri, she started to say before being cut off. Help me please, she's trying to kill me. Izuku screamed. Uraraka froze, as did Kirishima and Bakugo. Please. Tears streamed down his face. She's going to kill me, she's a traitor. It sounded so real. Uraraka was speechless. Help, he screamed as he thrashed around under her. She tightened her grip as hard as she could. He wasn't easy to hold down. Kirishima and Bakugo took steady steps closer, clearly cautious. Uraraka looked up at them and gave a weak smile. I knocked this knife out of his hand, she nodded toward the knife on the ground, and pinned him down. Tried to kill me. What are you saying? Izuku yelled from under her. Trying to blame this on me? I was lucky enough to knock the knife out of your hand before getting pinned down. Kirishima and Bakugo came closer. Stop this. Uraraka pleaded at Izuku. Stop what? He sounded choked up. The day I got kidnapped, when I went back to my dorm room, you followed me. You called the villains to come get me, I know you did. Tears came down his face. Uraraka couldn't tell if they were real or forced. The fact that she did follow him to his dorm that day wasn't helping her innocence. She hoped Kirishima and Bakugo could see through his lie. Why did the villains only take me? She was in the room too. Do we even know anything about Uraraka? She's a traitor, I know it, he screamed. Bakugo leaned over to Kirishima and whispered into his ear. Kirishima gave a small nod and turned his attention back to Uraraka and Izuku. We are super sorry about this, guys. We just have to be sure. Kirishima apologized. Bakugo took a step forward. We just don't know who the innocent one is here. Midoriya has been acting super strange lately, but he doesn't sound like he's lying right now. As he finished, Bakugo lunged forward and tackled Uraraka off Izuku, with Kirishima following him and replacing Uraraka's spot on top of Izuku. Bakugo forced Uraraka up and held her hands behind her back tightly. Kirishima did the same to Izuku. Uraraka looked stunned at first but then relieved when she saw Izuku being held by Kirishima. It's just a precaution, Kirishima said brightly. I'm sure we can figure out the lair eventually. From their standing position, Izuku looked down. The knife that had been on the ground was at his feet. He maneuvered the knife so it rested on top of his foot and quickly lifted his eyes to see if anyone noticed him. Kirishima and Bakugo were talking, and Uraraka was listening quietly. Uraraka glanced at Izuku, her eyes widening in alarm when she saw what he was doing. Kirishima it was too late. Izuku kicked the knife up and wrestled his arm free from Kirishima's grip. As fast as a snake, his arm shot out and grabbed the knife, turning around to bury it deep into Kirishima's shoulder. Izuku felt fortunate that Kirishima was too slow to activate his hardening. Kirishima screamed in pain, and Bakugo released Uraraka from his hold. Bakugo's face twisted in anger as Kirishima fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder. Round face, he growled. Help Kirishima. I'll take Deku. He snarled the name like poison. Izuku's eyes met Bakugo's, broken jade meeting crimson. Kaken. You made me suffer the most. For that you shall pay. With your life. I'll make it hurt 1,000 times more than you hurt me. I want you to feel the terror bloom in your chest, the same I felt. I want you to be humiliated for existing, ridiculed for having any hope left in your shattered heart. I want you to think that everything will be okay, that you'll be fine, that someone will save you. And come to the crushing realization that no one cares enough about you to help you. And in the end, you'll be glad I killed you because you will wish to die. The same as me. Kaken. Izuku looked down, a smile creeping onto his face. Deku, what the heck is wrong with you, huh? Do you even know what you just did? You attacked and hurt a classmate, Bakugo growled. No. No what? He gulped, ending my pain. By killing us? Bakugo snapped. That's not the term I would use. Izuku took a step forward, his eyes still trained on the ground. Bakugo took a step forward too. I don't care what you call it. It's murder. And a hero doesn't murder. Izuku flinched, and a smirk followed Bakugo's features. I haven't done anything wrong yet. The least I know. A hero doesn't bully or tell a helpless person to harm themselves. Bakugo was horrified. He looked to the ground in shame. Izuku was right. But you have done something wrong, Deku. Izuku tilted his head. You attacked Uraraka and hurt Kirishima. So, either surrender now or fight me. Kaken. That's all I've ever wanted to do. Izuku took another step forward. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Ha. I'm not going to get hurt. Izuku broke into a run towards Bakugo. You sound confident for a useless Deku, Bakugo snarled as he charged in as well. Useless. Useless. Izuku reached into his belt and grabbed something. Bakugo realized Izuku had more knives. A little bit of Kirishima's blood dusted Izuku's face. His emerald eyes bore into Bakugo, his smile wide. Holding knives in each hand, his charging speed increased as he activated one for all. What are you afraid of, Kaken? He laughed happily as he jumped up, ready to attack. Something is really wrong with you, Bakugo whispered to himself. Don't tell me after all these years, you're the one afraid of me. Bakugo brought his hands up to blast Izuku in the air, hoping it would push him away and do some damage. But it did nothing. Izuku kept coming, and Bakugo had to JRK out of the way as the knives swiped at him. If Izuku felt any pain from the blast, he didn't show it. Izuku didn't show any mercy. He charged at Bakugo again and threw one of his knives. The knife grazed Bakugo's shoulder, and blood dripped from it. Bisi, Bakugo muttered under his breath. He stole a quick glance at the scratch, breathing a sigh of relief. The wound wasn't deep at all. As Izuku approached closer, Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself into the air. Izuku crouched and jumped to meet Bakugo in the air. Bakugo landed a punch at Izuku's side, causing him to JRK a little. Bakugo put his palm in front of Izuku's face and let off a small explosion. Clearly shaken, Izuku started falling back to the ground while Bakugo followed him. Izuku landed harshly, while Bakugo landed softly using his explosions. Izuku didn't open his eyes or move. Bakugo towered over him. See? Unconscious? My explosion wasn't that harsh. Bakugo kicked Izuku's foot, which was limp. He looked over to Uraraka, who was panicking, trying to dress Kirishima's wound with any materials she could find. Uraraka! He yelled. She snapped her eyes over to him, noticing the limp Izuku below. Bakugo! Did you get him? She yelled back. Yeah, I got him. Go run and get some help, I'll watch over these two. She gave a quick nod and one last look at Kirishima before running off to get some backup. Bakugo suddenly froze. You didn't think I would go down that easily, Kaken? The pain wasn't immediate. It took Bakugo a moment to register what had happened. His whole body was locked up in fear and shock. There was a knife sticking out of his stomach. He choked on the bile and blood that rose up in his throat. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! I'm going to die. Bakugo fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. Izuku stood up and towered over him. He grabbed Bakugo's shoulders and pushed him onto his back. Izuku looked down at him, pity on his face. You know, Kaken, it's almost funny, laughable even. Izuku knelt down to meet him face to face. I'm the one hurting you. It's supposed to be backwards, isn't it? He smiled. Bakugo tried to speak but coughed on the blood in his throat. Izuku stood up straight and put his foot on the knife in Bakugo's stomach. Suffer, Izuku growled. He pushed his foot down, digging the knife deeper. Bakugo screamed out in pain. Stop, he roared. And he speaks. Izuku hollered, then lowered his voice to a whisper. Did you ever listen to me when I told you to stop? Izuku glared at him and crouched down. Bakugo weakly tried to kick him away. Get away, Bakugo gasped. Izuku tilted his head playfully, his hand hovering over the knife embedded in Bakugo. Let's see. If I take this out, Izuku closed his grip around the knife, you'll bleed out. He yanked it out. Bakugo screamed again. And I can put it right here. Izuku swung the knife up and brought it into Bakugo's ribcage. And you'll die. A hardened fist hit Izuku square in the head. Get away from him. Kirishima yelled. No, Kirishima, Bakugo coughed. Get out of here. I'd never leave you to die. Kirishima smiled at him. You're already hurt, Bakugo protested, looking towards Kirishima's limp arm, the one that was injured. My punch might have already knocked him out, and oh no, you're bleeding badly, let me help you. Check Deku first, Bakugo growled through gritted teeth. Kirishima didn't listen as he knelt down. Oh no. I don't know how to. Why haven't we had first aid classes yet? Kirishima spoke in frustration. Check. Bakugo coughed up blood. You know, after this is all over, we should take some basic first aid classes. And therapy. Definitely therapy. For all of us. Mostly Midoriya. Check Deku. Bakugo managed to yell. Stop worrying, he's right over there, not even moving. Kirishima gestured towards Izuku lying on the ground. Just check. He snarled. Fine, Kirishima mumbled. Bakugo tried to sit up but immediately fell back down in pain and exhaustion. Kirishima looked back at him. Dude, don't try and move, it'll make it worse. Kirishima looked back towards Izuku, who wasn't there. Oh no. Kirishima whipped around and saw him crouching over Bakugo. Kaken, Izuku said sweetly, you're going to watch your friend die. Right now. Stop it, Bakugo coughed again. You sick bee. Kirishima sprinted full speed at Izuku, charging in for a tackle. Izuku jumped out of the way, resulting in Kirishima hitting the ground and rolling back up again. The whole process brought back the pain in his arm. Stall was the only thought on Kirishima's mind. Why are you doing this? He called out. Doing what? Izuku circled Kirishima. Trying to kill us? What else? He lashed back. Of course that's how you see it. You act like I'm the one doing wrong. You are. Kirishima was confused. You're all so blind, he laughed. It's everyone else's fault as to why I'm doing this. Izuku looked away. Realization dawned on his face. You're trying to stall? He smiled. Sheet. Kirishima glared at him. I'm smarter than I look. Izuku rushed in on Kirishima. Obviously not smart enough if you think that knife is going to go through my hardening. Kirishima got into a battle stance. It won't last forever, Izuku hissed. Izuku clenched his fist into a punch. I just have to wear that troublesome quirk down. He started a flurry of punching attacks. I thought you were all about kicking now? Kirishima taunted. Kirishima tried counterattacking, but Izuku was too fast for him, dodging every punch he threw. I just have to stall long enough for Uraraka to come back with reinforcements. But can I do that? I'm already worn down from the injury on my shoulder. You seriously need a therapist? He yelled. Probably. Izuku aimed his punch at Kirishima's tender shoulder, which he had avoided hardening. His stamina was already draining. Kirishima yelled in pain. Hurry up, Uraraka. Haven't hardened your wound? Good to know. Hurry. Izuku started aiming for his injured shoulder. Hurry. Kirishima's stamina was evaporating quickly. He couldn't hold up for much longer. You're weakening, Izuku whispered. Never, Kirishima growled back. I'll just put a little more into this. Izuku lifted his fist. Kirishima covered himself in defense. But the fist was a trick. Izuku turned and kicked Kirishima with a powerful kick to his side. Kirishima fell to the ground, and Izuku clutched his own leg, wondering what the damage to his leg was from his overpowered kick. Kirishima lay limp on the ground. Izuku reached down and grabbed Kirishima by his hair. He was breathing heavily but too exhausted and hurt to move. I probably broke a few of your ribs. Not that it matters. Izuku started dragging Kirishima over to where Bakugo still lay on the ground. Bakugo's eyes were closed. Izuku looked down at him and kicked his side lightly. Hey, are you still alive? Bakugo's eyes cracked open. Oh great, he smiled. Bakugo's eyes widened in fear. Deku's right here, that means... Kirishima. But... I see that look in your face. Kirishima isn't dead yet. Bakugo sighed in relief. But he's about to be. He whispered, and you can't save him. Bakugo felt his eyes get wet with tears. Stop, he said softly. Izuku looked at him in surprise, then laughed a little. You don't sound like Kaken. It seems you do have a heart after all. Izuku crouched down and picked up Kirishima by his hair again. He pulled out another knife from his pocket and pressed it against Kirishima's neck. Don't. Bakugo spoke again. It's too late for that. Kirishima opened his eyes softly and gave Bakugo a weak smile. I'm sorry, Bakugo. Don't be sad about me, okay? His silent message. Stop. Bakugo screamed. Izuku looked at Bakugo excitedly. No. 2. No. 1. Izuku's voice was muffled by something that didn't allow him to finish his words. It was tape. Shiro's tape. Izuku was pushed away from Kirishima and started floating. Uraraka. Reinforcements. Bakugo watched as Izuku was bound by Shiro's tape while floating in the air. Bakugo huffed out softly, time. He passed out. Bakugo woke up suddenly, and the first thing he noticed was the intense stinging in his stomach and chest. But the pain was bearable. He noted the white of the walls that surrounded him and the white of the bed he rested on. His brain hurt as he pieced together the missing fragments. Bakugo looked down at his chest. His costume was ripped, revealing a nasty scar. He winced and craned his neck to look down at his stomach. Another gross-looking scar. And then it came back to him. Fucker, he screamed loudly. After he spoke, he noticed shuffling in the corner of his eye. He realized there was another bed in the room. The person shuffled and then lifted their head as they woke up. Bakugo, is that you? Kirishima asked as he blinked his eyes. Bakugo froze as he looked at the doorway. A shadowed figure stood there, watching. Bakugo? Hey, Bakugo! Kirishima called at him. He didn't hear him. Bakugo was too frozen to answer. He opened his lips to say something, but he couldn't feel words form. Blood dripped onto the floor where the shadow stood. Move into the light. Move into the light so I can see you, Bakugo pleaded silently. The figure stood still. Maybe it's best that I don't know who's there. As long as they don't come near me. I'm too weak right now. The person started laughing. Hello. Bakugo's voice was shaky and cracked. Fear wrapped around his heart. The person stepped forward. Bakugo felt the life drain out of him. It was Deku. And he was smiling. Kaken. His voice quivered. Bakugo wasn't in control of his body anymore. All he could do was stare and watch. His limbs were locked in place, his gaze unwavering. Deku walked closer until he was face to face with his childhood friend. Blood completely covered Deku's suit. The blood that dripped on the floor wasn't his own. Kaken. He smiled, his voice more stable. Bakugo couldn't move. All he could think about was whose blood was on that suit and how long it would be until his own demise. I did it, Izuku whispered. Bakugo didn't have the strength to ask what. What's with that look? It's your own fault. Izuku leaned in closer, so close that Bakugo could feel his hot breath, as to why I killed them all. Bakugo never wanted anything so badly as to cease to exist at that moment. But, I just saw Kirishima. I killed him too. Izuku moved to the side to give Bakugo a better view. The white of the hospital bed was no longer white. Kirishima lay sprawled out, a knife sticking out of his chest. Bakugo felt his voice return. Yes. I killed them all. Kirishima, Todoroki, Uraraka, Ida, All Might, just to list a few. The ones who hurt me the most. And now you. Bakugo could only watch wide-eyed as Izuku pulled out an already bloodied knife. He rummaged around in his pocket until he pulled out a white handkerchief and wiped the dirty knife on it. Once he finished, he looked the knife up and down to admire his work. He discarded the handkerchief on the floor and pointed the knife at Bakugo's face. Perfect, he said sweetly. He raised his arm high, preparing to swing it down. Dai Kaken, he screamed. Bakugo blinked. And Deku was gone. He felt hands on him and slowly turned his head to see Recovery Girl shaking him. Bakugo, she said once she saw him move. He felt his eyes well up with thick tears. Bakugo clutched his head in his hands and screamed. Bakugo! Stop it, calm down. Recovery Girl shouted over him. She started shaking him again. It's okay. You're okay. He stopped screaming and looked up at her. He trembled and looked to the bed next to him. Kirishima sat there, looking back at him with a worried face. Breathing. Alive. Bakugo found his voice. What about? His voice cracked. The others, are they dead? He whispered. No one is dead, Recovery Girl stated firmly and smiled warmly at him. Now he was really confused. What happened? Just now? Bakugo asked quietly. Well, your friend over there can explain better than I can. She pointed at Kirishima. Bakugo looked at him with a slightly fearful expression. Well man, you were gonna say something to me, but you stopped mid-sentence. I got super worried. I tried getting your attention, but you just kept staring at the door. I called for Recovery Girl, and she tried to help you. You didn't move at all, just stared into space. Then you woke up, and here we are. You were also trembling a lot, and you said a few incoherent words. That would be about it, son, Recovery Girl chimed in. Thanks, he mumbled. Where is he? Recovery Girl glanced at Kirishima before looking back at Bakugo. He's restrained right now. Good, he growled. Oh, and about your injuries, I healed enough to stop you from dying, but you need more healing sessions. Don't even think about leaving that bed or moving around. Whatever. He looked away. Bakugo cut himself off as he looked at Kirishima and suddenly felt his stomach rise to his throat. All he could see was his bloodied form lying limply on the bed. He tried to cover his mouth as he felt his insides churning. Recovery Girl quickly grabbed a bucket from one of the cupboards. Take this, she said softly, rubbing his back as he threw up into the bucket. Blood and whatever was left in his stomach came out, and the scar that already hurt began to throb even more. Damn it, he said softly when he finished. Tears mixed with the saliva that trailed from his mouth. I'm so useless. Midoriya, my boy, a voice barely a whisper. Why, what did you do? He hissed. I did what I had to do, All Might. Do you begin to understand the severity of what you did? Again with this. You only look from your perspective. Let me spell it out for you in a way you can understand. All Might narrowed his eyes but let the boy continue. You see a robbery happening. You apprehend the criminal. You put the criminal in jail. Job well done, right? Sure, in the eyes of the law. But that man, the man who robbed the bank, was trying to steal money to pay for his dying wife. The family was poor, and the wife would surely die without proper treatment. Midoriya. Let me finish, he snarled. The man is in jail now. His wife will die, leaving their only son all alone. A family torn apart by a misunderstanding. Do you see how perspective matters? I see, my boy, so help me. Help me understand why you did what you did. I'm not really interested in spilling my version of a sob story. All you need to know is that I won't stop until I'm done. He smiled. Listen here, young Ma. All Might started to raise his voice but was cut off by the presence appearing at the door. Aizawa. What brings you here? All Might greeted. I have a lead. It was then that Toshinori noticed two other people behind Aizawa. His eyes trailed down to see a little boy walk to stand in front of him. All Might, the small child started to say until Izuku cut him off. You little sheet, I'll kill you. He thrashed around in his restraints. The little boy jumped in surprise before running back to the other person, who Toshinori assumed was his mother. I know you did something. You ruined me, I'm going to kill you. Let's take this outside, shall we? Aizawa said calmly. Toshinori could only nod wordlessly. Get back here. They heard Izuku yell before they shut the door to the room. I apologize for that, Aizawa stated to the child and his mother. The group had made their way to a more private room and sat down for a chat. All right, the woman responded, clearly uncomfortable. You said you have some information for us? Toshinori asked. I don't have any, but my son does. She gestured towards the small boy sitting next to her. Aizawa and Toshinori turned their attention towards him, but the kid only seemed to shrink under their gaze. Come on you, please tell these kind men what you refuse to tell me? The boy, named you, only shuffled uncomfortably and averted his gaze. I'm sorry about this, she apologized. He said to me yesterday that he wanted to check on the green boy at UA. Naturally, I was confused, so I asked him why, and he only said, I did something. I have a feeling he used his quirk on him. Tashinori kneeled down close to the boy and spoke softly, "Please don't be afraid, we want to help you and young Midoriya." He smiled. You smiled softly back and started to speak. "I was kidnapped by VV villains." "What?" His mother jumped from her seat. Why didn't you tell me?" You closed his eyes and clenched his fists. "I didn't want you to do anything, because then they would hurt you." His eyes started to water. "Please elaborate," Aizawa cut in. You took a deep breath to regain his composure. "They told me if I didn't use my quirk on that b-boy, they would KK." His voice hitched and he looked at his mom with wide teary eyes. "They would kill you." His mother gasped and reached down to give him a tight hug. "It's okay," she whispered into his ear. "Would you please continue?" Tashinori asked awkwardly, and Aizawa gave him an annoyed look. His mother released him, and he wiped his tears on his sleeves before looking back at the two heroes. They dropped me in an alley and told me what I had to do. When that nice boy came, I used my quirk on him." You looked away in shame. "What is your quirk?" Aizawa asked patiently. You started shaking and couldn't meet the hero's eyes. He tugged on his mother's shirt, and she understood his message. "My quirk gives me the ability to look at a person's memories," she spoke. "And his father's quirk lets him walk in a person's dreams. We think you may have an interesting combination of our quirks. You see, he can look into a person's memories and bring them back to the surface. However, the memories are only negative and dark. These memories kind of corrupt the victim," she explained. Tashinori and Aizawa were stunned into silence. You noticed this and spoke quietly, "I'm sorry." "Young man," Tashinori spoke up, "there is no reason to be sorry. Anyone in your position would have done the same. I actually believe you have amazing courage for coming here today." Tashinori smiled softly. You looked up at him with wide eyes as tears pricked the corners of his eyes. "Did you really think so?" he sniffled. "Of course. Thank you. We must get all the information we can to help young Midoriya. Now then, do you think there could be some kind of cure for your quirk?" When I first found out my quirk, I used it on my older sister by accident. It was bad. But it wasn't as bad as the green boy. He shuddered. "Is there a cure?" Tashinori repeated. "I don't know." His voice sounded small. "Well," his mother cut in, "his sister is mostly okay now. I took her to therapy, we all gave her lots of love. Kind of reminded her that everything was fine. But, what did you say his name was? Midori? It doesn't happen like that. They don't become insane. Not that we know of." "Shigaraki," Aizawa started firmly. "What could he have done?" Tashinori asked seriously. "Can I see the green boy?" The question hung in the air for a long stretch of silence. "I'm not sure that's a good idea." "You? Of course not. I saw the way he reacted to you. Just listen to me," you said loudly, which silenced the adults. "I hate my quirk." Just let me speak," he snapped. "I hate myself. So much. That hero. He was so strong and he still is. I wish that I could be a hero like him. My quirk only hurts." Did you know that I can see the person's nightmares? What they're suffering? I need him to be okay. He doesn't deserve what's happening. And I just want to talk to him? I want to help him." The adults were speechless. I'm sorry. It was a dumb idea. We can go now." "You are very strong. Did you know that? You can speak to young Midoriya if you would like." Tashinori spoke softly to him. "Thank you, All Might. I don't know if I approve of this." "His restraints are on tightly, correct?" his mother asked wearily. "Correct. But I'll check them for you," Aizawa said. The four got up to leave and made their way back to Izuku's room. "One last thing before we get there, young man," Tashinori asked in a serious voice. "You could see Midoriya's nightmares, correct?" You looked up at him with wide eyes. "Yes." "If you wouldn't mind telling me, what was the theme of the dreams?" he asked awkwardly. You responded short and simple. "Bullying." You requested that no one else be in the room. Izuku and you just stared at each other. One gaze held murderous intent, and the other sadness. "What's your name?" You started off awkwardly. Izuku only glared at him. You averted his eyes and tried again. Did you like heroes? Izuku's eyes widened for a second. Yes, he responded after a long silence. They're cool, aren't they? They couldn't save me, Izuku growled. More long silence. Izuku started talking first. Why are you here? I bet Kaken is sorry for everything he's done. You looked intently at him. How do you know Kaken? I bet he's sorry for everything he's said to you. I don't think he wanted you to jump off the roof. Listen here. What were you trying to do to your friends? You changed the subject. Kill them. Izuku was riled up. He thrashed around from side to side. Why? They hurt me. The world hurt me. Did you ever think maybe it's all in your head? Izuku froze and stared you dead in the eyes. Izuku didn't look like he was going to speak soon, so you went first. I don't deny your life has been unfair. People have hurt you, that is the truth. But that was the past, wasn't it? You're training to be a hero, right? So do it. Izuku hung his head down. I don't know. Izuku finally whispered, I'm so confused. Nothing makes sense to me anymore. What's your name? You tried again now that Izuku seemed calmer. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, what's happening to you is because of other people. Because of the villains and if you keep thinking this way without getting help, you'll be doing exactly what they want. Why me? Because you're strong. The strongest hero. None of this makes sense to me. I'm so confused. You can understand if you let everyone help you. Tell them what happened, what's wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you think we should let others visit young Midoriya? Toshinori asked Aizawa after you and his mother left. It's a touchy subject, that's for sure, Aizawa grumbled as he thought it over. What about his mother? Here's what I think. The class can see Midoriya, except those who were involved in his mother. Her too, I guess. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Do you really think this treatment will work? Him just getting help from his friends? No. Then why? If it were up to me, I would expel him. He could go get help somewhere else, from some random, expensive psychological healing quirk. Aizawa, you can't be serious. I would expel him. He attacked his classmates. Tried to harm them. However, Aizawa huffed in annoyance. Obviously Nedzu gets the final say, and he said to wait it out. Can't say I'm surprised by you, Aizawa. Toshinori sighed. I think I'm going to talk to Midoriya real quick, is that okay? Do what you want. I'm going to inform the class about their visiting privileges and check on the injured ones. I'll see you. Toshinori waved goodbye and made his way back to where Izuku was. The door creaked open, and Izuku didn't have enough energy to look at who it was. He had already kind of guessed it would be one of two people. Toshinori came to stand in front of Midoriya, who was still in heavy restraints. How are you doing? Toshinori asked cheerfully. Izuku didn't meet his eyes. Young Midoriya, as my successor, I need you to talk to me. Leave me alone. Izuku whispered loud enough for Toshinori to hear. I'm not going to be here for long. I promise. Toshinori smiled at him. Izuku huffed in annoyance but didn't say anything else. Do you remember what I said to you all that time ago? Eat this, Izuku mumbled. No. But I'm glad to see you still have a sense of humor. I said that you could become a hero, didn't I? Izuku tried to sink lower into his chair. Do you maybe want to explain what's been going on with you, someone with so much potential? It's not my fault. What isn't? It's their fault. Whose? I didn't ask to become like this. Like what? Stop acting like my therapist. Izuku lashed out. I'm just trying to understand. I just came to let you know, some of your classmates may visit you. I don't want to see them. They're going to help you. I don't want their help, I'm fine. Toshinori laughed. You are not fine. They are going to talk to you, whether you like it or not. It sounded like a father talking to his son. There was a knock at the door. That was fast. I bet some of them are here now. You have good friends, young man. Shut up. Izuku lashed out in his chair. Toshinori waved goodbye and slipped outside to see who was knocking. It was Todoroki and Ida. "Hello, boys." "Oh my, can we please see him?" Ida asked quickly. "Of course, but please be careful with certain subjects." "Of course." "Good luck, you two." "Get out," was the first thing the duo heard. Ida and Todoroki exchanged a worried look. The room was deathly silent as no one spoke. Izuku barely lifted his head and glared at the duo beneath the fringes of his hair. Todoroki opened his mouth to say something but found it dry of words. "Did you not hear me? Get out." "Midoriya," Ida tried to speak. "If you guys were there, I would have gone after you too. There, now leave." "Wah. If someone asks me, one more time, I'm going to." "What harm us?" Todoroki cut off bluntly, with an icy gaze. "Todoroki!" Ida exclaimed. "What? Be careful with what you say." "We can't." Ida stopped himself to whisper the last part in Todoroki's ear. "We can't provoke him." The room was silent again. Izuku didn't lift his glare. Todoroki spoke up first. "As far as I can tell, you're still Midoriya. Something happened that night when you came back late. Care to explain?" Some anger started seeping into his calm voice. Izuku visibly tensed up. Ida immediately noticed and tried talking Todoroki down. "I think we should talk about something else." Ida gestured towards Midoriya stiffly. "No, let's talk about this." Todoroki ignored his pleas completely. "I went to my house. I came back. A kid messed with my head." The subject made Izuku irritated. Todoroki's eyes widened, but he pushed forward. "How?" His voice lowered. "The past," Izuku growled out. He started twitching. "Todoroki, now would be a good time to stop," Ida said sternly. Todoroki didn't pay any attention. "Explain it." "No," Izuku snarled back. "Explain it." Izuku clenched his teeth and felt one for all course through his veins. "You don't know anything," Izuku whispered. "Explain it." Izuku lifted his head in fury. "Enough!" Ida yelled. "Todoroki, if I'd known you couldn't handle this, I wouldn't have come with you. Let's go." Ida grabbed Todoroki's sleeve and dragged him out of the room. Izuku lowered his head back down and tried to calm his breathing. Once they left the room, Todoroki broke out of his angry mindset. "I'm sorry, Ida. Where are we going?" "We're going to get some answers." "From who?" "Bakugo." The atmosphere was pretty awkward. "How are your wounds?" Ida asked politely. "Fine," Bakugo grumbled. There was definitely something bothering him. "Can we talk right now?" Ida asked seriously. "Talk?" Bakugo growled. "I don't know how much you're going to get out of him. He hasn't talked much since everything went down." "And afterwards?" Kirishima interrupted. "Afterwards, what?" Todoroki asked curiously. "He hallucinated." "Shut up, Kirishima." Bakugo looked coldly at him as he clenched the blankets of the hospital bed. "Sorry." Kirishima looked at Todoroki and Ida apologetically. "You came here for info, right?" Bakugo asked, surprisingly calm. "If you're up for it." Ida said cheerfully. "Deku had a pretty rough past. Anything else you want to know?" He looked more annoyed than concerned. "Can you explain?" Todoroki moved closer to him. Bakugo heaved a big sigh and tried to explain what he knew. Deku was born quirkless. He didn't have a quirk until right before high school. Bakugo really didn't have to explain more than that. Considering where society held quirkless people, Ida and Todoroki could guess that Izuku went through some pretty ruthless bullying. "Mr. Aizawa told me that some little kid was forced by the League to make Deku remember everything," Bakugo continued. Todoroki recalled Izuku saying a kid messed with his mind. "Something doesn't make sense though. How did he get a quirk then?" Todoroki looked Bakugo dead in the eyes. There was no way Bakugo was going to reveal All Might's secret. "Probably some mutation, how am I supposed to know?" he growled. Why would his past make him want to? The words felt dry on Ida's tongue. "Harm us." That was a nicer way of putting it. "Torture." The whole group whipped around to see Uraraka standing at the door. "I don't care what Mr. Aizawa says. I'm going to see him tonight." "Absolutely not," Ida said sternly. "You can't keep me away from my best friend Ida." Why wouldn't you listen to Aizawa? Todoroki gazed curiously at her. He is my best friend. She looked wide-eyed at him. Look, I understand where. No, you don't understand. Because you can see him. I can't. Do you understand how that feels? No, I don't. Ida looked away. You weren't there. Do you understand how that feels? No, he whispered. So I'm going to see him. Whoa. Hold on, Uraraka. Kirishima interrupted. I was there, and I know it would be better if we didn't see him. He shrugged. But, seeing us might trigger something for him? Yeah, no, we for sure should not go. He grimaced. Yeah, I'm not going to see him. Bakugo tried to laugh lightly. Todoroki looked at him with wide eyes. What happened to you? You don't laugh. A lot, he grumbled, back to his usual self. Kind of. I just. Uraraka trailed off as tears welled in her eyes. What is it? Kirishima asked comfortingly. I said something to him, Uraraka whispered. I'm not sure what you mean. Todoroki calmly responded. When he attacked me, I said something. Tears started trailing down her cheeks. It wasn't good. Ida asked softly. What I did was horrible. Her voice broke on the last word, and she broke down into a crying fit. Ida immediately ran over, and Kirishima got out of his bed to help her. Ida rubbed comforting circles into her back, and Kirishima helped her onto his hospital bed to calm her down. Oi, spit it out. What did you say? Bakugo growled. Give her a second, man. Kirishima glared at him. Hurry it up. Sorry about him. Take your time. Kirishima smiled warmly at her. Uraraka took a deep breath as guilt squeezed her heart. It's so quietly at first that no one heard her. Her face turned bright red. Sorry, didn't hear what you said. Kirishima looked at her. I said, her heart started beating faster. I said that I have a crush on him, to throw him off guard. Uraraka, don't try to defend what I did. Her voice was shaky and uncertain. It was wrong and I need to apologize. It's been eating me alive this whole time, but I had to say something or he would have. She choked on the words and started another crying fit. After a while, she calmed down, and Todoroki walked over to look her directly in the eyes. It's okay. You did what you had to do. It was wrong, but it's okay. He gave her a small smile to get his point across. It's okay. She looked at him and laughed a little. What's going on with us today? She hiccuped. The angry one is laughing, the stoic one is smiling. And me, the happy one, can't stop crying. She gave them all the most pathetic smile, as if to say, I can't stand myself. I'm not worth this. Please, don't blame yourself for what happened, Todoroki said softly to her. I should go see him now, she said as firmly as she could. I still think that's not a good idea. For either of you. Kirishima looked away guiltily. But, Todoroki continued for him, if you think talking to him will help, will truly help, then go. Going too. Anyone wanna come? She laughed slightly as she turned for the exit. Hey, Uraraka, Bakugo said softly, be careful. She smiled back at him, I will. The door closed. Anxiety ate away at her insides. Her skin felt cold and she felt scared. Her hand hovered over the doorknob to the room they kept him in. The one they restrained him in. A wave of nausea passed over her. Was this really a good idea? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath as she stepped inside. I'll open my eyes. I'll open my eyes and he'll be staring at me. I'll open my eyes and he'll be smiling like his old self. I'll open my eyes and she didn't really expect him just to be sitting there with his head down. He didn't even move. Is he alive? I should say something, shouldn't I? What if he's sleeping? Whoever walked in here, say something and get it over with, Izuku growled, interrupting her thoughts. Deku, she managed to say. He snapped his head up to look at her. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Izuku's face twisted in pain, and he held his head back down. She reached her hand out, wanting to help him, but she knew he was far away from her reach. Are you okay with me being here? She asked. He didn't answer. Do you want me to leave? Still, he didn't respond. She looked at him worriedly before taking a few hesitant steps forward. She was so close to him. She reached out her hand and laid it gently on his shoulder. He flinched and looked wide-eyed at her before trying to move his head away. "Don't touch me," he screamed, causing her to jump back in panic. "Get away from me." He thrashed around in his chair. "Stop, Deku," her voice trembled. "What do you want from me?" he yelled. "Please, stop yelling," she pleaded, failing to sound demanding. He bared his teeth like an animal and glared fiercely at her. "I just want to say a couple of things," she managed to say, feeling scared despite knowing he was restrained. "Get on with it then," he hissed. "Alright, She averted her eyes and looked at the ground guiltily. "I'm sorry." He raised an eyebrow in surprise and confusion. "For everything I did. I neglected you when you were hurting, and I used a cheap tactic when you attacked me. I'm sorry." He looked away. "I shouldn't have said that I have a crush on you during that fight." She clenched her fists. "Even though it's true." "Say it." "Even though," she took a deep breath, "it's true." She looked fiercely at him. "I don't believe you." "You don't have to, because I know that it's true." She smiled warmly, hoping he would look at her. He didn't respond. "I have another thing to say." She felt more uncomfortable with this topic. He didn't move. "I don't know what you went through. That would make you want to." Her voice trailed off as his eyes snapped to hers, burning into her. Her heart raced. They stared at each other for a long time before Uraraka felt able to speak again. Sorry." He didn't lift his gaze. "I just wanted to know if you would, ever do that again?" There was a long silence. "I'll just leave now." "No. I want to never do it again." Really?" She felt a surge of happiness. "Yes. So let me free from these restraints." He smiled his old, happy smile. Why was he so convincing? She looked wide-eyed at him, glancing at his restraints and then back to his emerald eyes. He looked so hopeful, so happy. Uraraka fiddled with her thumbs. "I'm not sure about that," she said calmly. "No harm in it," he said cheerfully. "Yes, there is harm in it." She looked at the wall. "But I'm okay now. I won't hurt you. A promise is a promise." "You've lied to me before." She felt awkward now. I know." Why did he have to sound so much like his old self? I just. Was he opening up to her? Uraraka looked back at him with a smile to let him know she was listening. "I don't like people worrying about me," he whispered. It broke her heart. Deku, don't feel bad or anything. It's my fault." "Deku, have you ever had friends before?" Before Yue?" The question took him by surprise, and he reeled back in his chair. How?" he stuttered. "I can tell," she said, feeling embarrassed. "You don't let people care about you." I guess not." "What is it?" "No one has ever cared about me." He looked away in shame as if it were his fault. "What about your mom?" Uraraka tried not to cry. I think she does. But would she really care if I didn't come home one day?" "Deku, don't think like that." Her tears started spilling. "People care about you now. They really do. Please stop." She fell to her knees. "And here I am, chained up by the people that care about me." He sounded pained. Stop," she whimpered. "Did you care about us?" she whispered. There was a long silence. "Yes," he said weakly. She rose from the ground and wiped away her tears fiercely. "Deku, that makes me so happy." Their eyes met and they both smiled. "Do you want to let me go?" He sounded so very happy. Uraraka's smile grew as she walked over to him. She was so close now. Izuku's smile rivaled hers, both of them becoming increasingly happier. He was going to be set free. Finally. She reached him and stood inches away, her hands hovering over the restraints on his hands. She looked down and examined them, slowly letting her hands fall, not on the restraints, but on top of his hands. She interlaced their fingers together, and he flinched at the touch. What are you?" He looked flustered. She didn't say a word as she pulled her hands away and let them rest on the restraints. He smiled at her and said, "Thank you for doing this." She traced the buckle of the restraint with her finger and looked back at him. Deku, she spoke. He suddenly froze as she lifted her hands out and reached them around his shoulders. She hugged him gently. He felt her tears against his chest. That I'm not dumb, Deku. She whispered into his ear, you know I can't let you go. He was shocked into silence, actually thinking she was going to do it. A shadow fell over his face, and he tried to tug away, but that only made her hold on tighter. Maybe you are dumb. His voice sounded cold and unforgiving. Her crying stopped for a second. What? Assume. As she lifted her head to meet his gaze, he lunged forward, head-butting her as hard as he could. She was out cold. How's everyone? Azui asked as she walked into the hospital room, followed by a few others. Bakugo looked grumpily at her, while Kirishima waved. Oh, Ida and Todoroki. Didn't know you would be here, Yaoyorozu said cheerfully. Ida was in the corner reading a book, and Todoroki stared out the window thoughtfully. It's very nice to see you, she smiled. Ida marked his page and waved at her, while Todoroki met her eyes and gave a small smile. How are you guys doing? Kaminari tried to sound cheerful, but the weight of what had happened was evident. It weighed them all down. Doing better, Kami, my wounds are mostly healed. Kirishima said excitedly. What about you, Bakubro? Shiro chimed in. Shut up, tape dispenser, he growled. Not cool, man. Shiro grumbled. But seriously, how are you doing? Mina asked thoughtfully. Fine. Do you guys know where Uraraka is? Azui asked bluntly. Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Ida froze. She should have been back by now. Ida gulped, not back in her hospital room? I think she got discharged because her injuries weren't that bad, so we thought she might have come here, Yaoyorozu said questioningly. Not back at the dorms either, Ribbit. You don't know where she is. Ida's mouth was completely dry. That's no good. Mr. Aizawa was looking for her. Something about keeping an eye on those involved in the incident. Mina walked over to Bakugo's bed. Ida and Todoroki exchanged a glance. She's probably fine, right? Holy cow! Mina exclaimed, breaking them out of their thoughts. Look at those scars. She pointed at Bakugo's exposed stomach. Kaminari and Shiro rushed over to get a good look, while Azui and Yaoyorozu stayed by the door, worry etched on their faces. That's messed up. Kaminari trailed off. Kaminari! Don't say those things. Yaoyorozu scolded. Sorry. Not a big deal, Bakugo grumbled. Doesn't even hurt. One thing he hated was admitting his weakness. What did Aizawa tell you about it? Kirishima asked, looking a little worried. He said Midoriya attacked Uraraka while they were training, then you guys came along and you got hurt. He said you and Bakugo got the worst but you would be fine. He didn't tell us more, he looked pretty stressed and I can understand why, Shiro explained. He also came by a while ago and told us we could visit him, but you guys couldn't, Mina added. We didn't think it was this bad. She grimaced. I can't believe Midoriya would do that. He always seemed so happy. Something must be really wrong with him. Don't talk about him like that. Todoroki stood up calmly, interrupting them. Please stop. Midoriya just happened to be unlucky. This isn't his fault, he would never do this. Ida continued for him. I just find it so hard to believe. Where is she? Aizawa suddenly walked into the room angrily, silencing all of them with his presence. Not in here. Yaoyorozu looked worriedly at him, the only one brave enough to respond. Aizawa's eyes met Bakugo's, and Bakugo hurriedly looked away. Aizawa then looked at Kirishima, who did the same, and then Ida and Todoroki. Aizawa growled, What are you hiding? It was deathly silent. Where is she? He snarled. It didn't take long for one of them to crack. She went to see Deku. Aizawa rushed out the door. Aizawa slammed the door open. The chair was empty. Uraraka was gone. No one was there. Sheet, he yelled loudly. This is not good. He made his way back to the hospital room and glared at all of his students present. What is wrong with all of you? He snarled. Everyone was too stunned to answer. He's gone. They all erupted. What do you mean? How? Did he take Uraraka? Oh God. Would Uraraka let him go? Mr. Aizawa, how could he have gotten free? One voice lashed around the room, silencing all of them. Well, Todoroki, maybe if any of you had followed my orders, he wouldn't be free. What were we supposed to do? Bakugo yelled. Stop Uraraka. How could you have let her go to see him? He's clearly unstable. Aizawa was really getting frustrated. Were the restraints undone or broken? Kirishima called out. We should start thinking rationally rather than yelling, or we won't get anywhere. Aizawa took a deep breath. Broken? So he broke himself out? Yaoyorozu pondered. It seems that way, Azui spoke. Was there a lock, or were they buckled? Buckled, Aizawa replied, starting to calm down a bit. If the League took him, they probably wouldn't have broken the restraints, Shiro added. But we can't rule that out, right? Kaminari argued. Aizawa was impressed. They were thinking like heroes. He was still frustrated. I can't waste my time here, I have to go to the police. He sounded less angry and more annoyed. Do not go investigate. He turned to leave and added, if you even attempt to look for them, I'll expel you. No leeway this time. I'm done being nice, this situation is serious. Yes, sir, they all said in unison. Once he left, the students stared at each other in silence. What the? Kaminari was the first to speak. We should probably go, Yaoyorozu said awkwardly, looking scared. They were all scared. Azui gave them a hard glare, which looked unusual on her soft features. Don't look for them, she said simply. They all nodded wordlessly. Yaoyorozu and Azui exited, with Kaminari and Shiro close behind. Kaminari stopped at the doorway and gestured toward Ida and Todoroki. You guys should probably come back to the dorms too. That would be wise, Ida said slowly as he got up to leave. Todoroki's eyebrows were narrowed, and he looked just as frustrated as Aizawa had been. He walked stiffly to the group that was leaving. What are you so upset about, half and half? Bakugo growled. What do you think? Todoroki growled back. No point being upset about it, get over it. That nerd wouldn't hurt her. Bakugo wasn't sure if he believed himself. If Uraraka gets hurt, I'll never forgive myself. Todoroki turned with his head down and walked away. Ida, Kaminari, and Shiro exchanged worried glances before following him. We'll come back soon, Ida waved at Bakugo and Kirishima, who were still in their hospital beds. Yeah, Recovery Girl said one more healing session, so we'll be back soon. Kirishima tried to sound enthusiastic, but he was clearly worried. Ida nodded and followed his friends back to the dorms. What are you doing here? Shigaraki questioned. Where else would I go? I don't know. Shigaraki growled. Let me go talk to Kurojairi. Wait here. He slammed the door and yelled, Kurori, come here. The warp villain appeared and asked politely, What do you need, Tamura? He's here. Shigaraki gulped. Why the hell is he here? Kurojairi looked confused. Who? Midoriya, he cried. How did he find our location? Kurojairi questioned. How the hell am I supposed to know? Just calm down, I'll go deal with him. Shigaraki huffed in annoyance as Kurojairi left to get the door. Come in, Midoriya, he said awkwardly. What do we owe this pleasure? I have nowhere else to go. Izuku looked at the floor. And, oh shoot. As soon as Izuku walked inside, he sprinted back out the door and stopped outside. He bent down next to the door and grabbed a girl. What the, Midoriya, what is that? Kurojairi's professionalism slipped for a moment. Uraraka, he responded simply. Why do you have her? Shigaraki walked to stand next to Kurojairi. What are you being so loud for, what the hell? That's not your mission, Kurojairi stated firmly, regaining his professionalism. You were supposed to kill the students, not capture them. Shigaraki hissed. The girl was flopped over Izuku's shoulder, and he wondered if she was even alive. Her eyes were closed, and she wasn't moving. Izuku looked at the ground. I know. I got caught by the heroes and they tied me up. So when she came to visit me, I captured her and I thought, We could use her as a hostage. Izuku sounded very sad. Shigaraki gave a heavy sigh. Kurogiri, just take them both to one of the cellars. Put them in the same one, I don't care. Of course. Kurogiri opened a warp gate under Izuku's feet, and he and Uraraka slipped through, falling onto hard ground. Well, be back, Kurogiri's voice echoed as the warp disappeared. Ow. Izuku rubbed his head. He looked at Uraraka sprawled out on the ground next to him, feeling guilty. He bent down and dragged her over to the only bed, laying her down. Her head would hurt a lot when she woke up, he was sure of it. He looked at the blanket, contemplating whether to pull it over her. It was covered in stains, probably not very comfortable. He decided to leave it off her and sat on the floor, his back resting against the side of the bed. Izuku felt pain in his chest. He knew it was guilt and fear that wouldn't go away. Should he have brought her here? Did he sign both of their fates? What have I done? The thought wormed its way into his head, and the reality of what he had attempted to do to his friends hit him hard. His body convulsed, and he dug his head into his hands, screaming in his mind, "What have I done? Oh God, I'm a monster." But Izuku felt scared because he barely felt any guilt. He thought of all the bad things he did and could only scream and cry because he didn't know why he was doing it. Just kill me," he whispered. Deku. Izuku stood up straight and backed into the corner of the room. He wasn't in the mood for this. No, not right now. He felt so weak, so helpless. What did you say, Deku? Uraraka's voice quivered. I said I want to die. Why would you say that? Her voice hitched. He looked at the floor and bit his lip. Uraraka looked at him sorrowfully, then noticed that she had no idea where they were. Where are we? Her lip trembled. I brought you here. He was glad the topic changed. He was so tired. Where? Please, just tell me. She pleaded. With villains. He couldn't bear to look her in the eyes. He knew he would crack if he did. How did we get here? I brought you here. Why? His voice cracked. I don't know. He heard the bed creak, and he knew she got up. He heard her footsteps grow closer. Don't touch me. He screamed, and she flinched back. I just want to help you, her voice wobbled. You can't, he was breaking. You can't help me. Look at me, Deku, she said softly. No, I can't. He slowly lifted his eyes, afraid of what he would find in hers. Pity? Fear? It didn't matter. Price? Worse off. Understanding? Forgiving? After everything he had done? Izuku fell to his knees and started wailing. I don't deserve forgiveness. I don't deserve anything. The only thing I deserve is a painful end. But you do deserve forgiveness. Of course he said that out loud. Stupid habits. And you don't deserve to die either, Uraraka said passionately. Stop pitying me, he cried. I'm not, she said softly. He didn't respond after that, only screamed and cried more. Uraraka desperately wanted to comfort him but knew he would freak out. So she stayed back and watched her friend suffer. Please stop, she whispered after a while. He lifted his head to look at her and gave her a heartbreaking smile. I want to hurt you, and I don't know why. She didn't really have a response to that. I have to help him, but I don't know how. All they could do was marvel at their own helplessness. Uraraka decided that any attempt at talking or comfort wouldn't help. So she accepted that space was the best thing he needed right now. She crawled back onto the creaky bed and cried because there was nothing else to do. She was kidnapped by her best friend, brought to people that would harm her if she acted out, and stuck with a person beyond saving. She didn't think it could get any worse, but she had no idea what the villains were planning. 2 days passed. Ochako didn't know how much time had gone by. A villain with purple scars all over his body brought them both food twice a day. Deku didn't eat. He barely moved from the corner. A couple plates of food just sat by him, uneaten. One time, when the guy Uraraka had assumed was Dabi brought them food, he saw Izuku's full plates and got upset. Why aren't you eating, huh? Dabi growled. Izuku remained silent. He hadn't talked since the other day with Uraraka. Dabi tensed in anger. You really want to starve that badly, you piece of work? He kicked the plates of food, which splattered on the ground. Izuku stayed curled in the corner, unfazed. He hadn't flinched or moved at all. Uraraka was worried. "Don't ignore me." Dabi reared his foot back and kicked him in the stomach. Uraraka rushed over and wrapped her arms around the villain in a futile attempt to make him stop. He ripped her off and threw her to the ground, looking back at Izuku. "I don't even know why the both of you are still alive. Shigaraki should just finish you both," he said coldly before giving Izuku another swift kick to the stomach and stalking off. Uraraka stayed stunned on the floor for a moment longer before scrambling over to Izuku. She heard the door slam and lock as Dabi left. She kneeled down beside Izuku and slowly put her hand on his back. He didn't react. "Does it hurt?" she asked quietly. She swore she could see him slightly shake his head no. "Doesn't hurt?" she asked again. She saw him shake his head yes, which filled her with relief because he was actually doing something. She looked at him. He was shaking. Of course he was hurting. He just got kicked at full force in the stomach. He slowly moved his hands to hold his stomach and curled up in a ball. I thought you said it didn't hurt. Let me help you please," she cut off as she saw him raise his hand shakily. She stared as it slowly moved towards her and weakly rested on her shoulder. And he pushed. He was trying to push her away. He brought his hand back and curled back in on himself. She wanted to look at his eyes, but they were covered by a shadow created by his hair. She hadn't seen his eyes in a while. She got up and slowly picked up the food covering the floor and piled it together. She looked down at her green-haired friend, an overwhelming feeling of sadness weighing her down. He didn't have much longer. "Oi, Shigaraki, what are you going to do with those kids?" Dabi huffed. "Huh?" Shigaraki asked dumbly. "Those stupid hero students Kurogyari asked me to bring food for." "Oh right. I'm still planning," Dabi said, clearly uninterested. Kurogyari suddenly appeared next to Shigaraki. "Actually, Dabi, we believe we have a plan." Shigaraki rolled his eyes, and Dabi tapped his foot impatiently. "Then what is it?" "The trade. The students for All Might," Kurogyari said proudly. "I like that better than the original plan," Shigaraki rasped. "What was the original plan?" Dabi asked curiously. "Have Midoriya kill as many people as possible, then kill him," Shigaraki said plainly. "The death of All Might is more important to us," Kurogyari added. "But thought the original plan would work too. We were so close, but that idiot had to get caught." "How lame," Shigaraki continued. "But if we give Midoriya back to the heroes, he still might succeed in his mission," Kurogyari added helpfully. "I don't really care, I just want to kill All Might," Dabi said, keeping his mouth shut. He followed Stain's ideals, and the death of All Might wasn't something he desired. He didn't have much of a say in the matter, though. "Whatever, just get it done soon," Dabi growled. "Shigaraki, would you like to record the ransom video soon?" Kurogyari asked. "Why not?" Shigaraki replied. "All right, you little sheets, let's get this over with." Shigaraki opened the door to their prison and growled at them. He walked over and grabbed Izuku by the back of his shirt, pulling him up roughly. Izuku was still wearing his hero costume. He never got a chance to take it off. He swayed on his feet a little but stayed standing, waiting for Shigaraki to lead him out of the room. Shigaraki walked over to Uraraka and pulled a small rope out of his pocket, tying her hands together tightly. It hurt slightly, but she didn't say anything. She knew this man could be dangerous if he got annoyed. "Follow," he commanded as he left the room. Uraraka turned to see if Izuku was complying with his orders. Thankfully, he was, and she sighed in relief. The relief was short-lived as she tensed up in fear. What were they going to do? Were they moving to a different location? They made it to another room where a chair and a camera were set up. There was only one chair and a couple of ropes laid next to it. Uraraka gulped, knowing those were for her. "What's with that look?" Shigaraki smiled evilly. "Go ahead, sit down." Reluctantly, Uraraka followed his orders and sat on the rickety wooden chair. Shigaraki turned toward Izuku and commanded, "Go stand next to her, I'll be right back." Izuku walked stiffly over to where Uraraka was. Uraraka watched with wide eyes as Shigaraki left the room. This was her chance to escape. She quickly stood up and looked back at Izuku. His eyes never left the floor as he spoke softly. Stop. Deku, this is our chance. We have to go, she whispered harshly. Uraraka quickly understood why Shigaraki felt comfortable enough to leave them alone. Izuku wasn't leaving, and she wouldn't leave without him. If she left without him, Shigaraki would definitely kill him. Uraraka sighed and sat back down in the chair. I'm going to save both of us, she declared quietly. Whether he heard her or not, she meant every word. All right, Dabi, please tie her up, she heard Shigaraki return with Dabi behind him. Kurojairi appeared behind the camera and checked to make sure it was working properly. Dabi walked over to Uraraka, grabbed the ropes, and secured her tightly. All right, let's do this. Oh, can I watch, please? A high-pitched voice sounded through the room. Dabi face-bombed, and Shigaraki rolled his eyes. A girl with messy blonde hair tied up in 2 buns walked in. Uraraka inhaled sharply. It was Himiko Toga. Whatever, let's just get this over with, Shigaraki grumbled. Do you know what you want to say, Tamura? Kurojairi asked. Yeah, Shigaraki waved him off with his hand. And you too stay out of the shot. He pointed at Toga and Dabi. Dabi nodded, and Toga squealed in excitement. Shigaraki gave Toga a look. She was certainly peculiar. Can I make Izuku look all pretty? Oh, please let me, she cried. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, realizing she probably wouldn't stop asking unless he gave her what she wanted. One cut, he allowed. She jumped up and down as she pulled out her knife and rushed toward Izuku, who, despite the circumstances, stood completely still. Toga examined him, deciding where she would like to see a mark. She grabbed his chin and forced him to look at her. Toga gazed into his eyes intensely before she giggled. Your freckles are so cute, I'll cut right here. She brought the knife up to his face and slid it down his cheek slowly. Izuku flinched at the touch of the knife as it burned his skin. He wanted it to stop, but he remained silent and still. This was his punishment for being a failure. That's so adorable, she cried as she pulled the knife away, leaving a long mark on his cheek. Tamura, please let me do more. No, that's enough. I bet seeing him hurt a little will make the heroes squirm. I love the thought, Shigaraki laughed as he walked over to the 2 hostages. Get out of the shot, he glared at Toga. She quickly slipped away and turned to watch the scene unfold. Shigaraki turned towards Izuku and whispered something in his ear. Uraraka strained to listen but heard nothing. All right, girl, Shigaraki leaned closer. I want you to say something like, help me, or, please come save me. Something like that so they'll agree to my demands. I can't do she started to protest. Do it or die. Uraraka gulped audibly and quickly nodded. Good, Kurojairi, start the recording. Of course. Kurojairi pressed the button and gestured for Shigaraki to begin. Well, hello there, heroes. He smiled widely. What do we have here? 2 UA students, isn't that nice? Shigaraki turned to Uraraka and narrowed his eyes. She guessed that was her cue. Please save us, was all she managed to say. Izuku stood silently in the background, leaving Uraraka to wonder what his role in this was. That's right, I have them and here's what I want. I want All Might to come alone to the address I attached to this recording. That's right, an exchange, All Might for these students. I won't hesitate to harm them if he doesn't come alone, or doesn't come at all. And maybe, I won't kill them at all, maybe your dear Midoriya will harm the girl instead. A UA student committing violence against a classmate. He started laughing. Midoriya, show them I'm serious. Izuku pulled a knife out of his pocket and brought it up to his own throat. Shigaraki's face twisted in anger. I told you to do it to the girl, not yourself. Shigaraki looked furious, and Uraraka could only watch in fear as he held up his hand near Izuku's face. She gasped in horror as Shigaraki pressed all 5 fingers down on Izuku's face for just a second before pulling away. Parts of Izuku's skin began to crumble, and he clutched his face in pain as he fell to his knees. Tsuke, these students are so annoying. Shigaraki turned towards the camera. Don't worry, your precious student isn't dead, he taunted, but I'll give them a slow, painful experience if you don't comply with my demands. Got it? Kurojairi ended the video. Deku! Uraraka screamed as soon as she knew the video was over. Deku, are you okay? He's fine, would you shut up? Shigaraki snarled at her. I barely used my disintegration on him. But he's hurt, she cried. Shigaraki walked over to where Izuku lay on the ground, glaring at him in frustration. He lifted his foot and kicked Izuku in the side of the head, leaving him sprawled out on the floor. Kurogiri, get these two back in their room, they annoy me. As you wish. Toshinori hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in ages. The constant worry and guilt of what was happening kept him awake. He hadn't heard anything from Izuku or Uraraka. For all he knew, they could both be in danger. For the first time in a long while, Toshinori felt his eyelids grow heavy and decided to sleep for just a little while. He felt he didn't deserve rest, but he needed it to keep searching for his students. He drifted off slowly, and in his dreams, a woman appeared before him. Toshinori stared wide-eyed. He recognized her. It was his emissary, Nana Shimura. Well, Toshinori, it seems you've gotten into a lot of trouble. He felt tears welling in his eyes. Everything is messed up, my successor I know, Toshi. I've come here to talk to you. I've seen the future, and I need you to know that whatever happens next, you can't lose hope. What's going to happen? He cried. Sir, please tell me. I can't, Toshi. It's not good. A few tears sprang to her eyes. Everything is a mess. I'm going to find someone with a quirk that might be able to fix this and send them here. Please, you must tell me more, he pleaded. I can't, I don't have much time. Don't give up, she started to fade. Please don't give up. And then she was gone. Deku, oh my god, are you okay? Uraraka knelt over him. He stayed completely still and silent. How long was he going to do this? Deku, please talk to me, she cried, extremely concerned. Was he planning something? What did he hope to do? His head probably hurt a lot. She hesitantly rested her hand in his fluffy curls and massaged his head. She looked at his face and noticed his lips moving. I can't hear what you're saying, she said softly. She leaned closer as he spoke a little louder. I don't like being touched. He was talking. I'm going to help you sit up, okay? Uraraka tried lifting his shoulders so he was slumped against the wall. He let his hair fall in front of his eyes as his head hung forward. She looked at him with concern. For some reason, he seemed to be in a talking mood, and she was going to take full advantage of that. Are you okay? He nodded slightly. She didn't believe him for a second, but she kept going. Why don't you like being touched? She asked cautiously. It didn't seem like a hard question. His voice was scratchy and cracked from not being used for so long. People only touch me to hurt. She swallowed the lump in her throat. Why are you talking to me now, Deku? You've been so silent the past few days, why? He stayed quiet for a long time, and Uraraka assumed he wouldn't answer, but his shaky voice finally spoke. I've been thinking. His voice sounded strained, but Uraraka pressed on, about what I should do. Did you decide? Fear tightened in her throat. Yeah. What is it then? Kirishima and Bakugo had been released from the hospital and allowed to return to class, though school had been cancelled for the time being. All the students were confined to the dormitories, with no one in or out except for staff members. This particular day felt much like the others. Most students lazed around, unwilling to interact with each other, all feeling the weight of recent events. Aizawa checked in on them once a day, ensuring everyone was present, but today he hadn't shown up yet. As the class gathered in the common area, their worry grew with each passing minute. After 2 hours of waiting, panic began to set in. What do we do? Is he okay? Did something happen? Would you all shut up? Bakugo yelled, silencing the room. You're all so annoying, quite worrying. Despite his irritation, he couldn't deny that he was worried. Thank you, Bakugo, Ida said hesitantly. Worrying won't help anything. Ida seemed particularly affected by the recent events, with both of his closest friends missing. Yeah. I see him. Ashido yelled, pointing out the window. The class erupted in noise as Aizawa slammed open the door. Shut up, all of you, he barked, glaring at them. Mr. Aizawa, what happened? Ida asked as the class quieted. Aizawa took a deep breath. The League of Villains has them. The room fell silent. This was one of their worst fears. And they sent a ransom video. Aizawa, Bakugo, and Ida were growing tired of the class bursting out with questions. Aizawa glared at his students, waiting for them to quiet down. They want to trade all might for the students. Bakugo was the first to speak, his voice small and cracking slightly. You can't. We have to, Aizawa sighed. It's our only choice. Can we see the video? A hesitant voice asked. Kirishima? We can't just ask the, Yayarosa scolded. I have to know if they're okay. Tears streamed down Kirishima's face as he interrupted her. I would also like to see, Ida added quietly. Aizawa looked thoughtfully at his students. Those who wish to see the video can stay down here. Those who don't think they can handle it can leave. I'll go get a copy. I don't think my heart could take it. Koda said shyly. Me either. Hagakure responded. A few others agreed. Bakugo felt his anger boiling up. If you can't handle it, then don't be a hero, he yelled. A few students flinched but nodded in understanding. The class silently agreed to watch it together for their friend's sake. When their teacher returned, he set the video on the TV, and the entire class watched. Some students already started to tear up as the video flickered to life, revealing Uraraka and Izuku. There's a gash on Midoriya's cheek, Tokoyami commented sadly. Please save us, the recording pleaded. All the girls in the class began to cry. They listened intently as Shigaraki spoke about a trade, causing Bakugo and many others to tense up. Then Shigaraki mentioned a UA student committing murder, and Izuku raised a knife to his throat. What are you doing? Bakugo yelled in shock. Midoriya! Todoroki cried. Oh God, does he die? Mr. Aizawa, please. Stop, Midoriya. Ida whimpered. Aizawa's expression darkened as he turned away. He doesn't die, he confirmed. A few others looked away. I told you to do it to the girl, not yourself, the video hissed angrily. No one remained dry-eyed or quiet as they watched Shigaraki press his fingers against their friend's face, causing him to crumble for just a moment. He fell to his knees silently, and the class erupted in cries. Shigaraki snarled a threat and concluded, Got it? They all felt helpless. They knew the painful truth. Midoriya hadn't struggled or resisted as he was hurt. He stood united and unmoving in the back of the video, ready to hold a knife to his own throat. Even if they somehow got him back, things would never be the same. Dabi entered the room with another meal, feeling frustrated as Izuku refused to eat. He dropped the plates of food on the ground. Sheet. A middle-aged man stood nervously at a door. The woman from his dreams said this was the place. He hoped he wasn't going crazy. He knocked again. Does anyone live here? He perked up when he heard a few locks being undone. Peering around the corner, he saw a skeletal man. All Might? He blurted. Toshinori looked at him wide-eyed. How did you find where I live? He asked seriously, ignoring the man's shock. I've been sent here, he said sheepishly. Bye. Toshinori was close to shutting the door in his face, not in the mood for a fan who had found where he lived. He had somewhere to be soon. This woman appeared in my dream and insisted I come here. Toshinori stopped breathing for a moment, recalling what his mentor had said. What was her name again? The man paused. Oh, I got it, Nana Shimura, was it? Why did she send you here? Toshinori grabbed the man's wrist and looked intently at him. Tell me. Oh, of course. She sent me to help you. She said you were in a bad situation. All Might, are you in a bad situation? The man asked nervously. All Might glanced at his watch and froze. He had to leave. I'm very sorry, sir, but I have somewhere to be. He was out of time. The trade was going to happen soon. He was in danger. That's okay. The man looked happy. The woman said you would leave for a bit, then return, so I'm fine with waiting. That I would return? What is going to happen? I'm sorry that I have to leave you all. Tears sprang to Toshinori's eyes. He was saying goodbye to all of his friends, still confused about what the man had said, but he had to say goodbye. You might be able to fight back, Midnight cried. I don't have any power left, he stated firmly. There's a chance you could come back alive, Aizawa said seriously. We don't know what they plan to do with you. Tashinori looked at Aizawa sadly. I think we both know what they want to do with me. Aizawa's teeth clenched. They had no options. All of the teachers, Tsukachi, and Gran Torino were present, each one crying and bidding farewell. Please don't be too upset, Tashinori pleaded. I've made peace with it. I'll do whatever I can for the safety of my students. You can't make peace with dying, with ceasing to exist, Aizawa growled. I truly am sorry. Just please take care of young Midoriya's mental health, as well as whatever young Uraraka needs. All Might, you are a true hero. Thank you for your sacrifice. If we had any other choice, things would be different, Nedza said, looking downcast. Thank you. Tashinori smiled weakly as everyone thanked him and hugged him. Please, please, thank me when our students return safely. Alright. This is the specified spot and time. They should be here soon. Tashinori stepped into the alleyway and looked around. I'm here, he called out. Nothing stirred, and no noises were made. Tashinori fiddled with the tracker in his pocket. If there was a chance his attackers didn't kill him right away, he could be rescued by the heroes. He knew the odds were slim. They would only come if the students were safe. He leaned against a building and waited. The villains were kind of late, huh? Did I get the day wrong? Tashinori checked his watch and sighed with anxiety. They were supposed to meet him 30 minutes ago. He started breathing heavier as he felt he couldn't stand still anymore. He began to pace, anxiety eating at him. His eyes darted around the alleyway. Where are they? He noticed something on the ground, a small piece of paper. He slowly walked over to it and picked it up. It was taped to the ground, which was strange. The slip had another address. Was this from the villains? They want me to go somewhere else? He quickly got in the car and drove. When he arrived at the address, he recognized it. It looked like the bar the villains had used before the heroes raided it. It obviously wasn't the same place, but it was strangely similar. Why would the villains lead me straight to their hideout? He parked the car and knocked on the door. Hello, he called anxiously. He knocked a little harder, and the door creaked open. What is going on? The second the door opened, Tashinori was hit with a terrible smell. I'm here to collect my students, he said cautiously. Everything was completely silent. He had a terrible feeling about this. He entered the place and looked around. The smell was overwhelming. Tashinori covered his mouth as he gagged, worry increasing with each second. He started walking around, which turned into running, then full-blown sprinting. Where are they? Where are they? He kicked open doors and fiddled with locks. Young Midoriya. Miss Uraraka, he yelled loudly. Please answer. He stopped abruptly in front of a certain door, his hand trembling. This room gave him the most unease. Is anyone in there? He was terrified. He slowly opened the door and looked inside. Oh my God. Tashinori fell to his knees, overwhelmed with horror. No, please. There before him were the bloodied bodies of Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Tashinori fumbled for his phone and called the first contact. Come here now, he screamed before ending the call. He rushed towards his students. Dear God, is there any chance either of them is alive? As Tashinori looked for a pulse on his successor, his eyes burned as he saw the long gash across Izuku's throat. He screamed in agony when he found no pulse. He rushed over to Uraraka's body, who was covered in wounds. Who did this? There was no pulse. He screamed into his hands, feeling as if time stood still until a cold hand was placed on his back as reinforcements arrived. He heard a voice yell at him to calm down, but it meant nothing to him. Tashinori stared blankly at the walls of the police station, feeling like nothing. He was pretty sure he'd been there for hours. A television hummed in the background, and he listened to every word. After favorite hero, All Might, went to the scene to recover the kidnapped students, he found what appeared to be a murder-suicide case. Tashinori squeezed his eyes shut as each word felt like poison to his ears. One student, Izuku Midoriya, appears to have attacked and killed his classmate, Ochako Uraraka. Authorities have deduced that Midoriya killed his classmate and one of his kidnappers before tragically taking his own life. The news story looped in his head. More on the story after this short break. Story? There was no story, it was an endless nightmare. Tashinori, you have to fix this, a voice echoed in his head. How could I possibly fix this? I told you not to lose hope, don't you remember? There was nothing to hope for anymore. Toshi the man. I sent a man to your house. Tashinori shot his head up. Of course. The man his MSTR had sent to help him. Maybe there was hope. Dead. Bakugo choked, the first to speak among his classmates, all frozen in shock. Yes, Aizawa started firmly. But the bodies could have been fake, right? Kirishima's whole body started shaking uncontrollably. As staged. Aizawa's teeth clenched, and his eyes watered without his consent. They sampled the blood. It was them. They're dead. No, Ida whispered, falling to his knees and repeating, no. Why you can't be serious, Mr. Aizawa? Midoriya is strong, he wouldn't die. Todoroki clenched his fists. He wouldn't die on us, neither would Uraraka. His voice was full of emotion. No. Ida's voice hummed in the background. Deku wouldn't die. Bakugo's hair covered his eyes. He said he would be number one, he can't die, he screamed. Achiko, Azui covered her face with her hands. No. See, calm down, Aizawa commanded, but his voice was already raw with emotion. 2 of his students had died, and he hadn't saved them. What is there to be calm about? Kaminari screamed, electricity sparking around him. It always happened when he got too emotional. Our classmates, our friends, are there, Ishido sobbed, unable to finish. We have to stay strong. Yaoyorozu's voice cracked on the last word. How could she convince her classmates to be strong when she couldn't even be strong herself? No. Ida kept repeating. Ida, snap out of it. Shiro cried, kneeling in front of him and grabbing his shoulders. They're dead. My friends are dead. Shiro shook him, and Todoroki knelt down to help too, even as his own body shook. Stop, Ida. Please stop. We can't take it. Tears started pouring down Todoroki's face as he embraced Ida in a hug. It wasn't long before Shiro joined the hug, along with Kirishima, Ishido, Azui, and even Bakugo. Soon, all of Class 1A hugged and wept together for the loss of their dear friends. Tashinori burst through the door of his home. The man from earlier sat on his couch and looked at him. Took you long enough. I've been waiting forever. What's got you looking so distressed? The man was obviously oblivious to the news. My students, Tashinori choked. The man looked at him questioningly. I need to save them. Please help me. He sobbed as he broke down on the floor. He had to have hope. What happened while you were gone? The man sputtered. End news, Tashinori managed to say as he started another crying fit. His successor was gone. The man looked confused for a moment before understanding. He reached for the remote and changed the station. After the tragic event that transpired, we can only hope UA can get over the deaths of their students. A funeral will be held at a later date for the 2 students, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. The glare of the TV flickered against the man's eyes. Those were your students? Tashinori nodded weakly. Oh God, I never thought, oh my God. See, can you help me? It makes sense why that woman appeared in my dreams and sent me here. The man gave Tashinori a small smile. What can you? Well, All Might, my friend, are we friends? I would like to be friends with such a great, please, tell me. All Might, I can send people back in time. Tashinori literally stopped breathing. You? Yup. The man smiled brightly. It's got a few drawbacks, and it's not the most accurate sometimes, but I can help. I can't believe it. Tashinori jumped to his feet. This is amazing. This is fantastic. I can save young Midoriya, young Uraraka. I can make everything okay. Yeah, the man looked at his feet and his face darkened. The drawback for me is that I remember every timeline, and it starts to mess with my brain. Like brain damage? Tashinori whispered. Yeah, like brain damage, it's really not if. Toshinori gulped loudly. You don't want to do it. I don't want to cause you damage. No, it's okay. I can tell how much you care about these people. Plus, I've only used my quirk a few times in my life. One more time shouldn't damage my brain extensively. Thank you. I cannot express how much this means to me. Toshinori smiled at him. Now, tell me about your quirk. Of course. So, my quirk allows me to send myself or others back in time by a couple of weeks or days. It is possible to alter the timeline. However, there are drawbacks. While I can handle the strain, the people I send experience significant physical stress. I can't go, Toshinori said suddenly. My body is too weak. That's not a problem, we can send someone else. Who should I send? You can send multiple people if you like. Would it hurt you more? Nope. Toshinori thought carefully. He knew who to send. I'll be back, let me go get them. He rushed out the door, leaving the man staring after him. Where is everyone? Toshinori stood in the living room of the UA dorms. Only Tokoyami sat in the gathering room. Rooms, he muttered. I don't have time to waste, I need to do this now. Thank you. Toshinori rushed off. He seems too happy, Tokoyami grumbled darkly. After a few minutes, Toshinori had gathered the people he wanted to send back. What do you look so happy for, huh? Bakugo snarled at him. You seem too chipper, isn't your successor dead? Successor? Todoroki side-eyed Bakugo. Bakugo! Toshinori yelped. Who cares? Deku is dead. Bakugo, please, don't talk like that, Kirishima said weakly. Oh my... What is this? Ida looked at Toshinori, a deep sadness in his eyes. There's hope, Toshinori said firmly. He would send Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and Kirishima back in time to save Izuku from the villains, and himself. I've been thinking about what I should do. Did you decide? Uraraka asked fearfully. Yeah. What is it then? Deku, tell me, she said softly. He didn't answer again. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him lightly. Deku, please tell me. What's going on? Is he going to hurt himself? He needs to tell me. Maybe he'll get us out of here. Die. Her blood ran cold. Die. She repeated. You mean our kidnappers die? He didn't answer again. Deku, tell me who's going to die. She was cut off as she felt an unbearable pain rip through her. He still had the knife that Shigaraki had given him earlier. We're going to die, Izuku said coldly. Deku. Stop. The pain was making her dizzy. It's the only way the pain can end. He smiled sadly at her, and tears started spilling from his eyes. She screamed as he took the knife out and drove it through her heart. Her body went limp and fell to the ground. Izuku looked down at her, choking on his tears. What have I done? He froze as he heard the door open. A voice spoke. Midoriya, I'm going to make you pay for not doing what I said during that video. He went completely silent once he saw the situation. It was Shigaraki. Izuku turned his head slowly to look at him, his pupils narrowed. What the heck are you doing? Shigaraki was dumbfounded. He'd come here to teach Izuku a lesson for not listening to him. He'd never expected to find this. It's your fault. Izuku looked at the ground, covering his eyes with his messy hair. What the? Shigaraki could barely speak before Izuku rushed him using one for all. It's all your fault. Izuku screamed as he took the knife and dragged it into his kidnapper. The green electricity from Izuku's superpowered quirk was the last thing Shigaraki ever saw. Shigaraki fell to the ground. Izuku started shaking with despair. He'd killed 2 people. He was going to make it 3. Izuku took the knife from Shigaraki's corpse and examined it. It used to be shiny and cold. Now it was covered in warm blood. He looked around the room, saw Uraraka's body again, then looked back at Shigaraki's body. He vomited. Once he wiped his mouth, he sat cross-legged on the floor, the knife resting in his hands. Despite no one to hear him, he started speaking. Todoroki, I'm sorry. I saved you, but I couldn't save myself. Ida, I'm sorry. I told you, you could talk to me about your problems, and I never talked to you. All Might, I'm sorry. I was too weak to handle your power. Uraraka, I killed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa and the rest of the class. I was trying to be a hero and I failed. I'm sorry, Kaken. Izuku gripped the knife firmly in his hand and brought it up to his own throat. You were right all these years. Sorry I didn't listen. I'm worthless after all. He quickly slid the knife across his throat. He fell to the ground. Shigaraki went to see those brats a while ago, didn't he? Why isn't he back yet? Dabi asked Kurogiri. I suppose you're right. I'll go check on him, Kurogiri responded. Do you think he killed the Midoriya brat? Dabi asked curiously. I'm not sure, Kurogiri answered before warping away. The second he saw the scene, he fell to his knees. Holy, Shigaraki, are you? Kurogiri got closer, searching for any sign of life. He found none. Did Midoriya do this? Kurogiri asked himself in shock. Dabi walked in. Oi, what's taking so long? Holy cow! He yelped. What are we going to do? Dabi turned his head away, unable to look at the scene. You have to leave, Kurogiri managed to say. We'll leave a note for the heroes. They'll be broken after this. Our plan doesn't matter. It's all failed. Shigaraki. Kurogiri warped Shigaraki's body away, leaving just the two students behind. Gather everyone. We have an emergency hideout. We're going there. Anger filled Kurogiri's voice. I'll leave a note for the heroes. Plan was a failure. Kurogiri looked at the blood that stained the ground. A total failure. What hope? Deku's gone, and there's nothing to change that, Bakugo growled. There is something to change that, Toshinori said firmly. All of their eyes widened. What did you say? Todoroki asked, dumbfounded. Just come with me and I can explain, okay? He smiled. Ida's hand started shaking and he looked at the ground. Is this some kind of joke? He asked coldly. Young Ida, no, All Might. You can't bring the dead back to life. You can't, Ida, please listen to me. Everything is going to be okay. Toshinori placed his hand on Ida's shoulder to comfort him. We can fix this. I'll go, Kirishima said. I will too, Todoroki said hesitantly. I'm not sure what your plan is, but I trust you. Are you all insane? The dead can't come back. Are you all delusional? Bakugo snarled. I'll do it, Ida said sternly, if there is some way. I have to. You guys. Fine, Bakugo agreed. Thank you all of you. Please come to my house. Your house? I never thought I'd be at the #1 hero's house in my lifetime, Bakugo said as he stepped inside. It's kind of small, don't you have a lot of money? Todoroki asked somewhat rudely. I don't want anything big, Toshinori said simply. Guys, there's someone here. Kirishima said suddenly, getting into a battle stance. Don't worry, Toshinori chuckled. I have a few people here. Huh? Bakugo looked at him questioningly. They walked into the front room. All Might, you're back, a stranger exclaimed. Who are you? Bakugo yelled. Young Bakugo. This man is going to help us. Toshinori scolded. Yup, with my quirk, the man exclaimed. Which you still haven't told us about yet, Todoroki side-eyed Toshinori. I'm here too, a small voice called, and my mom. Yes, thank you for coming you, Toshinori smiled. What is a kid doing here? Why is this so confusing? Bakugo decided to sit down on the couch. He needed an explanation, they all did. Please calm down, all of you sit down and I will explain. Questions are for after, okay? The students nodded and sat down. All right, firstly, this man is going to explain how his quirk works. The stranger got up and smiled at the teenagers. Hi there. My name is, okay, that doesn't matter, let's just get straight to the point, he laughed awkwardly. I can send people back in time. Bakugo and Todoroki jumped up from their seats. You can? Yup. No tricks, I can do it, he said cheerfully. And we're going to send you 4, All Might added. This is insane, Todoroki said, wide-eyed as he slowly sat back down. No kidding, Kirishima looked just as surprised. Anyways, there are a few drawbacks. You might get a headache from jumping back, and you'll probably ache a little. Nothing horrible though, the man continued. That's amazing. Ida jumped up and bowed. Thank you, I can't thank you enough. Please don't thank me, it's no big deal, the man cried. Ida lifted his head, and a few tears dotted his face. Thank you. The man rubbed his head and looked at Toshinori. Is it my turn to explain yet? You whined. Of course, go ahead. I can tell you how to save him. My quirk is the one that affected him, he said awkwardly. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. The League made Midoriya go somewhere, not sure where, then on his way back to you, that's when my son was forced by the League to get him, the woman in the room explained. You nodded. You just have to stop him from going anywhere when you get sent back. You also have to come save me. You said nervously. The League threatened to harm me, the woman continued, but I was never taken hostage, so just come find me and you and take us to a safe house or something. She smiled and handed Todoroki a slip of paper. This has our address on it. I'm rooting for you guys. Thank you, Todoroki stuttered. For telling us, I mean. Can you tell us about your quirk? Bakugo demanded of the small kid. You seemed to shrink under his gaze. I give people nightmares for 3 days. And they're not just normal nightmares. You looked at the ground. I think it makes the person weaker too. I don't know much about it. His shoulders slumped. Don't worry about it. Thank you for telling us. Todoroki tried to smile, but he wasn't used to it. I'm sorry for what I did. You started, but Ida cut in. Don't apologize. Anyone would have done the same in your position. You looked at the ground and then at Bakugo. Are you sure you want to send him, All Might? You asked quietly. Huh? Bakugo snarled. Yes, I'm sure. Toshinori looked worried. Why wouldn't he send me? Midori was afraid of you when he was younger. You weren't very nice to him. Are you actually going to save him? You asked. Bakugo looked hurt for a second before his expression shifted to anger. Of course I'm going to save that little brat. All right. You didn't look convinced. Don't worry. I choose him because I trust him, Toshinori tried to reassure. But none of you saw what I saw. Shut the hell up. Bakugo turned away. Enough of that. Yu's mom exclaimed. When are we doing this? Todoroki asked seriously, changing the topic. Right now, Bakugo answered for them. Toshinori looked at the man. Are you ready to do it? The man nodded enthusiastically. Let's do this. Huddle together, you four. He pointed at the students. Everyone else, stand back. Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Ida huddled together awkwardly. Ready? The man asked nervously. I'm going to try and send you back 2 weeks. That should be enough time. We're ready, Kirishima said with determination. Good luck. You cheered. We're counting on you. His mother smiled. You can do it, Toshinori waved at them. Here we go. The man's hands glowed blue as he raised them towards the students. His hands started shaking as he concentrated. Todoroki clenched his teeth to stifle a yelp of pain as his body tensed up. Beside him, Bakugo growled through the discomfort. I believe in you, the man said as his quirk sent the 4 of them back in time. Bakugo's eyes flew open. He looked around, his head pounding. He was in his dorm at UA. He snatched the phone from his bedside table and looked at the date. It was real. They had gone back in time. He smiled and felt tears? Tears of joy? He quickly wiped them away and jumped out of bed. It was early in the morning, but despite that, he slammed open his door and sprinted out of the room. He pounded on Kirishima's door with his fist. The door flew open, and Kirishima smiled. The 2 of them ran over to Uraraka's room on the same floor. They stopped once they realized they couldn't just enter a girl's room, so they decided against it and ran to find the others. They sprinted down the stairs to Ida's room and flew open the door. Ida was sitting on the ground, smiling through tears. It's real, was all he said. Then let's go get him. Kirishima yelled. Todoroki suddenly appeared. I thought I'd find you guys somewhere around here. We have to see him. We have to make sure he's alive. Ida jumped up from the floor and ran towards the stairs, with Kirishima, Bakugo, and Todoroki trailing behind him. Finally, they were all on the 2nd floor where Izuku's room was. They hesitated at the door before Bakugo promptly punched his fist through it and kicked it so it fell down. Excessive, don't you think? Kirishima chuckled. They all entered, and there he was. Izuku was alive. Izuku blinked rapidly as he woke up. He rubbed his eyes, feeling like he was seeing things. Why were Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugo in his room? And why was his door broken? Guys, what are you doing? Izuku sat up and yelped as the 4 intruders jumped on his bed and engulfed him in a group hug. Midoriya. Ida, why are you crying? Izuku cried once they pulled away. Ida shared a glance with Todoroki, who shook his head. I'm just happy to see you. But I saw you yesterday. Todoroki, you're crying too? He reached out helplessly. Kirishima, please don't cry. Guys, why are you crying? I'm not crying, you piece of work, Bakugo glared. Izuku jumped. Kaken? You hugged me. So what? You're alive, Bakugo growled. Bakugo! Todoroki snapped, glaring at him. Don't say things like that. Izuku's eyes went wide as he looked at his hands. Alive? He stuttered. What do you mean? The whole group went silent. Izuku went rigid. Gee guys, what? I didn't mean anything by it, Deku. Bakugo snapped. Are you sure? Deku looked worriedly at them all. He's sure. Kirishima pumped his fist in the air. No worries. Oh, I'm glad, but why are you all in my room? You know. We had a question. Kirishima finally came up with a lie. A question? The 4 of you came to get me this early because of that? Izuku stared at them with suspicion. Yes. Kirishima smiled. What is it then? Izuku looked at them questioningly. Do we have class today? Kirishima asked dumbly. Bakugo face-bombed, and Todoroki sighed. Kirishima, that's a horrible lie. Class? Izuku stared at him. Seriously? Yes. You guys woke me up to ask if we had class on a Saturday. Izuku exclaimed. Of course we don't have class. Oh great, thanks. The 5 students sat in awkward silence. Bakugo was always the one to break it. Alright, I'm out of here. Good idea, Todoroki replied as he strolled out of the room. Oh right. Kirishima walked to the door and gave one last glance back before walking out. It was just Ida and Izuku left. Do you mind if I stay here, Midoriya? Ida asked politely. Sure, if you want to, I don't know why you would, Anne. Thank you. Ida chuckled at his friend's tendency to ramble. He missed that. So, Ida, now that we're alone, could you tell me what that was really all about? You don't believe Kirishima? Ida laughed. Of course not. Izuku huffed. Ida's smile fell slightly as he looked at Izuku. You're just such a good friend. I think we all realize that. It wasn't the complete truth, but it felt genuine. Izuku's face turned red, and he smiled. And no one's ever said that to me, thank you. Ida felt his heart clench, realizing that he and Uraraka were Izuku's first friends. No, Midoriya, thank you. The 4 students who knew of both timelines agreed that Izuku would never leave their sights. He would be under constant watch. Todoroki mentioned that Izuku had been affected on a school night, likely a Monday or Tuesday. Bakugo challenged him on how he knew that, and Todoroki explained how he helped Izuku sneak in one night. They wouldn't let anything happen to him or Uraraka. When they saw Uraraka alive, she had been just as confused as Izuku had been. They couldn't explain the feeling of having someone previously thought lost standing before them. The only problem was, Izuku was starting to catch on. He sensed something was off, but he didn't know what. Uraraka, Izuku whispered to her as he sat on the couch late Sunday night. She looked at him and smiled. Why are we whispering? Izuku glanced at Bakugo, who was sitting on the other couch, absorbed in his phone and oblivious to their conversation. Have you noticed that they're always watching me? He whispered nervously. No. She looked confused. It's like I'm never alone. Earlier today I was sitting here, and when I left to get a snack, I turned around, and Todoroki had followed me. Seems like you're being paranoid, she chuckled quietly. Normally I would think that, he exclaimed a little too loudly, earning a look from Bakugo, who returned to his game. Izuku winced and continued, I went to do my laundry, and Kirishima just tagged along for no reason. That is a little strange, she commented. Even now, Bakugo is right there. He would normally be in his room, not near me. Now that you say it, that does seem weird. She made a face and looked back at the movie they were watching. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Your friends care about you, that's how I see it. By never giving me any space? I don't know, why don't you ask them? What are you two muttering about over there? Bakugo growled seriously. Oh, it's nothing, Kaken. Izuku sputtered. You're not hiding something from me, are you, Deku? No. If anything, you're the one hiding something from me. Izuku hadn't meant to say that, but he often spoke his thoughts aloud. Huh? Bakugo yelled. No, Kaken, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, I kind of did, but I just don't know what's going on and… Just shut up. Alright. Izuku settled down and took a deep breath. He didn't deny that he was hiding something. Noted. Izuku was starting to get really annoyed when Monday morning, the second he came out of his room, someone was waiting for him. Todoroki, what are you doing? Izuku rubbed his temples. Waiting for you, he said bluntly. Why? Just felt like it. Todoroki, I'm going to train. It's literally 4 a.m. He was cranky in the morning. Yeah, I'm going to come with you. Ever thought about telling me? Izuku spoke with a little sass. Sorry. Todoroki didn't look very sorry. The whole training session left Todoroki astounded by the intensity of Izuku's regimen. You do this every day? He asked, slightly wide-eyed after they finished. Yeah. Izuku had calmed down a little after the workout, but he was still suspicious. It's a lot, the half-and-half boy remarked. Todoroki, Izuku interrupted, looking at him seriously, why are you guys watching me? Of course he would notice. It was Midoriya after all. I'm not sure what you mean, Todoroki tried to play dumb. It's like I'm being watched by you guys all day Saturday and Sunday, and today. I think you're just being paranoid. Todoroki looked away. Izuku clenched his teeth and stomped in front of him. I'm going to go change into my uniform, or do I need a babysitter for that too? Midoriya. Whatever you're hiding from me, I want to know. He looked back. Todoroki stared at the ground. Izuku was just too smart not to notice anything. If there was something I would tell you, he lied. Izuku looked at him for a second before sighing and making his way back to his dorm to change into his uniform. Izuku was happy to have a little bit of normalcy during school. In class, he didn't need to be followed everywhere like at the dorms. During lunch, though, Bakugo sat with him. It was awkward, and Izuku couldn't think of a single reason why he would sit with him. Izuku wasn't brave enough to ask him why. Sometimes when he looked at Bakugo, all he saw was the person who had bullied him in middle school. He knew things were different now. Obviously, Bakugo had grown as a person. But he couldn't count the number of burns he'd received or the belongings he'd had to replace because of him. And lately, Bakugo was being nice to him. He didn't yell or swear, he just remained silent. Izuku even intentionally tried to provoke him to get a reaction. I'm definitely going to be the greatest hero, Izuku said suddenly at the lunch table. He looked up from his food to stare at Bakugo and gauge his reaction. Whatever, Bakugo grumbled, and that was all he said about the topic. I think you will, Deku. Uraraka chirped. Yeah, you can do it, Midoriya. Kirishima cheered. If anyone can do it, it's you, Ida smiled. It felt like they were all babying him. He remembered that morning when he went to cut a loose string from his jacket. He had gone to the kitchen and grabbed some scissors, but the moment he touched them, Ida rushed over and plucked them from his hand. It was frustrating. And Bakugo was what frustrated him the most. He had known Bakugo his whole life, and he wouldn't change like this without a reason. And there was a reason. Izuku knew Todoroki, Bakugo, Ida, and Kirishima were in on it. So he was going to test it. That night, Izuku came up with a plan to test them. But tonight, they wouldn't leave him alone. Anywhere he went, one of them followed, and it was more persistent today than over the weekend. He needed a distraction, just a split second to hide from them. Once he hid, he could see how they reacted and hopefully gather some information about their little secret. So, Izuku went to Uraraka and asked her to do him a favor, create a little distraction for him to slip away for a bit. He didn't know where he could hide, maybe under his bed? What if Uraraka floated him to the ceiling? Or he could use Mineta's quirk to stick himself to the ceiling. He decided on two things. He would leave his phone recording on the kitchen counter to listen to them. He was going to hide under his bed and see if they went into his room to discuss anything. His plan was all set, he just had to wait for Uraraka's signal. "Kirishima, come play with me," Kaminari called. A bunch of the students sat in the living room, including Izuku, Uraraka, and a few others. Kaminari was busy playing a video game with Mina. Why not? Kirishima hopped up from the couch to grab a controller and join in. "Ida, could you grab me some water?" Izuku suddenly asked, staring blankly ahead. "Sure thing," Ida replied as he walked into the other room. Uraraka took a deep breath and then fell onto the ground. "Whoa, holy sirpi." Kirishima and Kaminari stopped their game to check on her. Bakugo glared at her before getting up to check on her, and Todoroki also got up. Ida rushed in, a glass of water in his hand. "What's going on?" he cried. "Uraraka, she fainted." "Yeah, it was crazy. She just fell down." Kaminari's speech faltered as he saw Uraraka's eyes open. "I got you," she laughed. Bakugo felt panic rip through him. No one was watching Izuku. He whipped his head up, and Izuku wasn't there. "Where is he?" Bakugo shouted. "Deku, find Deku," he roared. Kirishima, Ida, and Todoroki immediately began panicking. "Sheet," Todoroki muttered as he ran out of the room. "He might have left, it could be tonight." "I'm going out," Kirishima insisted as he ran towards the door. "Midoriya," Ida yelled as he used his quirk to speed around the dorms. "I'm going to his room," Bakugo yelled. He kicked down Izuku's recently repaired door and stomped in. "Deku, where are you? We can't let this happen." His voice became smaller. Izuku quietly watched from under his bed. "We're so stupid," Bakugo growled. "Deku, please." Izuku felt his eyes well up with tears. "Kaken." Bakugo clenched his fists before exiting the room. Izuku slowly crawled out from under his hiding space, wiped his eyes, and took a deep breath. I'm okay," he called out from his dorm, the door open. Izuku could practically feel the anger radiating from Bakugo as he came back into the room, a phone in his hand and a scowl on his face. "Where did you go?" Bakugo demanded. I just needed some space," Izuku replied, looking at the ground. "I asked where," Bakugo repeated. It's not a big deal. You can't just disappear like that." Bakugo stomped over to him and grabbed his wrist. Izuku flinched, memories flooding back. "Kaken, stop, please stop." His voice was thick with emotion. "Come with me," Bakugo said, starting to drag him to the common room. "Kaken, stop," Izuku pleaded, tears falling from his eyes. Bakugo looked back at him, halting, his eyes wide. Was he already affected by the corruption quirk? Or was this just how he had always been? Was it his fault? Bakugo released his wrist, and Izuku took a few deep breaths. "Just come downstairs," Bakugo said, looking away and waiting for Izuku to walk beside him. Today was the day it was supposed to happen. School felt long and drawn out. Waiting was agony. The group couldn't think about anything other than protecting Izuku. "My mom texted me," Izuku said suddenly at the dorms after being quiet for a while. Bakugo looked over at him, staring. No one mentioned this? Was this the League? He whipped out his phone and texted Kirishima to come downstairs. "What does she want?" Ida asked, looking over at Izuku's phone. "She wants me to come over real quick, says she needs help with something." "You can't go," Bakugo said sternly. Izuku looked up at him, dumbfounded. "What? I said you can't go. Why can't stop me from going, Kaken? You're not in charge of me." "I also don't think you should go," Ida added, starting to sweat. "You too." Izuku jumped. "What's the big deal?" Uraraka looked at them questioningly. Kirishima walked into the room. "What's going on?" "Deku's trying to leave," Bakugo grumbled. Kirishima flinched a little before recovering quickly. "Oh, we shouldn't leave on a school night." Why are you trying to stop me? It's my mother, Izuku said, frustration rising. Midoriya can wait. Kirishima exclaimed. I think you should wait. Ida said quickly. Izuku whipped his head to look at him. Ida, you're one of my closest friends. Why don't you understand? Ida looked away guiltily. Midoriya. We're not letting you go, Bakugo stated. Izuku glanced around at his classmates, realizing he was outnumbered. He couldn't convince them. Fine then. He clenched his teeth. I'm going to go change clothes, he mumbled angrily. Deku, don't leave, Bakugo warned. Izuku glared at him before running to the stairs using full cowling. Get back here. Bakugo yelled, trying to chase him. They couldn't let him out of their sight, not for a second. The door to Izuku's dorm was closed, and Bakugo started pounding on it with his fist. Get out here. There was no answer, and Bakugo's worry and anger grew. Deku, I'm going to kick down this door if you don't open up in 3 seconds. Still no answer, so Bakugo started counting down. 1. He howled as he kicked down Izuku's door for the 3rd time. Bakugo scanned the room, a cold draft from the open window chilling his skin. That guy. Kirishima came running in. Bakugo, where? He ran. The window is open, he got out. We're leaving right now. It's tonight, isn't it? Kirishima asked, fear in his voice. Bakugo felt his mouth go dry. Yeah, he managed. Shouldn't we have gotten Todoroki? Ida breathed. Why did you stop running? Let's move. Bakugo growled. Kirishima ignored him. I tried texting him, but he didn't answer. Let's move. Bakugo shouted. I can't run forever. Kirishima cried. We have to. Bakugo started sprinting away. Kirishima and Ida shared a look before running after him. Once they reached Izuku's apartment, they burst through the door. Auntie Inko, where's Deku? Bakugo yelled. She came running into the room, looking worried. What's going on? Katsuki, what are you doing? No time to explain where is. Midoriya? Ida asked. Izuku just left, she replied, concern etched on her face. Sheet. Bakugo sprinted out the door. We can explain later. Kirishima called as he followed. Is something going on with Izuku? She whispered to herself. Where is he? Ida started to panic, pushing his quirk further and draining his stamina. You? Bakugo called. Midoriya. Kirishima yelled. Split up, we're finding him right now. Ida ordered. They ran quickly, their panic escalating. At one point, Ida fell to his knees, hyperventilating. We can't let this happen, we can't. Ida heard a noise and slowly looked toward the alleyway in front of him. It was Izuku, talking to a young child. Ida's mouth went dry as he tried to call out, Don't, he screamed just as a bright light shone. He found his footing and ran over, standing in front of Izuku. Hey Midoriya, he called. Izuku's eyes stared blankly ahead, surprise frozen on his face. Ida spun around to face the little boy. I'm so sorry we forgot to come save you. We should have come to get you before you were taken, Ida rambled, noticing the terror on Yu's face. Ida looked in horror at Izuku and fumbled for his phone, getting Kirishima on the line. Get Bakugo, come now. Izuku remained frozen, and as soon as Kirishima and Bakugo arrived, his body began trembling. What the hell happened? Bakugo yelled as he crouched down. He got hit by the quirk. Ida started crying. We failed. It's not over, Ida. We can still help him. Kirishima cried. You squeaked as Izuku fell to the ground, grabbing his throat and struggling to breathe. I can't, I'm sorry. You turned to run away, but Ida grabbed his arm, trying to reassure him. Please don't run. We are heroes. We can save your mom, I promise. How do you know? Yu's eyes filled with tears. Ida ignored the question. How can we help him? He asked urgently. Why you can't? You have to let the quirk run its course. You shrank back. Ida huffed in frustration and turned back to Izuku. Izuku blinked once, then regained his breathing. His eyes watered as he looked around, confused. Wiru? He managed to say before coughing. Midoriya. Kirishima looked away. I'm so sorry. Why? Izuku rasped. Can you move? Bakugo asked suddenly, leaning over to look at him. No, he whispered. Bakugo crouched down, trying to pick him up. Izuku started crying. Kaken. Bakugo froze. Do you want someone else to do it? Izuku looked away guiltily and nodded. Bakugo looked at Ida, who nodded back. He carefully picked up Izuku and looked at Kirishima. Can you bring you with us? Of course. We messed up, Bakugo growled. Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere. Is that you? Todoroki looked at them questioningly. No one dared to break the news to him. Where were you, half and half? Bakugo looked away. I was sleeping. I had the night watch and you guys said you could handle things. Todoroki tilted his head. What happened? They all remained silent. Todoroki quickly pieced it together. Know what happened? Everyone was dead silent. Answer me. Todoroki raised his voice. What happened? Ida looked around and saw some other students listening in on the conversation. Upstairs, he whispered. Todoroki looked confused for a second before nodding and making his way to Izuku's room. Ida walked through the kitchen carrying Izuku in his arms. Izuku started fidgeting. Ida, I can walk now. Let me down, he whispered, his face turning red. Are you sure? Ida asked. Yes, I can walk. Right, sorry then. He slowly led Izuku down. Mina walked over. Hey, why was Ida carrying you? Did something happen? Izuku gulped and looked at Ida, guilt written all over his face. Ida suddenly knew what Izuku was deciding. He knew Izuku would normally try to keep something like this to himself, but there were people who would know if he lied or said he was fine. Nothing happened. Just tired, Izuku said, looking away as he started walking to his room. He really didn't like making people worry. What were you yelling about then with Todoroki? Kaminari questioned Ida. Oh, it was nothing, just a misunderstanding. Kirishima answered for him. Gotcha. Anyway, we got something to do. Kirishima chuckled and slipped away. Ida sighed and followed, with Bakugo behind him. What the hell happened? Izuku sat confused on his bed. They were telling the story for him? He was right here. Why were they talking like he wasn't there? Midoriya got a text from his mom, and we tried to stop him. He ran out, and when we found him, he was in an alleyway. You had gotten to him before we could, Kirishima explained. Todoroki froze. We forgot about him. His mother even gave me her address. How could we forget? He buried his face in his hands. If we had gone to save you before he was kidnapped, none of this would have happened. It's okay, Todoroki, Ida said quietly. We all forgot. We have him now, he's okay. My mom. You yelped. How do you know if she's fine? We can get her to a safe house. I'll leave right now, Ida volunteered. I'll go too, Todoroki responded. I feel horrible. Would you like to come with us? Please. I want to see my mom. The three left. Bakugo took a deep breath, feeling slightly panicky. Of course, he would never let anyone else see him like this. He leaned over to Kirishima and whispered, Don't you dare let him fall asleep. You hear me? Kirishima locked eyes with Izuku. Got it, he assured. Bakugo walked out to try and calm down. Izuku eyed Kirishima suspiciously. Kirishima smiled weakly and spoke, Are you doing okay? I feel fine now, Izuku responded. Good. Izuku clenched his fists and dropped his head. Did you know that was going to happen? What? Kirishima jumped and stared, dumbfounded. It seems like you all knew exactly what was going on. Izuku lifted his head and glared at him. Let me explain. Oh, please do. All you guys have done is keep secrets from me, he snarled. We're just worried about you. What made you worried? I am mean. Kirishima rubbed his head awkwardly. I know your past is a little rough. My past? Izuku widened his eyes. How do you know, Kaken? Izuku suddenly stood up from the bed and took some threatening steps forward. Kaken told you about my past? He has no right. Calm down, please. You're telling me to calm down? You're all pitying me for Get out of my room, he screamed suddenly, his eyes watering. The quirk was messing with his emotions and making him feel vulnerable. It was amplifying his negative emotions: anger, sadness, fear. He was at the mercy of the quirk. I can't leave. Kirishima took a few steps back. Calm down. Get out. Izuku pointed at the door. I can't. Why? I'm sorry, Kirishima said firmly. I'm not leaving. A look of betrayal crossed Izuku's face. He stomped over to his desk, grabbed his notebook and a pencil, and glared at Kirishima. He walked back to his bed and buried himself under his blankets. Kirishima faintly heard the sound of pencils scratching on paper. He sighed guiltily before sitting down on the floor. He looked around Izuku's room, filled with All Might figures, and smiled slightly. After a little while, Izuku peeked out from under his blankets, his eyes red and puffy. I'm sorry, Kirishima. I don't know why I got so angry, Don't apologize, it's okay, Kirishima laughed. It's no big deal. But it is a big deal. I'm just so sensitive about everything that's happened. And for Kaken to tell you? Why would he? He didn't tell me anything, Kirishima said, walking over to the bed and sitting down. I just know you had it rough. How do you? You know, when I was in middle school, I saw this story about a middle schooler who jumped into a fight to save his friend from a villain. And he didn't even use his quirk. That was you, wasn't it? Izuku stared at him wide-eyed. You inspired me. To this very day no, not just me, the whole class looks up to you, Midoriya. Why are you telling me this? Izuku's eyes started spilling more tears. Because you are strong. We don't want you to forget that. But why? Just thought you should know. Izuku sat up and hugged him tightly. Thank you. After I got hit with that quirk, I've been feeling. The hell is going on? Bakugo slammed open the door. In Kirishima's arms, Izuku immediately tensed up before he was pushed away. He wouldn't make eye contact with Bakugo. Kirishima looked at Izuku helplessly and gave Bakugo a look. Now's not the greatest time, man. He was so close to telling me what was wrong, to finally share what he was feeling. Huh. And no, it's fine, Izuku said quickly. Good, I wasn't gonna leave. Bakugo sat down in Izuku's desk chair. You guys want to do something? Kirishima asked. Izuku looked away nervously, and Bakugo spoke. I brought some cards. Sounds good, and when everyone goes to bed, we can go play some video games downstairs. Izuku looked at him completely confused. Wha? It's a school night? And? Bakugo growled. I need to sleep. I can't be tired or I'll fall behind in class. We're having a friends' night. Kirishima smiled brightly. Can't we do that on a weekend? Nah. Okay. Izuku was lost. What game are we playing? Bakugo asked. Izuku was scared. He was asking like they were old friends. But Kaken hates me, so let's play Go Fish. Kirishima cheered. Kirishima, how old are you, 5? Set it up, let's go. Izuku was basically forced to play a game with Bakugo, and he didn't like it one bit. It was pretty obvious during the game too, he only ever asked Kirishima for cards. Never Bakugo. And whenever Bakugo asked Izuku for cards, he looked terrified. This was no good, the quirk was definitely affecting him. It seemed he was fated to suffer. Guys, please, it's 2 a.m. Izuku stuttered. I need tea to sleep. Nope, Bakugo said plainly, focused on the racing video game. Why do Kirishima and Ida get to rest? Izuku complained. But not us. 'Cause they wanna. Bakugo didn't lift his gaze from the screen. I want to. Izuku cried, looking at Todoroki, who was also playing the game. Midoriya, you're in last place, was all Todoroki said. Arg. Izuku huffed in frustration, always dodging the question. Yeah. Bakugo cheered as he crossed the finish line in first place. Take that, icy hot. However will I live, Todoroki deadpanned. I'm going to go make some coffee. Izuku didn't even finish the race before time ran out. Todoroki went to the kitchen, and Izuku heard some shuffling in there. He gulped and looked at Bakugo. They were alone. Izuku started, but Bakugo cut him off. He always did. Let's play again, Bakugo mumbled. Was that why he stuttered so much? Bakugo always cut him off when they were younger? Alright. Izuku clutched the controller in his hands. He hated this. He had no idea what was going on. When it hit 3 a.m., Ida and Kirishima came strolling down the stairs. Great, I'm tired, Bakugo grumbled as he tossed the controller onto the couch. Todoroki stood up too and made his way for the elevator. Wait a minute. Izuku jumped up from the couch. You guys are going to sleep? Bakugo shared a glance with Todoroki. No, he lied. Of course they were going to sleep. They needed energy to watch Izuku. Then where are you going? None of your business. Bakugo turned around and stalked up the stairs. Todoroki? Izuku looked at him with wide eyes. Like Bakugo said, it's not your concern, Todoroki said coldly before leaving. Izuku stared blankly for a few moments, a look of hurt on his face. But. Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. We're supposed to be friends, isn't it my concern? His voice was small, and Todoroki was already long gone from the room. Ida looked shocked. Bakugo and Todoroki can't say things like that, it's going to hurt him. I'll have to bring it up with them later. So Midoriya, what would you like to do? Ida turned around and plastered a fake cheery smile. Izuku quickly wiped his eyes. Sleep, he mumbled. I'll make you some coffee. Kirishima started to the kitchen, but Izuku stopped him. No, Todoroki already made me some. You want more? No, I don't even like coffee. Izuku looked at his hands. But I needed the caffeine, I guess. Can I go grab my notebook? Sure, I'll come with you. Kirishima offered. Izuku groaned internally as he got off the couch and made his way to his room. Once inside, he went straight to his desk and reached for his notebook. The burned one. The one Bakugo burned. Izuku suddenly glanced at his bed. He wanted to sleep so badly. He needed some rest before his workout, right? If he somehow got Kirishima to leave the room for a second, he could lock the door and sleep. Would they break down his door and stop him? Why couldn't he sleep anyway? Izuku grabbed the notebook and looked at Kirishima, who was smiling as usual. Kirishima. Can you? What is it? He asked. That make some more coffee? Izuku sighed and left his dorm room. He would go along with their plan for now. Izuku felt exhausted. After staying up all night, having an intense workout, and then attending a full day of school, he was completely drained. Meanwhile, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Ida seemed perfectly fine, likely because they had managed to get some sleep. Izuku planned to take a nap as soon as he got home, and he was determined not to let anyone stop him. Deku, are you okay? Uraraka asked, peering at his face. I am so tired, he huffed, not caring that she was so close. You have eye bags, she chuckled. I do. He smiled playfully. I'm not surprised. Go to sleep then, she demanded, pouting. Izuku leaned in to whisper, I really want to, glancing at Ida nearby, but they won't let me. Ida won't? She questioned quietly. None of them will. Who's them? Kirishima, Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugo. That's strange, she pondered. Watch. Izuku whispered and called Ida over. Hey Ida, I think I'm going to go take a nap, he said, watching him carefully. Oh, but I wanted to hang out with you. Ida exclaimed loudly. Izuku exchanged a look with Uraraka that said, You see? Taking a deep breath, Izuku put on the saddest face he could muster. But Ida, I'm so tired, he pouted. Ida's face twisted with guilt. He had no idea what to say. Hey Ida, Uraraka piped up, what if I hang out with Deku? Of course I'll join you. No, I heard all about your guys' night, and I want to hang out with Deku. Uraraka, please let me join you. Nope. She grabbed Izuku's arm. Bye, Ida. Suddenly, Ida snatched Uraraka's arm and she flinched. Wait, he said quietly. Uraraka sensed the seriousness in his tone. Ida glanced at Izuku, and she knew he had something to say that Izuku shouldn't hear. Deku, I need to talk to Ida real quick, okay? Wait for me, she said. Izuku shrugged and went to sit on the couch. What is it, Ida? Uraraka hissed. I'm sorry, he hissed back. But I can explain it all later. Just promise me this. What is it? You can't let him sleep. Why? I'll explain it later, just please promise me. He pleaded. Uraraka looked at the ground. Fine. She crossed her fingers. I promise. Uraraka, are you actually going to hang out with me? Izuku asked as he sat in her room. Of course not, I'm letting you sleep, she huffed. Really? His face lit up. Yes. You can sleep on my bed if you want, I'm going to do my homework. He didn't mind sleeping in someone else's bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, he was out cold. Deku. Uraraka chuckled when she got no response. So fast. She grabbed her homework and sat on the floor, working peacefully. Izuku was dreaming. He started twitching, sweating, and whispering. Uraraka didn't notice anything until his voice became gradually louder. It started as small mumbles. Sto. Less. Then it turned into broken words. Hero. Stuff. Hurts. His voice grew louder, clearer. Stop. Stuff. Stop. He kept repeating it. Uraraka watched him warily. Should she wake him up? What was he dreaming about? He looked terrified. Quirkless, he murmured. Deku, she said softly. It hurts, he said. Kaken, stop. I didn't do anything to you. Tears began to fall from his eyes. Uraraka's body went rigid. She knew she had to wake him up. She started pushing his shoulder. Deku, wake up. He kept talking. Stay away, his voice became louder. She froze. Was he still asleep? Please. His body started thrashing around, and Uraraka jumped away. Deku, wake up, she said loudly. Stop, he screamed as his eyes flew open, gasping for air. Uraraka rushed over to comfort him. Deku, you're okay, just breathe. He took long, deep breaths, placing a hand on his chest. I'm sorry, was the first thing he said. Don't apologize. Are you okay? She asked carefully. Weiss, I'm okay now. What happened? He wiped away the tears from his eyes. You were acting strangely in your sleep. Did you have a nightmare? Izuku's eyes widened. What did I do? You started talking and moving around a lot. She didn't go into details. Oh. He buried his face in his hands, embarrassed. Let's just forget that happened. Was it a nightmare? She asked again. Izuku twitched but nodded. But you're okay now? I'm okay. All right, Ida, spill. You said you would explain what's been going on, Uraraka said, eyeing him nervously. Ida had brought her into his room, quickly checking to see if anyone was listening before closing the door quietly. Ida took a deep breath. Uraraka, you can't tell anyone this. She nodded immediately. Of course. I'm from the future. Uraraka's mouth dropped. W? I don't know a good way to prove it to you, but I wouldn't lie to you. He stared straight at her. How? She sat down on Ida's bed. We had to come back. Because, Ida looked away, something bad happened. He closed his eyes, not wanting to explain any further. To Deku, she said, her voice becoming more stable. And you, he added quietly. She flinched, her eyes widening. Ida. I'm sorry, I just can't relive. Uraraka's voice trailed off, her hands clenched in her lap. Can you tell me what happened to Deku? Ida froze, his heart racing. You guys are following him all the time, he must have it worse than me, so what is it? Ida, I'm his friend, I can help you. Ida spoke so quietly that it was almost inaudible. Ida. He died, okay? He shouted, anger and grief spilling over. Uraraka went rigid, jumping off the bed to comfort him. See, calm down, she whispered, wrapping her arms around him. And I couldn't save him. I didn't even notice anything was wrong with him, none of us did. We all turned a blind eye to his suffering because he never told anyone. He kept all of his problems to himself, but we're his friends. He could have saved himself, but he'd been told his entire life that he didn't matter. This entire world is messed up. He cried out, his voice breaking. Uraraka listened in silence, a terrible feeling settling in her stomach. Did he? She took a deep breath, her voice barely above a whisper, kill himself? Yes. Ida's voice cracked, and Uraraka couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She hugged him tightly. Ida. Did I die too? All he could do was squeeze his eyes shut and nod. It's okay, Ida, we're okay now. She tried to keep her voice steady. I'm alive, Deku is alive. You can stop us from dying. Ida took a moment to regain his composure. No, we messed up. The quirk. That started Midoriya's downfall. It still got him. He struggled to hold back more tears. If he sleeps, that's when he's affected, through nightmares about his past. Uraraka's blood ran cold. She let him sleep. She let him suffer. Burying her face in her hands, she started to wail, "Oh God, Ida. I'm so sorry, oh God." This caught his attention. What is it? I let him sleep. I'm so sorry, he was suffering and now I made him suffer more? Ida's eyes widened in shock. Why, I trusted you. Uraraka, you promised me, and you let him sleep anyway? He had every right to be hurt. I'm sorry that I lied to you, but you can't keep him from sleeping. Ida looked down, contemplating her words. Was it really possible to keep someone from sleeping for 3 days straight without that person going insane? We've been selfish, he finally admitted. We didn't think about how Midoriya would feel in all of this. By we, do you mean you, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Bakugo? He nodded. I think you should tell him. Ida flinched. And no, we can't do that. Ida, he's probably figuring this out on his own already. After a moment of silence, realization struck him. His notebook, he yelled. What? Uraraka jumped. He's probably writing down everything he knows about us. If I destroy... Ida, stop. Uraraka demanded, grabbing his shoulders. You can't do that, you have to tell him. He lowered his voice. Uraraka, if we tell him, it will break him, especially if he finds out he killed you. She went deathly still. Her knees buckled, and Ida slipped from her grip. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. I have to destroy it. He sprinted out of the room. Uraraka couldn't respond. Her thoughts were clouded with images of being hurt by her best friend. She suddenly knew, it really happened. Ida was relieved to find Izuku's door unlocked. His eyes were immediately drawn to Izuku's desk, where the charred notebook sat. He plucked it off the desk and flipped through it, horrified by the messy handwriting he read. What's happening? Started one morning, I was sleeping and they ran in and hugged me. Kaken hugged me? Kirishima asking if we had class on a Saturday? Possibly covering up for something? Constant watch, never alone. You're alive, Kaken. Everyone's treating me like a kid. Realized you're such a good friend, Ida. What made them realize? When I hid, they all panicked. We can't let this happen. Kaken. If it could be tonight, I'll go find him. Can't let what? Kirishima. What could? They wouldn't let me go see my mom. When I did, something bad happened. Like they knew it would happen, that's why they tried to stop me. They knew the name of the kid who hit me with the quirk. Why do I feel so scared? Why won't they let me sleep? I'm tired. I feel vulnerable. Why am I so upset? Why won't they let me sleep? Uraraka let me sleep. I had a nightmare. But it was all things that had actually happened to me. Did they somehow know that would happen if I slept? How would they know? Why do I feel like I'm back in middle school? How do they know? Time travel? A future-seeing quirk. Did something bad happen to me? Kaken said, you're alive. Did I die? Ida closed the notebook and quickly stuffed it into his shirt. He'd have to tell the others about this later, but the most important thing was getting this away from Izuku. He carefully walked out of the room, making sure not to disrupt the atmosphere. He didn't want Izuku to figure out he'd been in there, or else he'd know someone stole his notebook. Better for Izuku to think he just misplaced it. Ida closed the door with caution and sprinted back to his own room. He'd forgotten Uraraka was still in there. She lay on the floor with her head clutched in her hands, crying. Uraraka! He knelt down. I. She started choking on her sobs. What is it, Uraraka? He pleaded. I remember everything, she whispered. Ida was frozen in shock. How? He stuttered. She shook her head and closed her eyes tightly. I'm so sorry. Ida cried. He shuffled over to his bed and hid the notebook under it. Ida and Uraraka jumped as they heard knocking at the door. Who is it? Ida called. It's Izuku. Uraraka yelped loudly and curled into a ball. Is someone else in there? He said worriedly from the other side of the door. No. Uraraka cried. Ida, I can't face him, she whimpered. Is that Uraraka? Is she okay? Izuku's voice rose, sounding like he was starting to panic. Everything's fine. Ida's voice was loud but fake. Maybe we should do something else, another voice outside the door said hurriedly. Not now, Todoroki. Ida heard Izuku huff. Something's wrong in there, I have to help. We're fine. Ida called quickly. Don't come in. What's going on? What are you hiding? Nothing. Ida cried. Ida, make him stop please. Uraraka whimpered helplessly. Whenever I hear his voice She couldn't finish as she started another crying fit. Is she crying? Izuku yelped, and Ida heard some noises outside the door. Midoriya, stop. Todoroki growled. Let go of me. Izuku hissed. Get him away. Uraraka screamed. What's going on? Izuku screamed back. Todoroki, get him out of here. Ida ordered. Let go. Ida heard Izuku's protests get quieter as he was hauled away. I'm sorry, Ida, Uraraka whispered. Please, don't apologize, he said quietly. I wouldn't have told you about both timelines if I had known you would remember everything. Deku killed me, she breathed. Uraraka. I remember dying. I'm so sorry, we're going to help him, Ida said helplessly. Do you think you can get up? Just, give me a few. Would you like to be alone? Please. Todoroki, let me go. Izuku snarled. Todoroki didn't respond as he hauled Izuku into the commons. Talk to me, damn it. Izuku yelled as he thrashed around in Todoroki's arms. They passed Bakugo and Kaminari. What the? Kaminari stared wide-eyed at the scene. What the heck? Bakugo stalked over. Oh good, you're here, Todoroki said coldly, practically dropping Izuku on the floor. Izuku immediately tried to get up and run back to Ida's room, but Bakugo stood in his way. Where do you think you're going? Bakugo barked. Get out of my way. Izuku yelled, but Bakugo grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back. What are you doing? Izuku hissed. A crowd of students had gathered around them. Ida and Kirishima pushed through to help. Izuku tried to wrestle his arm free, but Bakugo gripped it tighter. Izuku stopped resisting and went limp, hanging his head down. Bakugo eyed him curiously while Ida and Kirishima rushed over. Todoroki stood closely by. I'm on to you guys, Izuku whispered. Huh. I said I'm on to you. Izuku screamed, causing many students watching to flinch. You need to calm down, Midoriya. Ida ordered. I'm going to figure out exactly what you all are doing, he snapped. Bakugo released Izuku and whipped around to face them. Midoriya. Is Uraraka okay? Izuku's voice sounded cold. She's okay, Ida responded. She yelled, get him away. Was that about me? Izuku burned holes into the ground with his glare. No. You're lying. Izuku growled, falling to his knees and wiping away the tears from his eyes. What the heck is going on? Mina shouted suddenly from the crowd of students. Yeah, what is this? Siro chimed in. Will all of you shut up and give us some space? Bakugo snapped, starting to shoo students away. Once all the students hesitantly went back to their own dorms, the group headed to Izuku's room. Izuku sat on his bed and stared at his lap, not wanting to make eye contact with anyone. Ida didn't want Izuku to hear him, but he had to tell Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo. I need to show you guys something, he whispered to the trio. Izuku flinched slightly but didn't speak. My room, under my bed, Ida's voice was incredibly quiet. Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo nodded and made for the door. right? Secrets? Izuku said quietly before laying down on his bed. Bakugo slammed Ida's door open and practically jumped out of his skin to see Uraraka sleeping on the floor. What the? Uraraka opened her eyes slightly. Oh. Maybe she wasn't sleeping, but what was she doing here? What's wrong? Todoroki kneeled beside her. I remember, she mumbled. Bakugo rolled his eyes, having no idea what she was talking about. He walked over to Ida's bed and felt under it. He did not expect to pull out Izuku's notebook. You remember what? Both timelines. Bakugo froze. How did she? Ida told me about you guys going back in time, and then I remembered both timelines. She rose into a sitting position. Deku. You don't have to talk about it, Todoroki comforted her. Whatever, Bakugo grumbled. He was a little worried, but he would never tell them that. He flipped through the notebook, searching for anything important. Holy! What is it? Kirishima rushed over and grabbed the notebook from his hands. Todoroki whispered to Uraraka, will you be okay? Yes, I think so. Todoroki nodded and walked over to look at the notebook. This is bad. Kirishima's voice cracked. He's too smart. I think we should go to Mr. Aizawa, Todoroki said. We should have done that in the first place. He should have come back in time with us. I think that's a good idea. Stupid Deku, Bakugo growled. After another sleepless night, Izuku was exhausted. He hadn't spoken to the others the entire time, furious they were making him stay up again. Midoriya, are you doing okay? Ida asked guiltily in the morning. They couldn't let him sleep, right? Izuku glared at him. Hello. Todoroki was oblivious to the fact Midoriya wasn't talking to them. When he got no response, he turned to Ida. What's wrong with him? He's upset that we didn't let him sleep again, Ida sighed. Oh. He looked at Izuku worriedly. It's for the best. Izuku whipped around to look at him, lowering his head and clenching his fists. It would be nice if I knew the reason, he growled. Ida looked at him helplessly, then turned to Todoroki. We need to leave soon to talk to Aizawa. Are Bakugo and Kirishima coming with us? Kirishima is coming with us. Bakugo is staying with. Well, you know. Ida shrugged. Then let's get going. Just waiting on Kirish. I see him. Kirishima came walking in. I'm ready, guys. Hey Midoriya, we'll see you at school, Todoroki said as he turned around. Izuku only stared at his hands. Shiro walked into the room, and Izuku looked to him. Hopefully. Shiro, have you seen my notebook? Todoroki froze. Nope, haven't seen it, Shiro responded. It would be better if Izuku never looked at his notebook again, in the time traveler's opinion. Mr. Aizawa? Kirishima called as he walked into the classroom, Todoroki and Ida following behind him. They didn't get a response, and upon further inspection, they found he was sleeping. He's like a yellow caterpillar, Todoroki remarked, which earned a laugh from Kirishima. Mr. Aizawa? Ida tapped the sleeping bag. Aizawa's eyes cracked open. It's early, he grumbled. Class starts in 30 minutes, Kirishima laughed. Aizawa sighed as he unzipped his sleeping bag and stepped out. What? He crossed his arms. Kirishima looked at Ida. What if we just said it all really fast and Mr. Aizawa remembered both timelines and we didn't have to explain anything? Like ripping off a band-aid? Todoroki questioned. What are you talking about? Aizawa's face suddenly grew serious. Seems like a weird way to do it, but go ahead, Ida said, looking at Aizawa. Kirishima decided he would explain. Okay, so me, Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo are from the future. Midoriya was hit by a quirk that made him really sad, then he got kidnapped and returned to us. Hold on a minute? Aizawa stuttered, interrupting. Kirishima kept explaining, the villains brought him back, and then during a training exercise, he tried to hurt us, but he failed and we restrained him. Then Uraraka went to see him, and he got out somehow, probably the League. Kirishima took a deep breath and spoke very quietly for the last part. Then Midoriya? He hurt Uraraka and himself. Aizawa froze, looking at them dumbfounded. Is this some kind of joke? No, of course not. Are you making up some kind of story? Aizawa stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening. He suddenly clutched his head in his hands and grunted loudly. Kirishima shared a look with Todoroki and Ida. Aizawa suddenly got down on one knee, pulling on his hair. Is he gonna be okay? Kirishima asked worriedly. They watched him silently. Finally, Aizawa brought his hands down, took a deep breath, and stood tall. I remember. His tone was dark. Did it hurt to get your memories back? Yes. Aizawa motioned to leave the room. Wait, Ida called. I'm going to go restrain him, Aizawa growled. We're going to lock him up. She didn't do anything wrong in this timeline yet. Kirishima pleaded. Todoroki rushed over and grabbed onto Aizawa's arm. Please, he's innocent. Aizawa glared at them, then relaxed slightly. Tell me more. Did you guys just come from the future? Ida looked away guiltily. You've been here for a couple of days, he said quietly. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. And? He might have already been hit with the quirk that made him sad. Kirishima squeaked. What? Aizawa roared. How could you let that happen? We're sorry we tried. Why didn't you tell me sooner? We didn't think about it, we're so sorry. Ida rubbed at his eyes. We thought we could do everything ourselves. We were wrong. We still think we can help him. Maybe we can go back in time again. I don't like the idea of messing with the timeline, Aizawa said quietly. He looked sadly at his students. You shouldn't have to deal with all of this at such a young age. You're just kids. We're sorry, Ida sobbed. Don't be. Aizawa walked over and wrapped him into a hug. We can fix this. What's with all the sad looks? Tokoyami suddenly stood at the door. Ida pulled away from Aizawa and wiped his eyes. It's fine. We're fine. Tokoyami shrugged and walked over to his desk. A few other students walked in. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Ida bowed, Todoroki nodded, and Kirishima gave a thumbs up. I'll talk to him today, Aizawa confirmed. We'll sort this out. Also, Ida leaned in to whisper, you can't let Midoriya do the training today. It'll make him sleep, and that's when the quirk affects him. It gets to him through nightmares. The training with Midnight? Ida nodded. All right. Aizawa sighed. The trio went to Todoroki's desk and chatted, trying to talk about normal things. Then Bakugo came in, dragging Izuku, who looked terrified. Todoroki immediately stood up and rushed over. Bakugo, what are you doing? The little guy didn't want to walk with me, so I dragged him, Bakugo barked. Izuku tried to wrench his wrist out of Bakugo's grip, but that only made him hold on tighter. Kikakin, please let go, please, he said quietly, trying not to draw attention. Speak louder. Bakugo yelled. Please, we made it here, let go. Izuku tried pulling his wrist harder. Bakugo gave him one last look before releasing him. Todoroki was fuming. Bakugo, what is wrong with you? Bakugo shrugged. So, we can't have you making him fall deeper into despair. Are you an idiot? Todoroki hissed. Chill, he wouldn't walk with me, so I forced him to. I couldn't leave him alone anyways. Bakugo snapped. Todoroki huffed in frustration and turned to go to his own desk. Bakugo glanced over at Izuku's desk and saw that he had his head on his arms, eyes closed. He was probably tired. Bakugo walked over and plopped down in his chair. You better not be sleeping, Deku. Izuku flinched, his eyes flying open. Sorry. Hey, where is Uraraka? Mina questioned loudly. Izuku flinched again, glancing over at her empty desk. She said she wasn't feeling good, Azui answered. Izuku stared at her desk, lost in thought, until he felt a pair of eyes on him. He looked up to see Aizawa staring intensely. Midoriya, Aizawa called. Izuku squeaked, his head shooting up. What is it? Aizawa stood at the front of the room. I need to speak with you. Can you step outside? Izuku nodded, his hands shaking with anxiety. Oh, of course, Scissor. He shakily stood up and followed him out the door. Are you doing okay? Aizawa asked bluntly. Izuku stared at him with wide eyes before stuttering, why wouldn't I be? He laughed awkwardly. I've been told you were hit with a quirk and that you were out after curfew. Oh, my mom needed help at home, and this little kid was crying in an alleyway, so I went to help him. He accidentally used his quirk on me. But it's fine, I haven't felt anything from it. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. I've noticed how you've been acting lately. Izuku stiffened. I'm not sure what you mean. You're not acting like yourself. You act like you're afraid and I don't think. Why, you don't think I can be a hero? Are you going to expel me? Izuku cried, tears welling in his eyes. No, please, I'll do better, he pleaded, choking on his tears. Aizawa grabbed Izuku's shoulders. Calm down, he ordered. I never said anything like that. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I said calm down. Sorry. Stop. Izuku clamped his mouth shut. I need you to talk to me, Aizawa said, holding tightly to his shoulders. You are not okay. I can't not be okay. Izuku's voice was weak. But I guess I'm a Deku, so it fits. Who told you these things? Why are you saying this about yourself? Aizawa asked, concerned. Izuku averted his eyes. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. We need to get you help. And no, I can't fall behind in class. A hero isn't this week. Izuku was crumbling before Aizawa's eyes. Midoriya, breathe. It's all going to work out. I'll let you join class today, okay? Izuku took a deep breath. Okay. Aizawa turned to leave, but Izuku grabbed his arm. Wait. What is it? Uraraka. I don't know if she's okay. I'm worried about her, and I want you to help her too, if she needs it. Aizawa thought for a moment before answering, I can do that. Thank you. And, some of the other students have been acting strange. How so? Izuku looked at the ground. And never mind. Aizawa narrowed his eyes but decided to let it slide. He had a guess about who Izuku was talking about. He would let Izuku get through the day normally, but he was going to get him help whether he wanted it or not. Izuku was somewhat excited for the training today. He wanted everything to feel normal. He didn't like the way things were right now. He felt so incredibly sad. He didn't know how to explain it, and he doubted he ever would be able to. Whenever he thought about Uraraka, his heart twisted, and all he felt was pain and guilt. He didn't know why. Whenever he looked at Bakugo, all he felt was fear. He was so angry with himself. He thought he was over this fear that held him captive from his childhood bully. So, a training exercise in class made him happy. It showed him how far he'd come from that kid in middle school. But something was off. Everything he did just felt wrong. Even now, when Aizawa announced that he would be on a team with Ida, Todoroki, and Kirishima for training, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong. His brain hurt. Fighting would help him relax. Okay guys, I've thought of a plan, Izuku started. I've got one too, Todoroki interrupted. Okay, Midoriya, you can stay here, don't engage. Izuku looked at him blankly before his face twisted in fury. I'll do it all myself. He lashed out before jumping away. Midoriya. They all called in unison, trying to chase him. All of you, just stay away from me, he screamed as he ran faster. Midnight came into view and Izuku charged at her. She saw him and flinched for a second before turning off her quirk. Izuku halted in front of her, confused. Why isn't she using her quirk? Did someone tell her not to use it on me? He powered up his fist and charged again, tears falling from his eyes. Why? Midnight jumped away with a worried look on her face and called for his teammates. Use your quirk on me. Izuku hissed. Midnight used her WHP to grab Izuku's arm, but she stayed silent. Use it, he cried, wrenching his arm free and rearing his fist back, charging her. He hit her square in the jaw and she fell to the ground, looking dazed from the hit. He raised his other fist and hit her again. Why won't you? She tried to throw him off, but he hit her again. He raised his fist for another strike and screamed, "What is wrong with you people?" Before he could hit her, he was tackled by someone else. Calm down, man. Kirishima yelled as he pinned Izuku to the ground. What is wrong with all of you? Izuku cried. Ida bent down to check on Midnight. She looked all right, her face just swelling. Izuku kept crying and screaming. What are you keeping from me? Why are you doing this to me? I don't understand. His voice faltered. Help me. He started sobbing. Izuku stayed isolated in his room. Aizawa decided Izuku needed space for a little while, maybe a few hours before he would intervene. You can't leave Midoriya alone, Mr. Aizawa. Todoroki hissed. He needs space. No, he can't handle it. Kirishima cried. I think you severely underestimate your classmate, Aizawa said seriously. Izuku stared blankly at the walls, at the posters of All Might. He felt like he was failing him, an utter letdown. One for All should have gone to someone else, someone with potential. Not someone who felt like a waste of space. He wished he had his notebook to look at his thoughts on paper. Instead, he scrambled off the bed and grabbed a few pieces of loose paper. His eye caught some photographs he had put up. The pictures of him being happy, being with his friends. His hand slowly reached out and grabbed a class photo. They all looked so happy. He set it down lightly and reached for a different picture. It was just a picture of him in his hero costume. He chuckled softly as he remembered how he'd gotten it. It was taken during training when Ashido ran over and snapped a picture before he could say anything. She had made it her personal mission to take a photograph of every student in their class. He set the papers down and held the photograph in both hands. He positioned his fingers at the top and slowly pulled the photo apart. He ripped it straight in half as his tears stained it. He went to rip it again but hesitated, speaking softly to himself, happy thoughts. He set the photo down and returned to his bed with the paper and a pencil. He wanted to write down what he knew, but none of it made sense. He wrote in messy handwriting, "It doesn't make sense." He spoke out loud, "It doesn't make sense." He wrote it again. "It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense." He kept writing it, hoping that if he just kept repeating it, it would magically make sense to him. He stopped writing and looked forward, reaching for the flicker of determination he had left. He stared at the All Might poster and tried to mirror the smile. He couldn't give up yet. He froze as he heard a knock at the door. Aizawa said I could be alone. So why? He got up slowly and hovered by the door. Who's there? The other person didn't respond, so Izuku spoke again, hello. He jumped as he heard his phone ding. He reached into his pocket and looked at the message. Please let me in. Uraraka. Izuku immediately unlocked the door and swung it open. He hadn't seen her all day, and he was worried. She wouldn't meet his eyes, only staring at her feet. Uraraka, he said softly. Is everything okay? She shook her head no and stepped into his room. What's wrong? He moved to put his hand on her back, but she flinched and he halted. He retreated his hand and looked at her worriedly. Uraraka? He heard her take a deep breath. Deku, her voice was surprisingly calm and controlled. Yes, what is it? He asked hopefully. You killed me and yourself in another timeline. The truth. That's not funny, Uraraka. His face grew serious. I'm not joking. She slowly backed out of the room. You'll remember, it'll all come back. I don't understand. You deserve to know, Deku. She turned to leave, but Izuku grabbed her wrist. She stiffened, and Izuku knew that feeling of being grabbed, so he let her go. Please, I. She looked at his hand. You. She started to hyperventilate. Uraraka? Please calm down, please. She turned and sprinted out the door. Uraraka. What was that about? He thought fearfully. What was that supposed to mean? That wasn't a good joke, he whispered to himself as he closed and locked the door. Is she okay? He stayed at the door for a moment, contemplating whether he should try to chase her. He decided against it and went back to his bed. He sat down and pulled out his phone, tapping on Yaoyorozu's contact. Check on Uraraka, he texted. She replied almost immediately, of course. Is something wrong? I think Izuku was interrupted by an intense pain ripping through his skull. He dropped his phone and clutched his head in his hands, pulling at his hair as he screamed. What is this? What is this? Memories he refused to believe were real flashed in front of his mind like a horror movie. Helping a little boy, getting punished for no reason, feeling scared, nightmares. So many nightmares. Fear, overwhelming fear. His friends getting mad at him, getting kidnapped, torture. Regret, so much regret. Killing Uraraka, the cold blade. Piercing her warm body as he stabbed her. Guilt, guilt, guilt. Feeling the life leave his body as he died by his own hands. Izuku opened his eyes as the pain stopped, his scream dulled, and he cried. His body felt swollen and warm. He looked at his arms, scratched and raw. His face felt puffy too. He must have been unconsciously scratching himself while all those memories came back. He didn't even feel comfortable in his own skin. He dug his nails into his arm. He deserved to feel pain after everything he had done. Stupid, worthless piece of... Izuku screamed as he tried to hurt himself. F dash, he yelled, going from scratching his arms to pulling at his hair, the guilt consuming him. Clumps of hair littered his bed as an idea formed in his head. He stopped his self-harm and jumped out of bed, sprinting to the door. He swung it open, and Aoyama stood outside, looking a little frightened. Are you feeling okay? I heard you screaming. Stay away from me, I'm fine, Izuku snapped, turning away coldly as he made his way to the kitchen. Aoyama stood helplessly behind him. Izuku turned the corner, desperately hoping no one was around. He was right, the common room was empty. He slipped into the kitchen and headed toward the cabinet that held what he needed. Meanwhile, Bakugo slumped on his bed with his arms crossed, feeling frustrated. This whole, let Deku be by himself, was ridiculous. Kirishima had tried to hang out with him, but he yelled for him to leave. He grabbed his phone and scrolled through notifications, one from Kirishima, one from Kaminari, and one from Yaoyorozu. She didn't usually text him. He opened Kirishima's message first, which read, "You doing okay, man?" Bakugo responded, "Off." Ignoring Kaminari's message, he opened Yaoyorozu's. "Bakugo, I think something is going on with Uraraka. I texted Ida, but he's not responding." Bakugo raised an eyebrow. It was strange that Ida wouldn't respond. Did his phone die? Whatever. Bakugo stood up and stomped over to Uraraka's room. He knocked angrily, "Open up!" Yaoyorozu swung the door open, worry on her face. "Something's not right. Midoriya texted me to check on her, and I found her like this." His expression grew serious as he peered inside the room. Uraraka was sitting on the floor, bundled in her blanket. Bakugo walked in and knelt beside her. "What's she been doing?" "Right before you came, she started saying nonsense. That there was another timeline, and that she died." Yaoyorozu exclaimed. Bakugo didn't meet her eyes. "It's crazy what she's been saying, Yaoyorozu suddenly wailed, falling to her knees. Bakugo jolted but couldn't focus on her right now. Why did Deku text her? "Round face," he growled. "Oh my god," he heard Yaoyorozu say in the background, but he tuned it out. Uraraka peeked from the blanket and squeaked when she saw Bakugo's fierce gaze. "What did you do?" he snarled. "I did," she whispered. "What does that mean?" "I did. I had to." Bakugo's panic increased. "What does that mean?" "I told him." Uraraka blinked, and Bakugo was gone. He slammed on Izuku's door with his fists. "Open the F up." A chilling feeling washed over him when he didn't hear an answer. "Deku!" he screamed. A few other students started coming out of their dorms, confusion on their faces. Bakugo exploded the door with his open palm. There was Izuku, frantically trying to open a bottle of pills. He was trying to overdose, trying to die. Their eyes met, and Izuku ripped the cap off with all his strength, the pills flying from the bottle and scattering across the floor. Izuku sobbed as he tried to pick them up and stuff them into his mouth, but Bakugo grabbed his arms, holding him back. Bakugo growled as he stuffed his fingers into Izuku's mouth, forcing him to GG and vomit the pills he might have already taken. He released Izuku from his grip as he collapsed on the floor, expelling the contents of his stomach. Bakugo was breathing heavily, his anger palpable as he grabbed the scruff of Izuku's shirt and pulled him up. Before saying anything to Izuku, he shouted at some students watching to go get Aizawa. He turned to Izuku, "You idiot." Izuku looked horrified, trembling like a frightened animal caught in a trap. Bakugo reared back his fist and struck Izuku. "You dumb..." You think I'm going to let you kill yourself again? You remember both timelines, don't you? He growled. All Izuku could do was whimper as Bakugo held him firmly. Say something, he demanded. Izuku opened his mouth, trying to speak. I'm sorry. Do you understand what you just tried to do? Izuku paled, his lower lip trembling as his eyes darted to the mess on the floor. Before Bakugo could react, Izuku's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Izuku's eyes opened slowly, feeling groggy as he scanned the room. He was in a hospital bed, one hand cuffed to the bedstand. He pushed himself up, biting his lip in frustration. I didn't die. He grabbed a fistful of the bedsheet, squeezing it tightly in anger. Taking a shaky breath, he released the sheet, grateful to be alone. He needed time to breathe and think. Why did it have to happen like this? Izuku murmured to himself, I just wanted to be a hero and save people. So why? His thoughts were interrupted as the door opened, and his eyes filled with tears. Mom, his voice cracked. Izuku, she said softly, rushing in to envelop him in a tight hug. I'm so sorry. Tears streamed down his face. Why did you do it? She pulled away, her expression calm yet concerned. Am a bad person, he said, looking away and clutching the bedsheets again. No, you're not, Izuku. You don't understand, Mom. I hurt people. At least I tried to, Izuku, she interrupted. No. I don't deserve to be alive. Izuku, Inko exclaimed, don't you ever say that. Izuku broke down, crying as Inko comforted him. Aizawa and Toshinori stood outside the door, listening to the heartbreaking scene. Please talk to me, Inko urged. Izuku took a shaky breath. See, can you turn around? Inko tilted her head in confusion. I just can't. Look you in the eyes. She nodded and turned away. It began with nightmares, he started. I never really told you, Mom, but I was bullied a lot in middle school. Izuku, she tried to interject. Please, don't speak. He took another breath. It got worse each night, bringing back so many things I hate about myself. His voice trembled, but he continued, it felt hopeless. And then I got kidnapped. You what? Inko exclaimed, jumping from her seat. When did that happen, and why wasn't I informed? Izuku blinked. Oh, yes. Somehow the timeline got a restart? I'm talking about the timeline before this? I don't know if I'm making sense. Inko slowly sat back down. Continue. On the other side of the door, Aizawa and Toshinori flinched at the pain Inko would feel as she listened. Shigaraki. Hurt me. The words he told me were burned into my brain like the scars on my skin. Inko flinched but remained silent. I suddenly wanted all the pain to stop. I thought that if I killed them, it would somehow make me feel better. Inko clutched her head, gasping softly. Izuku's eyes widened as he tried to get up from the bed, but the HNDCFFS held him down. After a moment, Inko lowered her hands and exhaled. Izuku. I remember now. She hugged him again but quickly returned to her chair. Please, don't let me stop you, she said quietly. Izuku looked at her worriedly but continued. So when the League brought me back, all I could think about was ending the pain and hatred I felt. His voice thick with emotion, he choked on his sobs. I actually hurt Uraraka. Izuku cried out, his body trembling. I didn't feel better. I realized the only way to end my pain was to end my life. He covered his face with his hands. Even now. I don't want to be here anymore. Everyone would be better off without me. All I do is screw things up. Minutes passed as Izuku cried into the sheets. Aizawa and Toshinori finally entered the room, tears on their faces. Young Midoriya. You're going to be okay, Toshinori spoke softly. Izuku sat up slowly, staring out the window. You can take one for all back if that's what you want, he said, his voice breaking. Give it to someone who deserves it. Young man, I would never dream of it. We're going to help you, and you'll become the greatest hero, Toshinori smiled. How do you know I can get better? Midoriya, I've never met someone with a will as strong as yours. Aizawa added, we can and will get through this. You don't know that, Izuku murmured, closing his eyes. I do. Toshinori stepped forward and pulled out his phone. I'll tell them to come in now. He sent a quick text. Aizawa's eyes widened. We never talked about this? Who's them? What are you doing? He hissed. That's because he just came to me before I came here. Inko looked at them worriedly. What does that mean? Who's coming? Please, don't worry, Toshinori assured. I am here, a voice at the door called and a man walked in. Get it? That's All Might's catchphrase. Aizawa spoke. Who the hell is this? This is the man who can send people back in time, Toshinori smiled. What? Inko cried. Izuku whipped around and stared at the man with wide eyes. He helped me before and he came to me again. You guys keep screwing up. The man laughed, clearly not sensing the dark mood in the room. 2 more people entered. What the hell are they doing here? Aizawa snapped. What are you thinking? Hello, young Todoroki, Bakugo. I thought I also asked that Ida and Kirishima come? Todoroki looked at him seriously. We want to spare them the pain. So we told them you'd change the time. Toshinori, you're not seriously sending them back in time again? Inko started sniffling and ran over to the 2 boys, wrapping her arms around them. Thank you for helping him, she cried. Once she broke away from the hug, Todoroki and Bakugo came closer to Izuku. Stay away, Izuku said weakly. Why do you care so much? He looked like he was on the verge of tears. I don't mean anything. Bakugo kept coming closer, and Izuku's eyes grew wider in fear as he covered his face with his hands. He didn't expect Bakugo's arms to wrap around him in a hug. I'm sorry. For everything I did. Izuku froze. Kaken. Me and Todoroki are going to go back in time and fix our mistakes, again, he grumbled as he pulled away. Midoriya, the whole class cares about you. Any of us would help you, Todoroki smiled lightly. So let's get this over with. Bakugo turned towards Toshinori and Aizawa. I'm going too. Aizawa interrupted. When we go back, I'm going to put him under house arrest. Inko looked at the 2 students. Are you sure you want to go back? You wouldn't have to remember any of this. It's my punishment, Bakugo looked at the ground. It's my fault he has all of the bad memories in the first place. I can't leave Midoriya alone after he helped me with my problems, Todoroki responded. Izuku looked at both of them, his eyes filling with more tears. I don't understand. Inko blinked. What don't you understand? You all care so much? Izuku. It's because we love you, she smiled brightly. I love you, your friends love you, your teachers love you, because you are amazing. Izuku stared at them, as if it was the most foreign concept he'd ever heard. But he immediately understood. There really were people out there who cared about him. He didn't realize the number of people who cared about him had increased from just his mother. All Might, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Kirishima, almost everyone in Class 1A, his teachers, Shinso, Hatsum, and maybe even Kaken cared. Izuku covered his face with his hands and sobbed. Thank you. Thank you, he repeated. Bakugo and Todoroki nodded, and they turned towards the man with the time-traveling quirk. Let's do this. Aizawa smiled with determination. The man held out his hands. Don't screw up this time, he laughed. Good luck. Aizawa, Bakugo, and Todoroki were engulfed in a blue light, and they were gone. Izuku looked at the spot they once stood. Do you think they can save me this time? He asked weakly. I believe in them, Toshinori looked at Izuku. Because that's all we can do. This time, Bakugo did not wake up in his bed. When his vision cleared, he blinked a couple of times before realizing he had hit the floor. He slowly picked himself up to see the entire class looking around widely, each of them panicking a little bit. He stood up to see the worried faces of Kirishima, Shiro, and Izuku. Bakugo smiled slightly. Holy Sirpi, he just smiled. Are you okay? Shiro screamed. Bakugo looked to the back of the room to see Todoroki still unconscious. His face must have hit the desk. What? Bakugo looked at Kirishima. We were in class, then you, Todoroki, and Mr. Aizawa suddenly passed out, all at the same time. Kirishima exclaimed. What happened? Bakugo looked to the front of the room, Ida and some others were gathered around a groggy Aizawa who was slowly standing up. Everyone, calm down, Aizawa said when he finally felt control. Mr. Aizawa, what was that? Uraraka cried. He rubbed his eyes. I don't know. What? Bakugo, you're bleeding. Hagakure pointed at him. Bakugo felt his forehead and realized he must have hit his head pretty hard on the floor once he passed out. I'm fine, he barked. Kaken, are you sure? Izuku looked at him worriedly. Bakugo hesitated for a second. I'm fine, Deku, don't worry about me, he grumbled. Izuku smiled before turning towards Todoroki, who was still not moving. Todoroki? Izuku moved closer, placing his hand on Todoroki's back. Todoroki suddenly shot up and yelled, "Youth!" Izuku and Yaoyorozu jumped back. Todoroki? Todoroki had a confused, dazed look on his face for a second. He then spotted Bakugo, and the confusion left his face. He looked at Izuku and smiled slightly. Midoriya? Why yes. I'm glad. About? Izuku tilted his head. I'm glad too. Bakugo interrupted. Izuku whipped his head around to look at him. You too? About? Izuku tried to question but got cut off. I'm dismissing class for now. I'd like to speak with Midoriya though, Aizawa spoke. Everyone in the class looked confused. What's this all about? Ajura asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. Don't worry about it, Aizawa pointed at the door. Now go. Once the entire class filed out, Izuku walked up to Aizawa. What do you need? He asked, laughing nervously. Aizawa took a deep breath, and Izuku started to get worried. Mr. Aizawa, did I do something wrong? No, he finally spoke. You are a victim. Izuku went rigid. What? In middle school, you were bullied a lot. I'm right. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. YSB, but I'm okay. Things are fine now. Izuku stuttered. You don't need to be embarrassed, Aizawa assured him. I just want to help you. Help? Help with what? Your obvious depression and anxiety. I've got a therapist that I'd like you to see. Izuku felt like he was going crazy. How? Why? What brought about this? He cried. Aizawa sighed. Something just made me realize that you needed help. Did someone tell you? Izuku's hands started shaking. He hated the thought of his friends worrying about him or noticing the signs of his past struggles. No one told me. Aizawa glanced at Izuku's trembling hands and reached over to grab them. Calm down, kid. But, Mr. Aizawa, I've been doing so well. I'm not as bad as I was in middle school. I don't need help right now. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. He knew Izuku hadn't been affected by the corruption quirk yet, but there were obvious mental scars. The stuttering, the flinching, outcomes of the abuse he endured. I know you're doing fine now. But we can never be too careful, Aizawa said softly. Ooh. Accept help, Midoriya. Izuku looked at him with wide eyes but slowly nodded and dropped his shoulders. You can follow your class back to the dorms now. Aizawa gestured him towards the door. Izuku nodded and slipped out quickly. He found that Uraraka and Ida were both waiting for him at the entrance. Izuku smiled. He had such great friends who cared about him. Hi Deku. What was Mr. Aizawa talking to you about? Uraraka stood beside him. Uraraka. That is private business. Ida scolded her, waving his hand up and down. Izuku laughed, though his smile dropped a little. He said I needed a therapist. Uraraka and Ida looked a little shocked for a moment. Did he say why? One of them questioned. Izuku's face heated up in embarrassment. Well, is it because you break your bones all the time? And you don't care about yourself when it comes to saving others? Uraraka interrupted. Izuku jumped in shock, while Ida waved his hand around again. Uraraka. It's true, she whined. I know a hero is all about saving people. But do you have to destroy yourself to do it? The trio stopped walking for a second, and Izuku stared at her with his mouth agape. Ida spoke first. Now that I think, Uraraka does make sense. You have disregarded your own well-being many times, which is a little concerning. Maybe our teacher noticed. Izuku dropped his head in shame. I know. But how can my life be more important than someone in danger? Deku! Midoriya! Uraraka and Ida both gasped. Uraraka put her hand on her hip and pointed her finger at him. Izuku Midoriya, I don't know who told you growing up that your life isn't important, but you are important. You're important to so many people. Exactly. Ida nodded. Izuku looked at them with wide eyes before they filled with tears. Thank you. We'll always be here for you, Deku. Guess I really do need a therapist, Izuku laughed sadly. Izuku returned to the dorms and sighed. That wasn't how he was expecting his day to go. How did Aizawa figure him out? Sure, his struggles were really affecting him in middle school, but now it was just a lingering thought in his head. It was always there, of course, but he had never been happier in his life. He had so many good friends, and he was finally following his dream. When he walked through the doors to the dorm, a couple of students surrounded him, begging to know why Aizawa called him out. Izuku felt a little overwhelmed, but thankfully Ida stepped in and scolded them, telling them it was none of their business. Izuku smiled at him. He really did have great friends. Izuku felt a pair of eyes on him and looked to see Bakugo side-eyeing him. He waved his hand weakly, which caused Bakugo to turn away. Izuku frowned. He looked sad. Should I ask him about it? Izuku motioned to go talk to him but stopped when he received a text. Young Midoriya. For some unknown reason, I heard that Aizawa canceled class. This would be a perfect time to get a little extra training in. All Might. Izuku smiled. Well, his talk with Bakugo could wait. Izuku was completely red-faced. I just called All Might Dad. He wasn't expecting All Might to walk in as he finished up training. He complimented him and told him how far he'd come. Thanks, Dad. Oh no. Izuku cried in his head. Why? Wait. No, I didn't mean that, he exclaimed immediately after. All Might said it was fine, but Izuku felt totally embarrassed. Once he got back to his room, he changed out of his sweaty clothes and took a quick shower. After putting on fresh clothes, he headed downstairs to see what everyone was doing. He looked for Bakugo first, wanting to talk to him, but he was nowhere to be seen. Izuku shrugged. It was probably no big deal. He saw some of the girls playing cards, which looked like fun. Mina was lounging on the couch. Let's do something, she whined in boredom. Yeah, but what? Kaminari complained. Mina spotted Izuku and rushed over to him. Midori, tell us what Aizawa said to you. Izuku tensed up a little. It wasn't anything important. She crossed her arms, forming an X. Wrong answer. You stutter when you lie, you know. She teased. Izuku laughed nervously. He trailed off. Mina, chill, Kirishima spoke up. He doesn't have to talk. You guys ruin the fun, she whined. I'm just bored, and I want to know why class got cancelled. I know. Let's go talk to Todoroki. Kirishima sighed loudly. All right, whatever. Todoroki, she called. Izuku was a little curious too. Why did class get cancelled? It couldn't have been just for Aizawa to talk to him. Todoroki came in from the kitchen. What? Come talk to us. Mina exclaimed. Todoroki made eye contact with Izuku and hesitated. I don't know if it's a good idea. He trailed off. You have no choice? Mina insisted, running over to grab Todoroki's shoulders and hauling him over to the couches. Kaminari sat up and listened intently. Why did you pass out? She interrogated. I felt lightheaded, he answered immediately. Then why did our teacher and Bakugo pass out at the same time? Coincidence, he said flatly. She yelled. What the heck? That's so strange, Kaminari scratched his chin. There had to have been a reason. Izuku chipped in. Maybe we all had something bad in our breakfast, Todoroki answered quickly. Izuku blinked. Didn't eat breakfast? Todoroki's eyes widened. You, me, and Kirishima walked to school this morning. I asked if you were going to eat breakfast, and you said no. Oh. Todoroki began to sweat. Must have. Forgot. I gotta finish making my tea, he said quickly. Izuku narrowed his eyes a little. That was weird. He looked around for Bakugo but couldn't seem to find him. He even asked his friend group, which called themselves The Baku squad. Izuku laughed at the name and thought about whether he had a Deku squad. He chuckled at the thought. He definitely wouldn't be the leader. It would probably be something like the To-Do squad or the Ida squad. Maybe the Uraraka squad. He really loved his friends. They meant so much to him. After so many bad experiences with friends in middle school, he had latched onto his genuine friends. Izuku chose to forget about middle school, a minor memory he willed away. But Aizawa, he couldn't figure it out. Now that he was apparently going to see a therapist, he'd have to talk about all the bad stuff, and thinking about it made him sad. He didn't want to be sad anymore. He also didn't want his friends to be sad, which reminded him that he wanted to talk to Bakugo. Did Bakugo count as a friend? Izuku finally found him in an unusual spot, just chilling on the roof. "Kaken?" Izuku asked hesitantly. Bakugo flinched at the sound of his voice and quickly brought his arm up to shield his eyes before turning towards Izuku. "Stupid Deku, how did you find me?" "Oh, well,